Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter exposed the truth about magic detection. Here is short summary. Harry uncovers the hidden flaws in the Ministry's magic detection system, revealing how it has been used to manipulate and control the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. 4 years back, the headmasters of Hogwarts, along with McGonagall, who was retiring that year to give way to a new headmaster and Transfiguration professor, had agreed, after 15 long years after the death of Voldemort and 10 long years of crusade by Harry and Hermione, to put up Snape's portrait in the headmaster's office. On the day that had been decided by McGonagall, who was headmistress, to request Hogwarts for Snape's portrait, Harry, Hermione, Ron and Ginny had been there very early so that they could thank the man for his extraordinary contributions, without which they would not have won the war with Voldemort. Harry had also sent word to the Malfoys about Snape's portrait appearing in the headmaster's office, knowing from Draco the amount of sacrifice Snape had made for that family. Draco had promised to come, and he had come just a bit later with his entire family. Harry's parents and Sirius and Lupin had also portraits in Harry's parents' vault, a vault Harry had known existed only after the war with Voldemort. Lupin also had his own portrait along with Tonks that he had created when their son had been born, and had had it hung in Andromeda's home. James, Sirius, Lily and Lupin had all been 20 in the portraits Harry had hung in his home. He had destroyed Peter's portrait, and that morning they had been waiting for Snape's portrait to appear, and the moment Snape's portrait had appeared, Harry had sent word through a house elf. All of them had come in into Dumbledore's portrait to meet Snape and thank him. The moment Snape's portrait had appeared, he had blinked once, only once, and then had seemingly understood where he was. He had looked around to see a beaming Dumbledore and had scowled. Then his eyes had fallen on Harry, and his black, expressionless, inscrutable eyes had widened impossibly. "You lived," he had breathed, and Dumbledore had told him very briefly about Harry being a Horcrux Voldemort had not intended to create, and that he, Dumbledore, had known Harry would not have died, only the Horcrux would have been destroyed. Snape had turned incredulous eyes towards him, his face showing his shock. Then he had not spoken a word more. He had looked at Harry for a long minute, and then he had turned and removed his wand and had created wards, ensuring that no one would come into his portrait. Harry's mother came genuinely and eagerly to thank Snape and also to speak to him as his friend, and his father, Sirius and Lupin, very uncomfortably to thank Snape for his contribution to the war and for his many efforts to save Harry. They were there only because Lily had insisted they thank him, with the exception of Lupin, who understood more clearly why Snape had to be thanked for all his help. James was a bit jealous as well as sulky about thanking Snape, of all people, whatever he did. His contention was so many people had contributed to the war and had died to save their world. Snape had turned only because he had loved Lily and had wanted to save her. Don't forget, he had added darkly, Snape had wanted to ask only for Lily's life and did not care if Harry and I died, and if Voldemort had chosen to go after the Longbottoms he would not have bothered at all. But he had come when Lily had insisted and had tried to thank Snape. Snape's eyes had widened impossibly the second time in minutes as he looked for a long minute at a beaming and tearful and just a tad uncertain Lily Potter. Then he had turned away without acknowledging any of them. Not even Lily Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Both of them had been totally taken aback at Snape's reaction and had tried to call out to him and talk to him. Only Snape had not turned back, and nor had he responded. He had just vanished into a lovely dark green velvet curtain that had hung there behind a simple chair that made up his portrait. Dumbledore and Harry's mother had tried talking to him, and McGonagall, James, Sirius and Lupin had tried to call out to him and stiltedly thank him. Snape had not answered at all. The Malfoys had come within the next 10 minutes, and Lucius Malfoy had gone close to the portraits, had called out to Snape, who had appeared from behind a curtain and had spoken in soft tones with him. That was the first time Harry saw the Malfoys and Malfoy's son and wife after the war. His wife was not the pug-faced Pansy Parkinson, but another pure-blood witch, and they had one son and a daughter. His son's name was Scorpius, and his daughter, who was younger, was named Rhiannon. They had come and had nodded only to Harry. They did not even look at anybody else. Not even the headmaster Dumbledore or McGonagall. Then they had left with Lucius and Draco Malfoy formally thanking Harry and Hermione for fighting Snape's case and enabling Snape's portrait to be put up in the headmaster's office. They had been there only for a total time of 10 minutes and had left at once. Snape had gone behind the curtain. He was still coming out 4 years later. Apart from Phineas Nigellus, everyone had been shocked and a few of the past headmasters and headmistress had been angry. After all the effort Harry had taken to bring Snape's portrait into the august, esteemed and honored circle, the man had no courtesy to even acknowledge their thanks, and when Dumbledore and the Potters and McGonagall had tried to apologize, the uncouth man had just walked away. But Phineas Nigellus had understood the amount of betrayal that Snape must have felt for him to behave like this. When he had time and again put his life on the line, he was still remembered only for the mistakes he had made and not for his contributions. He kept quiet though, knowing that at that time no one would understand his remarks. But he would say them when the time was right. The right time came that day itself, though it was not him who defended Snape. McGonagall had flushed in shame when she had seen Snape and had tried to apologize for not understanding, and Dumbledore had looked sadly at Snape the few minutes he had been there. Lily had continuously talked to him, but Snape had not said a word beyond "You lived" to Harry and had not even glanced at Lily apart from that amazed and astounded look at the beginning. After calling for him for some time, McGonagall had placed a privacy charm on his portrait so that he would not hear their discussions that would have at best angered him. She need not have bothered because Snape was no longer there. Instead, the grateful House of Malfoy had created a lovely portrait and had also created links to a potions lab and a portrait of their personal library. They had done this for the man who had saved their son from a sure death either at the hands of Voldemort for not having killed Dumbledore, or from the Wizarding World had he managed to cast the killing curse. Snape had saved him from both situations by killing Dumbledore and taking everything upon his already bursting head. Harry had been flabbergasted and shocked that Snape had not even spoken to his mother and had thought that he, Harry, would have died. Why should Snape be shocked? After all, it was he who had, from the memories he had given Harry, that told him he had to go and sacrifice his life for the sake of the Wizarding World. Then Harry's eyes had widened with understanding and remembrance, and he had turned with incredulous eyes to Dumbledore. "Sir, Snape did not know about the Horcruxes, did he?" Harry had asked him, more than sure he had not known, because he remembered the memories that he must have played at least 1,000,000 times in his head. "No, Harry, I did not tell him," Dumbledore had said heavily, looking very sad and gazing deeply into the empty portrait as if he could compel Snape to come out. "He also did not know about the Elder Wand, did he?" Harry had asked with deceptive calm, and Hermione had turned sharply to look at him. Ron and Ginny were watching everything, their eyes going from Harry to Dumbledore. They had not noticed Harry's tone, but Hermione knew that tone, and it boded no good for anyone. Dumbledore had shaken his head, and then Harry had asked him the third question, to which he knew the answer. "Snape also did not know I would live after Voldemort killed me, did he?" He had asked still calmly. "No, Harry, he did not know. That is why he is very angry," Dumbledore had said, and Harry had frozen. Harry had understood at the time he was with Dumbledore, in his own mind in King's Cross, 15 years ago, when Dumbledore had told him about the Deathly Hallows. Over the years, though, Harry had been feeling that too much had been asked from Snape and too little given. Snape had been used not only by Voldemort but also by Dumbledore, who had used his terrible guilt and had made him a South Avenue to that guilt until the very end. It had been almost 5 years before Harry had even started thinking about the unease that Snape and his memories had brought to his mind, but they had grown slowly and surely over the years and had reached boiling point that day. And the resentment had built up, every time some little information was shared and every time Harry and Hermione were refused in their requests to put up Snape's portrait. At 17, Harry had been too young to realize the horror that was Snape's life. At 36 he knew that no one, not Dumbledore, not his mother who was Snape's closest friend, had been even fair to the Slytherin. Instead, all of them had taken him, his contributions and later on his very life for granted by playing on that guilt. Harry had been astounded that Dumbledore had made no effort to have Snape's portrait reinstated at first and had initially confronted him. Dumbledore had been evasive, saying that he wanted all the headmasters to agree to have Snape's portrait and not impose it upon them. If he did, then, he had told Harry, they might not treat him properly. Harry had agreed reluctantly at the time, but had not been convinced. You mean, sir, that you sent Snape to his death thinking that Lily Evans's son would die? Harry had asked with sarcastic amazement in his voice. Harry, I did not know he would die. Dumbledore had begun slightly confused about Harry's behavior. He had thought Harry had seen his point of view when they had discussed everything in Harry's mind before the final duel. But Harry cut him off ruthlessly. You mean, even though you knew that Voldemort would think that Snape was the owner of the Elder Wand, since he killed you, you still thought Voldemort would spare him? Harry had asked sarcastically, and that was when Ginny and the others had noticed that Harry had been fuming. So what, mate? Snape's got his portrait and it is all way in the past now. Ron had tried only to keep quiet when Harry turned to glare at him. You talk as if he begged for it. Ron and all of us graciously gave it to him. It has taken Hermione and me 15 bloody years to get a bloody portrait for a man without whom and whose information we would not have won the war, and we would have lost many, many more people. And he did it for Lily Evans's child, Ron, not for me or for Dumbledore, Harry had yelled, his frustrations finally coming out. So what, Harry? It was because of the greasy git that we died in the first place. Else we would have been living. It was he who told the prophecy to Voldemort. James had yelled back. You died because you had a lousy friend who betrayed you for Peanut's dad. Not because of a greasy git. And don't call him that. Harry had replied softly, his eyes burning with anger. Why are you defending him like that? You saw how he called everyone mudblood, including your mum, and how much he was into the dark arts, and why, even your mother broke off her friendship with him because of it. Right from his first year, he was a miserable, dirty kid, a Death Eater in the making. James had burst out furiously, glaring at Harry, unable to understand why Harry was sticking up for Snape of all people. I was dirty, miserable, and a bum dad. I boarded the Hogwarts Express with torn jeans that was 3 sizes too big for me, and I had not had a bath for nearly 3 days because the Dursleys felt I was not worth wasting good hot water on, and I came faint with hunger because I had not had my breakfast in the morning. Ron was the first boy who smiled at me, and he did not mind the stink that I must have had. That was why I refused Draco Malfoy's hand in friendship. It was because Ron had looked at me as a normal human being instead of a freak. James stared speechlessly at Harry's tirade. I saw from the memories how you talked to Snape. He was like me, dirty and unkempt. But you were no Ron, and all of us are not as fortunate as you were, Dad. We were not the cream of society, and we did not have parents alive in my case and those who cared in his, to make a difference. But Harry, his mother tearfully started, but Harry had not finished. I was sorted into Gryffindor. Snape did not have even that comfort. He was sorted into Slytherin, and I think it was extremely brave of him to be friends with Mum. She was the one friend he had, and she gives him ultimatums and then drops him because he calls her a mudblood in anger, and only because she had seen him at his most humiliating, and Dumbledore says Snape disgusts him because he asked only for Mum's life from Voldemort. You guys are amazing. Harry had burst out just as furiously. Mate, I think that is a bit over the top. Saying mudblood is not correct, and your mum had all the right in the world to tell him to get lost. Raising a hand, asking Harry to keep quiet because he had not finished saying his piece. Wait, I have not finished. Asking only for your mum's life and not caring for yours or your dad's is not right. And remember, he came only because of your mum. Had it been anybody else, he would not have turned. Your dad is right in that. Ron had told him calmly, hoping Harry would tone down. Sure, he would not have asked for the life of Alice Longbottom. But then I would have never asked for the life of Narcissa Malfoy, but I would have killed and would have died to save Hermione or Ginny or my kids or yours. If it had been Hermione, Lavender or Parvati, I would have felt devastated, but would have chosen Hermione without hesitating for a second. And you know what, Ron? If Voldemort had given me a choice between the two of you, I would have died before I chose, but I would have still chosen her. Because you would have died without her, and I would have lost 2 friends instead of 1. He can hardly ask Voldemort of all people to spare the child of the prophecy and James Potter, who has been attacking Death Eaters all over the place and his own personal enemy, can he? He asked for Mum because he loved her and he could make a choice, Ron. Not because of anything else. I asked the headmaster if he had a choice between his sister Ariana, Grindelwald and McGonagall, whom would he have chosen? Harry had hissed in sheer rage and Dumbledore had drawn in a sharp breath and had looked in shock at Harry. Why should Snape save me or Dad? Would I run like hell and sell my soul to save Ginny or Lucius Malfoy? Come on and grow up. This is war we are speaking about. You don't have to be so sanctimonious and act very pious. And tell me, Dad, would you have died to save Snape? Any of you here? Why should he then? And you were the good, great and honorable guys. Harry had finished scathingly. All of them had become silent and Lily Potter had started crying in earnest. James was glaring at Harry, unable to believe what he was hearing, and Dumbledore had shriveled in shock, guilt and pain of another huge mistake. So you were saying Snape was a fine guy and calling everyone a mudblood was just peachy? Ron had asked him, his ears red and his face flushed in anger. He had been shocked at Harry's rage and had felt very uncomfortable when Harry had told him about the choices he would make, and Ron knew in his inner heart that what Harry had said was true. He would have killed for Harry and Hermione, he would have sympathized for Dean and Seamus, and he had lived with them for 6 years and they were friends. He also knew he would have laughed for Malfoy, and that was who James Potter was to Snape. He thought for a moment where the scene would be Malfoy, Hermione as Malfoy's wife and their child. His heart twisted and he gnashed his teeth. He knew whom he would have asked Voldemort to spare. And he knew if he had to make a choice between Harry and Hermione, he would have died as well, but he would have chosen Hermione and lived in guilt for the rest of his life. He looked at Harry, who was glaring at him, itching to hex him. No, of course not, but that is where he comes from. He has grown up more abused than me. I had you and Hermione and then Sirius. And I had the knowledge that my parents loved me. Whom did Snape have? His father hit him all the time and his mother was a weak sullen witch. Remember how I was in my 5th year? How much I yelled and pushed you guys off because Voldemort was sticking out of my head. I would have broken had you guys run away from me because I had Voldemort in my head. Voldemort would have won the war that year. Snape had no friends except Mum, and she was not a very good one, was she? He could not even bring himself to say a simple hello to her after what, 35 years. You apologize right now, Harry. Right now to your mother. James had screamed. Dad, do you know what a friend does? Harry had asked him quietly. I know very well. One friend may have betrayed, but these two were friends, Harry, and I am a friend to them as well. Your mother put up more than enough with the git, and I will not hear you talking like this about her. Apologize right now. James had glared at Harry. Lily had stared at Harry in horror and shock. No, I will not, Dad, because this is my opinion and I am entitled to it. Hermione is my friend, Dad. She stood by me in my 3rd year when Sirius sent me the firebolt and we were very thrilled, Ron and I. She went to McGonagall and told her, thinking rightly it might have been from Sirius Black, whom all of us at the time thought was a murderer and after me. Ron and I did not speak to her for such a long time, and even though she was miserable and totally alone, she did not regret her decision. In my 4th year, if she had not been with me I would have collapsed. She kept my sanity for the first task. And in my 7th year, she was already going out with Ron and still chose to stay with me when Ron was angry I was not doing enough and stormed away to Bill's place. She fought with him and she stayed even though she was so miserable without him, just because she could not let me break with the huge burden I was already facing. She knew I would have broken and would have had no clue what to do, had she packed her bags and gone with Ron, who was so angry and accused her of choosing me over him before he left. Harry glared at his sobbing mother. I had Voldemort in my head, Mum. My friends did not desert me and I won. He was only friends with Avery and Mulciber. Yes, that was wrong and he was a bigoted git with twisted ideas. But where was anyone to whom he could look up and take guidance from? The only girl he respected was so high up there he was lost. Hermione had had tears rolling down her eyes as she listened to Harry, whom she loved like the brother she had never had. She had known Harry appreciated her help and that he loved her too, but this was the first time she had heard him speak so openly. He was still extremely closed about his feelings and sometimes even Ginny had trouble understanding him. She could read him like a book, though. Ron had no answers to that and Harry had turned and glared at Dumbledore. He came to you because he was desperate and you used him very nicely, didn't you? Never respecting him as a human being. All because he hated one Harry Potter and he was frustrated and foolish enough to become a Death Eater and ask only for Lily's life. You never trusted him and told him what he needed to know, and ultimately you did not even give him the satisfaction that he had done his duty to the girl he had loved by telling him I would live through the curse. For 16 years he had put his life in danger, and he died without the knowledge both about the Elder Wand and thinking he had failed Lily Evans because all his efforts could not save her boy. Harry, I could hardly tell him everything. It would have been dangerous to him. Dumbledore had pleaded weakly, still in shock about Harry's statements about his choices regarding his sister. Yeah, you could not. You could tell me about the prophecy and the Horcruxes even though I had no skill in occlumency, but you could not take an oath from him and reveal it to him. Especially when he had been doing so much for so long. You thought Draco, his mother and his father worth saving, but not Snape. Lucius Malfoy never ever repented becoming a Death Eater, and all of them would have stayed loyal to Voldemort if Draco had not been targeted. Yet, you did not want to hurt them, and while I can understand Draco, who was just nasty and a bully, I could never accept his parents. It was because of Narcissa Malfoy's manipulations of Kreacher that Sirius died. Lucius Malfoy has killed along with the best of them and done so much harm in the Ministry, and still we don't see you treating them like you did Snape. It had taken all of you 15 years to acknowledge his contributions, and all of you feel indignant he was not thankful enough. All of you beep. Harry had had enough and he had turned and walked away. The last 4 years after that confrontation, Harry had never stepped into the headmaster's office and had stopped discussing his past in any way to his parents, Sirius and Lupin. He spoke to them only about the news in the Daily Prophet and about his children and the Quidditch matches played here and there. No Voldemort, Snape, Dursleys, his work, nothing. He had only pleasant chit-chats, never serious discussions about anything. James and Lily Potter had broken down and Sirius had tried his best to make Harry see sense. Only Lupin had understood what Harry had been trying to put across, because that was how he had been treated because he was a werewolf, and he never tried to convince Harry that the way they had treated Snape was okay. Harry himself had reacted the way he had because he had seen a lot of himself in Snape. He too had been given no information and had not been trusted until it was too late. No one had told him that Snape had been friends with his mother. No one had told him about the connections he had with Voldemort, and he had lost Sirius because of that. Dumbledore had also made him fight his battle alone. He could have done so much better and saved a lot of those who had died if only he had been allowed to tell certain members of the Order under a magical oath about the Horcruxes and asked for their help, and also have a united front in fighting Voldemort. Snape alone would have helped him with searching out the Horcruxes had he known about them. All this secrecy Harry had felt only made the already tough task colossal. It had been sheer luck he had won and had destroyed all the Horcruxes. So when he had realized Dumbledore had played with Snape just like he had with him, he had seen red and had lashed out at everyone. He also meant every word he had spoken to his mother. He knew that support from your people and your closest circle made all the difference between winning and losing anything. Snape had lost that day when he had screamed, "Mudblood," to his mother. Her lack of understanding and support and her ultimatums with a holier-than-thou attitude had made him seek the other side that had already attracted him so much. He was a git, a bully, and very spiteful, but Harry knew he was like that because everyone was like that to him in the first place. Apart from Lily, no one had shown him trust, friendship and love. He had been laughed at for his shabby clothes and hooked nose. Snape did not know the meaning of trust, value and love, and even with Lily he had had it buried so deep in his heart that he had not recognized it or acknowledged it himself. That had been his undoing. Snape had been used just like Harry had been, only he was not fortunate to survive the war because he had no one, unlike Harry who had Hermione, Ron, the Weasleys and the Order with him. Ron had never tried to speak to him about Snape after that day. He avoided Snape and all allied subjects like the plague, and when Harry and Hermione would discuss, Ron and Ginny would sit silently on the sidelines and watch. Now, after dropping off his sons at the King's Cross station, Harry and Ginny reached Godric's Hollow and walked in along with Ron, Hermione, Lily and Hugo. They walked in and Harry and Ron, who had decided to make lunch for the family, went into the kitchen arguing about the merits of Chudley cannons and all that the team that had not won for over a century had to do to come even close to winning the Quidditch Cup. Ginny rolled her eyes and grinned at Hermione. They were sitting in the kitchen and listening to the arguments between the boys. James, Lily, Sirius and Lupin also walked into the kitchen and a more hilarious discussion ensued, and soon all of them were having a delicious lunch. Ron was looking very proud of the aroma that came from the dishes, and Harry was very much amused. They finished chatting and laughing about that season's hopefuls and about which matches they would never want to miss, and slowly they made their way out to the drawing room and settled down with their coffee. "Ah, this is life," Ron groaned in pleasure, taking a sip of his coffee. "Don't you have to go to the Weasleys' Wizarding Wheezes?" James asked him. Ron grinned, shook his head. "No, James the First got the day off. My daughter is going to school for the first time, and it is so long since I met with Harry so leisurely, I decided to bunk." Hermione smiled at her husband and turned to smile at Harry. "You have taken the day off too, today, Harry?" she asked him. "No, Hermione, I will be going in the evening and look at some paperwork, but only for a couple of hours." Harry smiled back at her. They spent time until Harry was to leave, chatting and arguing pleasantly. Just before Harry was to leave for his office, Lily spoke up. Ron, Hermione and Hugo had decided to stay for dinner, and Hermione had decided to accompany Harry to the ministry and look at a few papers herself. She was one of the top officials in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Harry, even today Albus was asking after you, dear," Lily said softly. "Yes, Mum. That is very nice of him," Harry said equally softly and only with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Harry, he wants to meet with you alone and talk to you about something very important," Lily said, persevering. James, Sirius and Lupin were like Ron. They never spoke about Snape and Dumbledore. "I think I will pass, Mum." "Really?" Harry smiled at her, a bit of warning in his voice. "He wants to apologize to you, Harry. Is that too much for him to ask?" Lily asked him, not caring for the warning in his tone. "He need not apologize to me, Mum. He needs to do that to Snape," Harry replied, finality in his tone. "I have nothing against him, Mum." "Then go and see him now. Please, Harry, listen to me this once," Lily pleaded with him. Harry was silent for some time. "Okay, I will see him tonight after I finish with my paperwork, and he had better not sound all-knowing or act as if he had only best intentions in his heart," Harry growled, a bit unfairly because Dumbledore did have the best intentions, only he manipulated everyone to achieve them. "But he did, Harry. He did think the best. Only he lost sight of the fact that he was dealing with persons with human emotions." "So did I," she said very softly. Harry looked sharply at her. "I was so intent on the obvious sense of right and wrong, I committed a blunder that will make me swim in my guilt until the end of time, or until Severus forgives me. As I don't see that happening, I must live with this guilt, Harry. My excuse is I was very young and I was well pathetic," she finished tremulously. Harry nodded sadly. "Yes, Mum, you were very young and you were fighting against the word mudblood to notice more. I do not blame you, but Dumbledore should have been able to see more. He did not, because he too thought Slytherin was not worthy and those in Slytherin were truly bad." "That is not true, Harry," Lily argued with him. No one else was speaking until now when Hermione spoke. "It is true, Lily. I remember Snape's memories where Dumbledore says Snape is brave and that he feels that they sort too early in Hogwarts. I received the worst insults from Slytherin, but even I know that not all Slytherin is bad, just as not all Gryffindor is good. Peter was a Gryffindor and Snape was a Slytherin." She smiled, her eyes showing her understanding at Lily's plight and guilt, but siding with Harry all the same. Lily sighed and left it there lest Harry changed his mind. Dumbledore had been deeply upset and he had withdrawn into himself for many weeks before he even spoke a word to the others. He realized once again the mistakes he had committed in the name of the greater good had made Snape and so many others pay a very heavy price for them. He had sent word to the Malfoy home asking for Snape to come at least once to his portrait, but so far there had been no reply. He had been asking for Harry at regular intervals and he had wanted to grovel to Harry and also enlist his aid in trying to get Snape here to Hogwarts or allow Albus Dumbledore to go to even Malfoy Manor and also seek his salvation. He was willing to do anything to talk to Snape and beg for his forgiveness. But in the last 4 years Snape had not visited even once. Harry had not asked to see Snape. He knew Snape hated him, and to tell the truth Harry himself did not feel any great love for the man. But he had sympathized and shared an empathy with the man for doing so much for so little. Now Harry and Hermione got up a little lazily, promising to come back in a few hours and nodding to his mother's anxious reminder to visit Dumbledore, and went to the fireplace. Harry and Hermione threw a bit of flow powder and flowed straight into the Ministry's Auror office and waved goodbye to Hermione, who took the flow from his office to hers. Harry sat down, and for the next 2 hours there was only silence as Harry waded his way through a lot of paperwork. He was putting his papers away when his flow burnt green and his assistant's head poked out, and seeing him, looked very relieved and asked him to come over urgently. Harry was there the next minute and followed his deputy to a holding cell. He was captured because of very dark activity in one of the remote islands in the Outer Hebrides, and following that trail we were able to capture him. He has not spoken so far, and Veritaserum has no effect on him. Where exactly was this place? Harry asked him, and got the place in one of the remotest corner of the Outer Hebrides. What else did you find there? Harry asked him, frowning. The man was wild-looking and was probably older than Albus Dumbledore. He had snow-white hair that looked unkempt, and he was dressed very shabbily. His eyes were grey, and they were very alert and very bright, and right now they were piercing Harry's face calmly without a hint of fear. What else did you find there? Anything at all? Harry asked, still looking at the man who was looking straight back at him. We found a potion bubbling away in a cauldron, and this chain with a very small time-turner hanging on his neck. The deputy said very helpfully. Harry was now curious. He leaned forward, still not touching the chain or the time-turner, took a careful look at it, and then looked at the man. Sir, there was a huge dark magic registered in the area where you were living. No other magical creature or human wizard or witch was found except you. Do you have anything to say, and could you please tell us what you were most likely researching? The wild man's eyes widened at this line of polite questioning. Harry smiled. If you have a reasonable answer for our query, there is no reason why you cannot get back to what you were doing, he said softly. The man cleared his throat and spoke slowly. I have been researching time-turners, Mr. Potter. Yes, I am responsible for the dark activity, and that was because I was adding certain runes to defeat time, and combined they sparked off dark magic. I meant no harm, sir. The deputy scowled. You could have told me all that. I wouldn't have disturbed Harry. Harry smiled. No matter, Jeff. Have you been successful in creating them though? He asked thoughtfully. I don't know, sir. I have these notes of my ancestor, and they are incomplete at best. I have been trying to fill in the gaps, without much success though. What is this time-turner Jeff removed from you? He asked the one his deputy was holding. Oh, I bought that in a second-hand shop more than a century ago when I started my research for them. This is not real. Harry took it into his hands and examined it, sending his magic to it. The time-turner was so tiny there were only a few grains, maybe only 25 or so. Each grain was round and well-defined. Harry's magic examined it, and there was no magical response, and Harry concluded the man was telling the truth. He asked a few more questions about the potion and the rune combination, and silently agreed that the dark magic was a result of the potion and rune combination and nothing else. He nodded to the old, wild man and was about to hand over the minute time-turner when it slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. Harry, using his seeker reflexes, tried to catch it before it hit the floor. But the time-turner was faster than him, and it hit the floor and broke. Harry wildly tried to grab it and fell on top of it. For a second there was nothing. Then, Harry felt everything spinning away. Glimpses of so many incidents came rushing to him, and he could only stare helplessly and clutch his bursting head. Then he knew no more. Harry woke up after what seemed to be an eternity to the sound of screaming coming from somewhere outside. It was very dark where he was, presumably lying down, and the voice was screeching at him to come out and use the toilet. Boy, the long-forgotten voice screeched, if you don't come now you will have to do without until today evening. Harry was astounded. That sounded like his Aunt Petunia shouting at him when he had been with the Dursleys. Okay. Stay there and wallow in your piss. The smell had better not come out, she threatened, and Harry could hear her stomp away. Harry automatically flicked both his hands, waiting for his wands to fall out. Nothing came. It was very dark and he was terribly disoriented, and the lack of his two wands made him feel very vulnerable. While Harry could do almost everything wandlessly, his wands were a part of him and he felt naked without them. Lumos. Harry flicked his hand and a low light came into his cupboard. Cupboard. He was in No. 4 Privet Drive and in his cupboard. What the hell was happening? Harry trembled with fear, an emotion he had not felt in more than 19 years. Harry flicked his hand once more and a mirror came and floated in front of him. Harry screamed a little when he saw himself and then immediately flicked his shaking hands a bit uncertainly twice and erected a silencing charm and a muggle-repelling one at his cupboard door. He was mighty relieved when the spells worked, forgetting that he had already cast a Lumos and a mirror. He was totally disoriented. For a few minutes Harry simply sat still trying to think and then slowly conjured a steaming cup of tea. He held the hot rich spiced tea in his hands and slowly sipped it, wondering what had happened that had transported him to the bloody cupboard he had thought he had left it forever along with the Dursleys so many years ago, and on top of that he looked like a little boy he had been all those years ago. Suddenly Harry had another thought that made him pale and sweat and his hands trembled so much that all the tea was spilling onto his lap, and Harry was so horrified by his suspicions, he did not even notice the hot liquid spilling onto him, burning his thighs. He flicked his hand and slowly saw the date that shimmered in front of him. His cup slipped from his nerveless hands and crashed to the floor, and Harry just sat there for almost an hour staring at the date. He had gone back in time. He was about to become 11 and receive his Hogwarts letter in a few days. He was here in his cupboard because of speaking to the boa constrictor at the zoo and letting it out, he remembered clearly. That meant Merlin, Voldemort was alive, and so were Bellatrix Lestrange and all his Horcruxes. Then another thought came to him. Sirius. He was alive too, and so were Lupin and Tonks and Fred and Hedwig and Mad-Eye Moody. Merlin. What a joke. Merlin, James, Albus and Lily, his 3 children. Oh no, his children were not yet born and would not be for many years. Harry gave a huge sob when he thought of his 3 kids. They were no longer a part of this world, his world, because they were not born yet. Oh, how terrible. Suddenly Harry's head snapped up. Snape. He was alive too, and Albus Dumbledore. But Harry did not want to see any of them. He wanted to go back to his life with Ginny and the kids. That was what his life was now, and he wanted his family and his children. They were everything now. He did not want to fight the bloody war all over again. He did not want to do anything that might change the future and make him lose his kids or Ginny or Ron and Hermione. He had his parents, Sirius and everyone there. Harry had made his peace with all the deaths starting from Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore, Snape and even Hedwig. Today Albus, his baby boy, would be sorted, and he was here in his 11-year body. He was even going to meet Dumbledore's portrait and sort out everything with him. How could this have happened now? Harry put his head into his hands in despair. The bloody so-called toy Time Turner was real, and it was far more potent than all the Time Turners he had ever read about or heard about. It had transported him 25 years back to a horrible world. A world where none of the mess had even started to happen. A world where Voldemort and all his Horcruxes were alive and kicking, where he had 7 agonizing years before losing everyone again. Before being shattered once again and then slowly picking up the pieces of his life, dealing with his guilt over Hedwig and Lupin and Snape and all the others who had died. What truly scared Harry was the lack of knowledge about Time Turners, and scarier was the fact that what was known about them was very disturbing. Time Turners were not to be used lightly. Definitely not for more than a few hours at a stretch. After Harry's fight at the Department of Mysteries in his 5th year, all the Time Turners had been completely destroyed. It was many years later that the Department of Mysteries managed to create Time Turners, though not small ones like Harry had stupidly broken, and only those that could turn time for a few hours at a time. Harry had one of those Time Turners himself at his home. He used them for an hour or two when he had a lot of paperwork. But never on assignment, and never when he was hunting Death Eaters or other fugitives. Too much could go wrong because of time, and Harry had never wanted to risk anything by cheating time to win. He knew they would stand to lose a lot more. Now he was caught in a web of total uncertainty, and Harry was so scared he was sweating profusely as he sat there in the small glow of his Lumos that still had not extinguished. There were so many what-ifs. What if he never married Ginny and had his 3 kids came at the top and would not go away to be replaced with other equally frightening thoughts? For Harry, the loss of his family was the greatest change that could happen in this time. He knew how much ever he tried to keep everything the same, all the bloody same, things had a way of changing and going out of control. Harry couldn't stop the tears that ran down his face. Only that morning 25 years, a quarter of a century later, he had comforted his young son. What if time changed in such a way he never saw his children again? He was not so worried about not seeing Ginny, he would after all next year, but he was worried if they would have the same chemistry once again. If they did not, then he had seen the last of his kids. He had lost them. Now the tears poured and Harry sobbed with fear and grief as he sat there all day and all through the night, the Muggle-repelling charm keeping his aunt and her family away. He went to sleep still crying and very tired, and woke up all disoriented the next morning and felt wretched once again when he remembered where he was. Albus would have been sorted. But no, wait, there was no James, Albus or Lily. Yet, still, they were the future. Harry trembled and he prayed to everything that was magic and omnipotent to march through this time and have his kids once again. Have his wife and his family and his sanity and his happiness. Then he wiped his eyes and squared his shoulders. There was no use crying over this because there was no way to go back, and Harry did not want to go to the Department of Mysteries and search for time turners. It would be his luck to go to a future where Ginny and everyone had died and only he was alive. Harry had that kind of luck after all. Harry had only two options. To sit tight and let everything happen as it did in the past. Allow Sirius to rot in Azkaban for 2 more years. Let Wormtail escape in his third. Allow Cedric and all the others to die, and then he would win the war with Voldemort and get on with his life. Harry smiled bitterly. He knew that this was never an option. It was time for the second act of his miserable life to begin, and Harry knew this time everything would change. He would take everything thrown at him, anything if only he could have his kids again. But he would plan later. Now he would have to get through the bloody day being his aunt's house elf. He flicked his hand. At least he thought he had his knowledge and his skills. Suddenly his eyes widened. He flicked his hand and enlarged his cupboard and concentrated for a second, and then there was no Harry but a phoenix, a viper and a stag. Harry transformed into himself once again and breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went through all his spells and his shields, the occlumency that came to him in his 7th year and one he had practiced very hard and now had impeccable occlumency shields. Then he brought back the cupboard to its original size once again, sighing in relief. Now, this time around, he knew all about wards and also about how he had been protected here and how he could move around them if he needed to without alerting one Albus Dumbledore about it. Also, the Ministry of Magic had no way of registering wandless magic and he was safe. He also knew Albus had no instrument to record magic performed here, and the reason he had got caught with the hover charm of Dobby's that had made the cake fall on the Dursleys' guest and bloating Aunt Marge was because of magic was performed in both instances in the presence of a Muggle. So he was safe. He cancelled all the charms and waited for his aunt to open the door and allow him to the bathroom. He also vanished the teacup with the tea and sat there. Half an hour later his aunt came without shouting and just a little guiltily because she had forgotten about the freak living in the cupboard. "Come out, boy." She was surprised not to smell anything. She had come with her fingers pinching her nose and looking around in distaste, and then was very surprised. Harry acted faint and stumbled out, closing his eyes to the bright light outside, and went to the bathroom and cast a Muggle-repelling charm on the door. A moment later he heard his aunt go down muttering confusedly to herself. Harry grinned bitterly. How much he had suffered, all because Albus Bloody Dumbledore thought Harry's fame would get to his head. Harry had blown a fuse and destroyed a few more items in the headmaster's office, only it was the headmistress's office at that time, and he had half-scorched Dumbledore's portrait when he had learned of it. Dumbledore had placidly told him that a few weeks in a year would have done the trick, but he had not wanted Harry to fall prey to fame. Harry had stared disbelievingly at him and told him, well, shouted, screamed and ranted at him for a good half an hour why fickle fame would have been far better for him than the humbling experience of the Dursleys. Dumbledore had been shocked. He had known Harry's life had been less than perfect, but Harry's bitter grief had wounded him deeply. Of course that would be nothing once Snape's portrait came on the scene. He stood for a long time under the shower and let the hot water run down. A small flick from his hand ensured the water to remain hot all the time. Then Harry soaked his dirty smelly clothes and flicked his hand, blessing his wandless ability, and looked on as they washed and dried by themselves. Harry turned off the shower, removed the charm from the shower nozzle that would heat the water as it sprinkled out, and dried himself by conjuring a nice towel. Then he put on his clothes, looking at his skinny and starved body in distaste, and dressed in the shabby but much cleaner rags of Dudley, and cancelled the Muggle-repelling charm. In 3 minutes his aunt came screeching to find Harry looking very small and tired and sitting on the toilet seat. She shouted at him, asking him to come out, and pointed to the kitchen and placed a plate with 2 slices of bread, a very thin piece of ham and some stale cheese, and told him to take a glass of water from the tap. Harry silently did all that she said and ate the very insufficient meal. He frowned as he bent his head down over his plate and realized he had to do something about this. For more than 20 years he had been accustomed to good food, and he could hardly swallow this crap without retching. But before that he had to take care of his Hogwarts letter that was due to come in a few days' time. Harry finished his meal and with a very slight flick of his hand made his aunt send him to his cupboard for the rest of the day. There Harry conjured a hot cup of good coffee and with a Muggle-repelling charm sat down to think about his kids and the good life he had lost. As he slowly sipped his coffee, Harry realized that this time around it would be different for a variety of reasons. One, he knew about the future that had been written already, and he also knew about all the deaths that would take place, so it was his duty to try his best and prevent those deaths as much as he could, and more importantly also make sure that, because fate was cheated of taking the lives of all these persons who would die in the next 7 years, she would not take away new ones. He knew by changing fate he was venturing once again into the unknown, and he would not be prepared because the consequences would be different and even frightening. But that would not allow him to allow Sirius to languish in jail, or allow Snape to kill Dumbledore, or Barty Crouch Jr. to kill his father and make a portkey of the Triwizard Cup and ensure Cedric's death. That was what scared Harry. The moment he changed a single thing, even Hagrid coming for him, he would be stepping into the unknown. But just because it was the unknown, he could not let Sirius rot in Azkaban and allow everyone to die so that Harry could have his life back again. His lips twisted humorlessly. The choice was so easy. Once again fate had told him he did not deserve the happiness he had been having or the control he had over his own life. She did not want either for Harry, and so she had cast him once again into this mess. He cursed once again about coming back in time and do all that he did once again. He was not the same Harry. He did not know how in the name of heaven he was going to strike a friendship with Ron, and then Hermione, and later Ginny. Harry groaned as he vanished his cup and lay down in the cupboard. He felt so helpless and so unsure, 2 emotions he had almost forgotten in the long years of calm, quiet and content living. Tears came to his eyes and flowed once again when he realized what his actions would bring, uncertainty for the future and the almost sure realization that his kids were a part of his memory and nothing more. If only he could be sure that he and Ginny would get together this time too and have James, Albus and Lily. Harry knew he would walk over hot coals, face Voldemort another 3 times with his Horcruxes thrown in, anything. But he was not sure. He did not know how a 36-year-old Harry, who would become 41-year-old Harry, would woo and marry Ginny. A sob came from him. He was so confused, he really did not know what to think. He had been so happy. Harry slept off and woke up at around dinner time and removed the Muggle-repelling spells. Within 10 minutes his aunt opened the door and told him sternly that he could come out of his cupboard, but no funny tricks. Harry nodded passively and went to the kitchen to make dinner. As he set the table, Vernon and Dudley waddled in and Harry saw them for the first time in over 20 years. He did not realize he had been staring until his uncle snapped at him. "Why are you staring, boy?" "Nothing, uncle. I am sorry," Harry mumbled automatically. Apparently all these years had not erased the first miserable 10 years of his life. Harry looked around cautiously and went to the kitchen and sat by himself and ate the pitiful stuff his aunt had given him. "May I help myself to a glass of water from the kitchen tap?" Harry asked very softly. He got a nod before his aunt went back to piling food on her, Dudder's, plate, and Harry, nauseated by the amount of food on Dudley's plate, left quickly. The first thing Harry decided as he cleaned, actually they cleaned by themselves, Harry only had his hands in the soap water, would be to ensure he received his Hogwarts letter without any fuss and all the drama and his aunt's special speech like last time. With that in mind, Harry searched for a few spells in his mind and finally came up with a combination of 3 spells that would make the Dursleys very eager to send him to Hogwarts. He needed to charm only Petunia and Vernon. Dudley did not know about the world of magic and so he would not be included in the charm. He had even stopped calling them aunt and uncle when he was about 19. Harry scowled. He went into the drawing room and cast his 3 spells at Petunia first, and suddenly changing his mind he only placed a listening and a mild compulsion charm on Vernon. She turned to frown at him for daring to walk across the drawing room where her family was relaxing, and her frown let up when she saw Harry went straight to the cupboard. Then another thought apparently hit her and her eyes widened. "Boy," she called loudly. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Harry stood there deferentially. "How old are you now?" "I will be 11 years this July, Aunt Petunia." Her eyes narrowed and she shooed him away to go back to his cupboard. Harry went into his cupboard, placing an eavesdropping spell on the drawing room as he went. He sat down there conjuring a cup of cold water. After the dry meal he had been forced to have, he wanted only water, and sipping it slowly, he listened in on the conversation in the drawing room. "Dudley pet, why don't you go to the kitchen where Mummy has made a nice chocolate cake for my dudders? You may watch the TV, there pet." Dudley would not have answered but for the chocolate cake. He grunted. That was his answer, and he stood up and waddled to the kitchen table. It seems to have made his mother extraordinarily proud that her pet listened to her. She ignored the fact that it was the chocolate cake that made Dudley react so intelligently and obediently. Harry snorted and scowled as he listened to his aunt. How much he had heard and how much he had felt unwanted and bewildered that his aunt, his mother's sister, had treated him like a South Avenue. Well, not this time. Harry shook his head angrily and listened as his aunt began whispering to his uncle. "Vernon, put off the TV, I want to discuss something that will help us take Potter off our hands 10 months in a year," she whispered urgently, not realizing that until then both of them had decided to make sure that they would do everything to make sure that Harry would not be magical. They would, if necessary, even beat the magic out of their freakish nephew. "What is it, love?" asked Vernon. "Potter is 11. She got a letter when she was 11 too. I don't think this disease can be cured by us, Vernon. If we allow Potter to leave for his freakish school, then he will be there for 10 months in a year, and after his 7 years, he will be here for only 1 year until he is 18, and then he will be gone from our lives forever. This is surely better than having him here and hiding him from our neighbors. He will get the letter one of these days. I suggest we tell him to go." Vernon was quiet for a few minutes, making Harry sweat. Maybe he had not cast the charm properly, he thought, groaning when Vernon spoke. "That is the best idea you have come up with, my pet. We will do that, and no need to tell Dudders now. Or even the blasted boy. We will speak very casually about it, as if it is no big thing, and tell him to leave. How is that?" "Lovely." And Harry cancelled the spell when he heard sounds of keying and a slight groaning from Vernon. He did not need those images for Merlin's sake, he thought, and shuddered. The next few days went by slowly, and it was 2 weeks later in fact that the Hogwarts letter came. All of them were sitting for breakfast when the letters came. "Boy, go and get the mail," Venom told him from behind the newspaper. Dudley, who had already been enrolled into Smeltings, smirked at him. Harry rolled his eyes and went to get the mail. He saw the familiar letter that had come only a month or so ago to his son, and his heart felt very tight all of a sudden. He picked it up and went to the dining room. He was now allowed to sit at the table as his official punishment was over, and he sat there, and placing the mail by his uncle's plate, went to his own place and removed his letter and opened it swiftly. "Mum, look, the freak had got a letter," Dudley said in between huge bites. Petunia and Vernon looked at each other and waited for Harry to finish reading the letter, and then Harry looked up apparently amazed. "Someone has sent me a joke, Aunt Petunia," he said, and tucked it into his baggy pants. "Give me the letter," his aunt said crisply. "I know what it is." Harry silently gave her the letter. His aunt read the letter. She felt a burst of jealousy burn through her. Then she clamped down on her feelings and attended to the matter on hand. "Potter, this is not a joke," she started. Dudley was shocked into not eating by his mother's almost polite words to the freak. "What? But Aunt Petunia, that letter says I am a wizard," Harry exclaimed, properly shocked and taken aback. She nodded jealously and distastefully. "Your mother was one too, a witch I mean, and your father was a wizard. They foolishly died because they were freaks and stupid, and after they died the old fool of a man sent you here," she said, not realizing she had used the words witch and wizard, words none of the Dursleys would have dared to use in the past. "Boy, now listen to me. You will go to this school and make sure you stay there the whole year. If they can keep you during the summer, then you will opt for that also." "All right," Vernon said, growling and staring at Harry. Harry nodded his head, his eyes wide with shock and amazement. "How will I write to tell them I am coming there?" Harry asked his aunt, and slightly flicking his finger at her. "You write a letter and we will take you to London, to a place where all the freaks meet, and you can find out there, and also ask this Dumbledore for money to buy all this. We will not be supporting your purchases for the freakish school," she added, earning Vernon's approval. "I have work tomorrow and you be ready by 8, boy." He snapped and turned to his paper. Dudley looked at this strange conversation with shock. "I will explain everything to you, Popkins. Now you concentrate on your breakfast," his aunt cooed, making Harry sick. He asked for the letter to take it with him to his cupboard. His aunt folded the letter and placed it inside the envelope and then paled. "Vernon, look at this. Are they watching?" "They must be," she said, showing the cover that had been addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. Vernon Dursley pompously took the cover and paled. This, what is this, Petunia? How could they know?" His aunt wrung her hands. "I really don't get it." She turned to Harry. "Get all your things from the cupboard and shift to the small bedroom. Now," she barked, and Harry ran. "Mum," Dudley wailed, "why does the freak get to stay in my second bedroom? It's unfair. I don't want to give it to him. Popkins, I will explain it to you, and Mummy will give you a special treat for being so understanding, won't we, Vernon?" "Of course, Petunia. Bring Dudders in the afternoon to London and we will have a nice treat for him. We can come back after dinner and Potter can take the bus home by himself." Harry grimaced bitterly as the Dursleys chatted and petted Dudley. This was home, and according to Dumbledore, and he thought that Harry was away from the fame that would have made his head big. Though the Dursleys did not like magic, that was a euphemism, if ever Harry heard one, and they did not like Harry very much. Dumbledore in all his wisdom had felt Harry would be fine here. Harry softly snorted to himself and settled down in the second bedroom. He first sensed for any magical spell and found nothing, just as Dumbledore had told him. He relaxed and put away his meager stuff into an old cupboard, and using wandless magic, cleaned the bed, the sheets and the pillow and its cover. He also tidied the bookshelf, and placing a Muggle-repelling ward, summoned a notebook that was on the bookshelf and a pencil, and looked pensively at the wall in front of him. The greatest factor in ensuring that nothing would go like it did the first time was himself, thought Harry as he chewed the pencil. He had changed so much. He was 36 years after all, and he had cast killing curses, and he was no innocent that went with so much hope to the station at King's Cross. Nor was he so naive as he was before to accept everything at face value, and following all the traits he had developed at the Dursleys of not asking questions. The only scars he visibly carried from his earlier shunned existence at the Dursleys was that he was still very protective and much closed about his feelings, and he knew that apart from Hermione no one could read him completely. Not even Ginny. Ron could very vaguely sense his mood shifts at times, but he was pretty clueless and never knew how to act upon his suspicions. Now, knowing so much of the future, Harry knew the priority was rescuing Sirius from the hell on Earth. Azkaban. By doing that alone, he was changing the future where Sirius escaped only in his third year. Harry sighed and put his head on the desk and lay down there, grieving for his kids, Ginny and his life, until evening. He got up feeling hungry and cancelled the charms, and not 5 minutes later his aunt called him down to prepare dinner. Harry went down feeling wretched, and he prepared dinner in record time and ate silently, and then, cleaning the dishes in the kitchen in no time, walked up when his uncle reminded him about leaving the next day to London. "Be ready by 8, boy. You will find your way back from there. We will not be buying you your things. You will have to contact the school from there. Ask anyone and they will tell you how. Ask them to pay for your things. Tell them you are an orphan, all right. That will do the trick." Harry felt a sudden rage coming over him. But he simply nodded and left upstairs and lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking of his old life. He slipped away to sleep. At 7:30 in the morning his aunt woke him up and yelled at him to get ready. Harry was down in 10 minutes' time, and his uncle told him to wait by the car. Harry went bitterly to the car. Apparently his aunt and uncle felt he could beg his way from breakfast until lunch and even dinner. In 10 minutes his uncle came out and Harry got in at the back and his uncle drove silently until they reached London. His aunt had told Vernon to drop him off very near the Leaky Cauldron, giving him specific instructions because Vernon would not be able to see the pub. Petunia could not see either, but she knew the place because she had gone very reluctantly with her parents to shop for Lily. Harry got down and shut the door. "Make sure you get back home today night or tomorrow morning," his uncle told him before he drove away. Harry watched him drive away and he wandlessly cast a notice me not charm and an obscure but a very nifty charm that Hermione had created in the future that would keep his aura and himself very inconspicuous against magic eyes like those of Mad Eye's magical eyes. He walked to the Leaky Cauldron and stepped inside. There are many people sitting and chatting quietly, the aroma of lovely hot food spread all over the pub and making Harry's mouth water. But he could not order anything until he had the money, and so Gringotts was his first destination. He waited outside near the entrance to Diagon Alley and about 15 minutes later the bricks opened from the other side and a few giggling witches made their way out of Diagon Alley and into the Leaky Cauldron, and they did not notice a boy who slipped past them. The said boy with a cap on his head to hide both the scar and his messy black hair went once again into Diagon Alley to purchase everything to start his school years all over again. Harry stepped into Diagon Alley and walked briskly towards Gringotts. Diagon Alley was a bit subdued compared to the years after the war when it had slowly picked up itself and then had blossomed. The last 3 to 4 years Diagon Alley was a bustling center with huge businesses, all making a hefty profit. Harry noticed all this as he walked towards the white structure of the Wizarding Bank. He smiled a little at the goblins standing guard and went inside and chose a counter that was not only empty but also had no one at the counters on each side. He walked up to the goblin that sneered at him and smiled and pushed a piece of paper towards it. "My name is Harry James Potter and I wish to speak to you in private." "Harry." The goblin looked at Harry and its eyes flicked to Harry's forehead and looked at his face again. Harry had removed all the charms once he had stepped into the banks, not needing to have the goblins suspicious at him. Seeing the goblin trying to peer at his scar, Harry obliged and lifted his cap slightly and pushed his hair. The goblin's eyes flicked to his scar once again and it nodded. "Place a drop of blood on this parchment," it said, removing another parchment and snapping its fingers at the parchment and handed it to Harry. Harry saw that the parchment had the name of Harry James Potter written on it. The goblin handed over a small knife when it saw Harry was looking at his finger and trying to cut it with a small pencil he had found in his pocket. "Thanks," Harry told it, and did not see the goblin raise its eyebrows at the single word. No one generally spoke to the goblins with so much casual acceptance. Harry returned the knife and placed a drop of blood on the parchment and watched the goblin examine it, and then the goblin got up and gestured Harry to follow him and went down the long aisle and into a room. "Yes, Mr. Potter, what can I do for you?" the goblin asked. "First off, I would like to know about my vaults. My family after the death of my parents are muggles and they have not told me anything except to inquire here, sir," Harry replied politely. The goblin muttered something and snapped its fingers and Harry's statements appeared on the table. The goblin looked through it and then lifted its head and looked at Harry. "You have 2 vaults, yours and your parents' vault, Mr. Potter. Some of the money is in your vault and the rest in your parents' vault." "How do I access them, sir?" Harry asked. The goblin frowned. "Don't you have your key, Mr. Potter?" Harry shook his head. "Very well." It snapped its finger again and another goblin appeared, and after a whispered conversation with the goblin sitting in front of Harry, left the room and shortly with 2 keys. "These are the keys to your vaults, Mr. Potter. Please keep them safely." "Sir," Harry asked hesitantly, "my aunt told me my parents had a house. Do you have any details of their home and any other assets they might have had?" "You have one property called Godric's Hollow in Wales, Mr. Potter. All relevant papers are in your parents' vault," it told Harry, looking through some files, all marked Potter. "May I request you to keep my coming here very confidential, and I also need something to withdraw both Wizarding and Muggle money without having to come to the bank every time." "Is there something for that?" Harry asked the goblin, his eyes wide and innocent. "Yes, Mr. Potter. There is, and I will give you a pouch that will turn to a wallet when you want to use it in the Muggle world. I will also bind it to you, so that it will never get lost or misplaced. All you have to do is to state from where you wish the money to come from. your vault or your parents, and it will come into your pouch from there. Harry nodded in satisfaction. Now he had got over the accessing of money properly. He was safe and did not need to depend on Mrs. Weasley or Bill to get money every time for him. And he fervently hoped he would never antagonize the goblins as he had for getting into Bellatrix's vault, and hoped he had a better way of getting the Horcrux. Harry thanked the goblin and went out to go to both his vaults, and he came face to face with Griphook. He smiled at the goblin, who scowled at Harry before silently leading him down to his vault first. It was the same as last time, and Harry opened it, and then he walked around and picked up a few galleons, and walking out he nodded to Griphook to tell him he was finished here and would now like to visit his parents' vault. They went down to where Harry parents' vaults were, and Harry went inside, telling Griphook he would be there for some time. His vault was actually his father's, opened by his grandfather, when James Potter came of age. This had been his family vault. There were some valuable items, many books, some of them rare, and a lot of money. There were also his family portraits. All of them had been sealed when they had been placed in the vault, and to unseal them Harry had to use the Marauder's password, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and the portraits would come alive. But Harry did not want to do that because he was not supposed to know the word Marauder, let alone their password. So he looked at his parents, Sirius and Remus and Peter, and let all of them remain, even though he wanted to blast off Wormtail off the wall. He smiled at all of them and shook his fist and cursed at Pettigrew, and then walked around feeling at home for the first time after he had come to the past, and went to a dark corner of the vault, conjured a few vials, and transformed into his animagus form of a phoenix. He shook out 2 feathers and then pecked himself and carefully collected a few drops his blood into a conjured vial. Next came his tears, and that went into another vial. Harry changed back and, without healing his cut, transformed once again into his second animagus form of a viper and released a little bit of his venom into a very small shallow basin. Then he slowly lifted his body and dropped the viper's blood into another shallow basin, and then transformed back once again. Then once again Harry transformed into a stag and some blood and tail hair. Harry was done. Though it was Harry, even when he transformed, he had the properties of his animagus forms, something he did not have when he was Harry. While he would have great healing properties, Harry in his phoenix form could take the killing curse and be born. In his human, or his other 2 animagus forms, he could get killed. The combinations of all of these into 2 wands would not only bind the wands to him, but would also make any curse or hex coming from them extremely powerful. Harry figured he had a phoenix form because he had taken a killing curse 2 times and had survived. He finally added his own blood to another conjured vial, and he was ready to leave his vault. He healed his cut wandlessly, and placing all the now sealed vials carefully into his pockets, Harry walked out. With various ingredients Harry was ready to craft his wands, 2 of them. He would not go to Ollivander but to another wand crafter in Knockturn Alley. He went up with Griphook and thanking him, which brought another scowl to the irate goblin's face, and sauntered out into the bright sunlight of the day. He did not go shopping directly but went into a small alley and placed a lot of charms wandlessly on himself. He first made himself look a little older and changed his battered coat into a thick robe, carefully removing the vials first, and changed his hair and eye color. He also made his dark brown hair stick to his forehead as a thick fringe over his scar. Harry, satisfied with his changes, walked out of the alley and into the main street at Diagon Alley casually, placing a Notice Me Not charm on himself. No one gave him a second look, and he went first back to the Leaky Cauldron and had a huge meal. Then he waited for a few minutes and went back into Diagon Alley when a group of people went in. Harry first went to buy a trunk. He got himself a 7-compartment one with many secret places and heavily warded against magical eyes and other devices. From there he visited the stationery shop and loaded himself with parchment, quills and everything he might need. The next stop was to Madame Malkin's. Harry purchased a lot robes, muggles' clothes and undergarments and placed them in his new trunk. Shrinking his trunk that only needed him to place his hands on a particular place on the trunk, Harry went to Flourish and Blots and stocked up on all his first-year texts as given in his Hogwarts letter, and then went and purchased a great many books on defense, potions, occlumency, legilimency, mind magics, charms, transfiguration, animagus and runes. Placing all of them in his trunk and walking out, Harry went to Ilops, and his heart lifted when he saw Hedwig there. Harry went straight to her and held out his arm silently, his eyes shining as he looked at her, his heart bursting with love looking at his first faithful friend. To the surprise of the shopkeeper, Hedwig sailed down and settled on Harry's hand. "Well, that bird has never done that," the shopkeeper gasped, astounded by the behavior of the snowy white bird that had been slightly sullen and refusing everyone until now. Harry smiled a genuine smile for the first time since he had come back to the past and paid for the bird. "I will call you Hedwig. Do you like your name?" he asked while the shopkeeper was counting the change. Hedwig hooted softly and nipped Harry affectionately on his ear. She was perched on his shoulder and looked very content there. Harry also bought a nice cage and a smart perch for her and lots of owl treats. He placed the cage and the packets of owl treats into his trunk, shrunk it and left. "I won't let you die this time, Hedwig. Not if I can help it," Harry murmured fiercely, his brown eyes very bright. "Wait for at the Leaky Cauldron, will you? I have some work at Knockturn Alley and I will collect you on my way back," he murmured to her, and Hedwig hooted and flew away, her white wings soaring high in the air. Harry watched her for a minute, his heart full, and then turned away and walked briskly into Knockturn Alley. He went straight inside the narrow dark alley and walked for a few minutes before he came to a shop that said, "Akernick's Wand Crafters since 682 AD. Harry stepped into the store and walked to the counter. There was a young man there, the same man whom Harry had seen after 15 years to have his second wand crafted with the same ingredients he had now with him in his vials. Harry had been introduced to this wand crafter by one of his deputies who had his wand crafted by Akernick's and swore by him. Harry had gone with his contributions from himself and his various animagus transformations and had his wand crafted. That wand had felt so powerful and harmonious, even more than his holly wand, a feat Harry had not thought possible until then. After wielding this wand, the holly wand slowly became the second wand and this wand the primary one. Now Harry went to the counter and spoke to Akernick's. "I have some blood and snake venom, some tail hair and 2 phoenix feathers. I would like to have 2 wands crafted with them, please. Would you be able to do it for me?" Akernick simply nodded. "It will take a couple of hours. Find the wood from the pile there and give me the ingredients here." Harry went to the pile of wood and closed his eyes and ran his hands through the different pieces of wood kept there, and his hand unerringly picked out a piece of wood that felt very right in his hands. Harry opened his eyes to see it was holly. No surprises there, he thought, and Harry took the log of wood to the wand crafter. "I will come back in a couple of hours from now." Akernick's nodded, already frowning over the holly. Harry left the wand shop and went a little deeper and came to an apothecary that a little tucked inside, almost into another smaller alley of the main Knockturn Alley. Harry walked briskly inside and ordered a list of normal school requirements and also other ingredients, most of them on the banned list and very dubious. He paid for them and went straight into the next shop that was a book shop. This was not like Flourish and Blots, but a book shop devoted to the dark arts and other darker aspects of magic. He walked around and collected a number of books and was about to make his way back when his eyes fell on a book that was a goldmine. Self-Updating Book of Spells. Harry lifted that book reverentially and turned the pages inside. They were blank. "No one has ever succeeded to bring the print onto the pages, sir." A soft voice spoke next to Harry, startling him. "Nevertheless, I would like to try my luck. Otherwise I may sell it back here, may I not?" The old lady who had spoken to him nodded and smiled. "That is what everyone who has taken this book from here does. They return it in about a month or 2 after trying everything to get it to open, for it is very expensive." Harry smiled back at her and then paid for the books, and opening his trunk, placed them there and shrinking it once more, went back to the wand shop and sat down on a stool there waiting for his wands to be completed. Harry waited for half an hour before the wand crafter finished the final polish on his wand and looked up at Harry. "You have brought an unusual combination for your wands. I think they will be very powerful and also binding to you and you alone." Harry nodded and he slowly took the first wand in his hand. The wand hummed in his hand and then lay still. Harry gave it an experimental wave and red, gold, green and silver sparks came out in a riotous swirl of color. Harry repeated the process with the other wand and then smiled truly for the second time in the day. He paid the wand crafter and then went out and walked to the Leaky Cauldron, and motioning Hedwig to stay concealed, Harry went inside. Tom was there cleaning glasses and he looked up with a smile when Harry entered. Harry looked around the leaky cauldron as he approached the counter, and Harry was mildly shocked when he saw Quirrell sitting at one corner of the room and nursing a drink, a few others sitting around talking about various items in Transfiguration Today, the Potions Journal Fortnightly and so on. "Hello. I am planning to go off on a trekking trip and I don't want to keep apparating here or to my kitchen or cook in the tent for food every day. How about packing some assorted stuff for about 2 weeks? Do you do all that? I am oldie back." Tom was thrilled. This was big business. He nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, sir. I can do all that." "Full meals, you mean? Breakfast, lunch and dinner?" he asked. "The works. Oh, and I would like something to eat now." "In a moment, sir," Tom said happily, and Harry went to one of the front tables very far away from Quirrell. By the time Harry had finished his very full combination of tea and dinner, Tom was ready. Harry went up to the counter to pay and Tom smiled widely at him. "Well, Mr. Back, see this bag here. All you have to place 5 nuts for tea, 6 for coffee, a sickle for breakfast, lunch or dinner. This bag will transfer the money here and I will place whatever you want into the same bag and you will receive it. Breakfast, lunch or dinner will be according to time, and if you don't want to eat for a day, don't put the money in. Place the empty plates into the pouch and I will receive it back. You will have to pay for 1 set of plates, cutlery and cups and saucers now. If you break or lose them, then you will pay for whatever items you have broken in addition to your meal. That is all." Harry smiled as widely as Tom. "This is fantastic. Will I be able to use it even after the 2 weeks, if I get bored of my own cooking?" "Yes, sir. This is meant for bachelors usually, and also for anyone who wishes to have a day off from the kitchen. This will work for as long as you would like." Harry heaved a sigh of relief. Food was taken care of. Hedwig was alive once again and he had ready access to the money. He had 2 wands that would work only for him. At least the basic things were going smoothly so far, Harry thought, crossing his fingers and knocking on the wooden tabletop. Harry smiled his thanks to Tom and went out and apparated behind some bushes behind the small park in Little Whinging. Removing his disguise there, he slowly walked to his aunt's home. The house was locked and Harry opened the door wandlessly and then locked it behind him. He walked up to his room and cast a Notice Me Not charm at the door and also a Muggle-repelling charm just to be safe. Then he unpacked everything and arranged his trunk, leaving only his books outside. He enlarged the perch and watched with happiness as Hedwig flew and sat on it, hooting softly with pleasure. He placed Muggle-repelling charm on his trunk and his books and placed a sickle into the pouch and was rewarded by steaming hot dinner. Harry ate, not minding the fact he had had a very late tea, and relaxed for some time thinking of everything as he sat there on his chair. When it was completely dark, Harry stood up and stretched. He had already sent his reply to McGonagall carefully using Muggle paper and pen and not parchment. "Dear Professor McGonagall, I am writing to tell you that I will be attending the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in September this year. Thank you for admitting me into your school. Yours sincerely, Harry Potter." Harry had looked at it and felt it was pretty much okay. If it wasn't, well, that was okay too, he supposed. He had sent it off with Hedwig, patting her and cuddling her, almost cooing to her. He had not realized how much he had missed Hedwig until he saw her once again. This almost made his unscheduled trip to the past worth the while. Almost. After sending off the letter, Harry had sat there on his chair putting his face into his hands for a long time. What he would be doing next would change the future totally. Harry sighed from the depths of his soul and then changed into his phoenix form and with a soft trill disappeared. He appeared in a small village called Ottery Street. Catchpole. Harry transformed once again and casting an invisibility charm on himself, walked to the burrow. He stopped outside the wards and slowly scrutinized them. They were very ordinary, only basic protection wards and Muggle-repelling ones. Only later, after the resurrection of Voldemort, would stronger wards be added, he knew. Harry slowly worked his way through them, immensely thankful he had this knowledge with him when he was thrown to the past and was soon inside the wards of the burrow. His heart was beating very fast as he approached what had been his second home since his summer vacation before second year at Hogwarts. This was also where his best friend and his wife lived. Whether she would be his wife this time and if he would share the same relation with Ron, Harry did not know, and it was all this that was killing him inside. While he could save many of the lives that had been lost before because of Dumbledore's foolish inactive policies, they came at a very high price. By coming here he had just sacrificed that part of his life unless a miracle would happen. But leaving Sirius for 2 more years until he escaped and imprisoning him for another 2 at Grimmauld Place was never an option, really. Harry knew he would not be able to live with the guilt, that to have Ginny and his kids as before he would knowingly allow so many people to die, and he had not even started thinking about Snape, Draco and the other Slytherins. Harry had met initially with Draco, Pansy and a few others after the death of Voldemort, and slowly he had understood the extent to which Snape had protected all of them. Harry knew with very little power and hardly no standing and no money, Snape could not and did not dare do more. Harry had met Draco for the first time about 5 years after the death of Voldemort. He was already an Auror and married to Ginny. They had met when he had come watch his wife at the Quidditch match. Harry was also there along with Hermione and Ron to cheer Ginny, and spotting Draco he had nodded formally and had been about to turn away when Draco had come up to him and had caught his arm. "Potter, if I may have a word with you," he had asked softly. "Yes, Malfoy," Harry had asked neutrally. Dumbledore's death was still raw, and seeing Draco Malfoy brought memories of Snape and his parents that Harry was not yet ready to handle. His mother had wept when she had learnt about Snape's contribution to the war, and she had been inconsolable for days when Harry and Dumbledore had told her it had been his love for her that had controlled him and pushed him until the very end. James Potter had scowled along with Sirius at the implications of Dumbledore's and Harry's information, and had been furious that Lily had been so affected by Snape's sacrifice when so many others had sacrificed a lot more without becoming a Death Eater in the first place, as he had pointed out scathingly to his wife. Both of them had tried to tell Harry and Dumbledore that the fault was Snape's in the first place, but Harry had grown up by then, and that was the first major argument he had with his father and Sirius, when he had disagreed with them. That had made James and Sirius so angry they had not spoken to Harry for almost a week, and James had fought with his wife and had raged against her jealously for almost a month. But that had been nothing when, after meeting with Draco Malfoy, Harry and Hermione had pushed for Snape's portrait in the headmaster's office. That had sparked off a row of mammoth proportions. Draco had only a question for him, a question that would make Harry introspect a lot before taking a very tough stance with everyone whom he had been listening and agreeing with until then. "Has Professor Snape's portrait appeared in the headmaster's office? If it has, could you get permission from McGonagall for me to speak to him, just for a few minutes only?" Harry had stared and then had pinked a little. "No portrait had come until now, Malfoy. But I will look into it and inform you the moment Snape's portrait appears." Draco Malfoy had nodded and left. Harry had told Hermione and Ron about what Malfoy had asked, and Hermione had understood right away, but Ron had not been pleased. Harry could not concentrate on the match after that 1-minute meeting with Malfoy, and he had remained distracted. He had gone with Hermione the next day and had spoken to Dumbledore, in fact demanded why Snape's portrait had still not appeared. Harry had been shocked by the answers he had received by the other headmasters and headmistresses. He was not a true headmaster. After all, he was only one of Voldemort's lackeys. Why should Hogwarts present the portrait of a Death Eater? And Harry, that is what he was until he turned to Dumbledore. The regime of Voldemort was a sham, and Snape as headmaster was equally so. "He will not share a platform with us." Phineas Nigellus had remained silent but had looked very scornfully at Dumbledore, who had also remained silent. "You agree, Professor?" Harry had asked Dumbledore sharply, and Dumbledore had remained silent, though he had shook his head before bowing his head down. Then for almost 10 years Harry had argued and fought with only Hermione by his side for Snape's portrait to be allowed, for his bravery and dedication and contribution, without which the war with Voldemort would have surely not been won. It was during those 10 years that Harry had met with Draco secretly. Only Hermione had known, and she had accompanied Harry to most meetings. They had talked about Snape, and Harry had learned the extent of Snape's sacrifice, and slowly he had learned why Voldemort had been able to sway most of the purebloods to his side, and how the light had driven away almost all the Slytherins over a period of more than 100 years by their prejudices towards Salazar Slytherin. Now as he walked towards the burrow he knew he had much work to do if he could even think of not only saving all those who died but also all the Slytherins who would join Voldemort and perish. He sighed and realized that he seemed to be doing a lot of that nowadays. Harry slowly levitated from the ground after firmly reapplying his invisibility charms once more and rose up to what would have been Percy's bedroom. He peered into the room and saw Percy sleeping soundly and Wormtail in a cage. He too was sleeping. Thankfully all the windows were open and Harry was not forced to cast more spells to open the window and create an illusion so that Percy and Wormtail would not realize their window had suddenly opened on its own. Harry stepped into the room and quietly cast a sleeping charm on Percy and then a stunner at the rat. Harry unlocked the door and removed Pettigrew and stunned him twice before placing him into his pockets. Harry looked for a long moment at Percy before opening the door and stepping out into the narrow landing. From there his feet automatically took him to the top floor of the burrow. Harry opened the door and saw a young Ron sleeping soundly. Harry stood there for a long time and then his whole frame trembling, went down to Ginny's room. He stood outside the door and then slowly opened it and stepped inside. His whole body was trembling and Harry was sweating with sheer nerves as he looked at a small figure that was snuggled under the covers. Harry cast a mild sleeping charm at her and slowly turned the face towards him. Tears fell from his eyes as he looked at the woman who was his wife and the mother of his children, something that seemed so unsure now, and he slowly bent down and pressed his lips to hers. A few minutes later he abruptly got up, transformed into a phoenix and flashed to the edge of the wards. He transformed back and crossed the wards before apparating for the Gaunt house. He landed quietly in front of the run-down home and looked at the magic that was swirling in the corner. Harry thought for a few minutes. He really did not want to disturb the enchantments, but at the same time he wanted to remove the Horcrux. After debating with himself a bit more, Harry conjured a snake not unlike Nagini and pointing his wand at her and hissed, "Imperio." The eyes of the snake glazed over. "Go inside and bring the ring that lies in that corner." Harry hissed to her and she swayed for a minute before slithering inside. Harry watched with bated breath. This was merely an experiment. He had had long discussions with Dumbledore before the fight started and he avoided the headmaster's office, and based on those discussions he was testing something now. The snake went into the house and was able to penetrate through all the charms harmlessly. It was proved to Harry that Dumbledore's theory that Voldemort allowed snakes on command by Parseltongue to breach the enchantments around the Horcruxes without harm. That was a backup so that just in case he could not be seen at those places, he could possess snakes and remove the Horcruxes without anyone being the wiser. Harry removed the Horcrux from her mouth and banished her. He placed the ring into his other pocket and silently apparated to the wards on Privet Drive. From there Harry changed into a phoenix and was in his room in no time. It was about 3 in the morning and he had retrieved a Horcrux and Pettigrew. Harry sat at his desk. Now he had to remove the tiara of Ravenclaw and the locket from Grimmauld Place. That would leave the diary that hopefully Malfoy would see it fit to drop into Ginny's Transfiguration book. Even if he did not get his hands on the book at Flourish and Blotts itself, Harry thought he could get the book once Ginny got it with her to Hogwarts. That would make the total number of Horcruxes Harry would have with him to 4. The one thing that would present a difficulty would be Hufflepuff's cup that was deep inside Gringotts in Bellatrix's vault and Nagini. Harry had no clue about Nagini and he thought that he would need Snape's help for the last 2. But the thing that would make Voldemort's death very difficult was Harry himself. Now that he knew he was a Horcrux, Harry knew he would not have the same mindset and attitude that he did all those years back to go into the forest and sacrifice himself for the greater good. Feeling a headache coming on, Harry decided to leave the Horcrux inside him until the end. Maybe this time he would need to cast the killing curse on himself to kill the Horcrux and his own self. That thought depressed him so much that Harry sat there until early morning thinking of all he had already lost and would lose if it came to that. It was almost 7. Dawn had come and gone and sunlight was beginning to light up his room when Harry lifted his head and wiped his wet cheeks. He sighed, and making sure that his room was secure so that the Dursleys would not see it fit to open and search through his things, Harry transformed once again into a phoenix and flashed to the cave where he had met Sirius near Hogsmeade. He looked around the cave in a fit of nostalgia and then he set the stunned rat down. Snarling at the unconscious rat, Harry conjured a large brown owl and cast a few spells for the owl to fly straight to Hogwarts and in Hogwarts to the headmaster and hand over the special delivery only to him. While Harry was sure that no one would be able to ascertain the place from where the parcel came, he did not want to take any chances that Dumbledore would somehow find out that Pettigrew was sent from somewhere near Privet Drive. That would cast a type of light on him that Harry wanted to avoid at all costs, especially since he knew attention would come his way for so many other things. Conjuring a cage, Harry placed Pettigrew inside it and removed all traces of identification magic from the cage and the owl. Then he sat down to write a short note addressed to the headmaster of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He wrote the note and once again checked the parchment, cage, owl and rat properly, and praying that this first step would go well and correctly, Harry sent the owl away. The next minute a phoenix was flashing back to Privet Drive. The Dursleys had still not come. Perhaps they had decided to stay over, Harry thought while he washed. He went to his room once he finished and, making sure the muggle-repelling wards were firmly in place, put a 5 nuts and a sickle into the leaky cauldron pouch. Half an hour later a pleasantly full Harry was fast asleep. It was truly a spectacular summer in Scotland, where the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was located, hidden away from muggles and heavily warded and fortified against any magical attacks, made possible by protection spells from the founders, themselves, and then after them by almost every headmaster. Professor Dumbledore himself was responsible for a good many of them, having placed them all around Hogwarts during the time of Grindelwald when he was not even a headmaster, and then later as headmaster during the time of Voldemort's first rise to power. It had been 10 years since the fall of Voldemort, and Dumbledore and indeed the entire wizarding world were enjoying the peace and quiet that came after one Harry James Potter defeated the darkest lord of recent times. This year he would be attending Hogwarts. Dumbledore had already seen his reply letter and had been very happy that he had been allowed to send a reply. He had thought that Harry might have needed rescuing, but it was not so. The letter to Harry Potter had been addressed to a cupboard under the stairs, and Dumbledore had felt very sad when he had seen that. Usually the letters were sent automatically, but in Harry's case Dumbledore had wanted to see the letter and he had been shocked. McGonagall had been very scathing, and she had reminded Dumbledore about her concerns 10 years ago and had left angrily when Dumbledore had not agreed to reconsider his place of residence because of the protections there. When Harry's letter had come at breakfast the day before, carried by a huge snowy owl, Dumbledore's eyes had twinkled madly as he listened to McGonagall, who read the letter aloud. Snape had scowled and passed rather inappropriate comments that had forced Dumbledore to rebuke him mildly. Snape had stormed out in anger and had vanished for the rest of the day. Today morning Snape had appeared but was scowling so badly that everyone gave him a wide berth, and Dumbledore had looked inscrutably at him before silently attending to his breakfast. It was rather early, but almost all the professors were there, rising early to take advantage of the great summer they had been enjoying. Dumbledore was sipping his spiced tea when he noticed a huge ordinary barn owl flying towards the head table with a cage tied to it. Inside the cage was a rat, and it was apparently sleeping. There was a letter tied to the cage, and Albus Dumbledore frowned as the owl came to him and held out its leg. He whipped out his wand and cast a good many spells, and finding the rat and the letter harmless, he removed the package and the owl soared away to vanish once it crossed the school wards. Meanwhile Albus Dumbledore was opening the letter, and he skimmed it and his eyes grew big and round with shock. The letter had done the impossible. It had thrown Albus Dumbledore for a 6. He cleared his throat and started to read aloud to his amazed and slightly worried colleagues, who were looking at him in shock. They had never seen Dumbledore exhibit emotions so unguardedly. Dear Headmaster, the rat inside the cage is an animagus that goes by the name of Peter Pettigrew. Yes, the rat is alive, and he was the secret keeper of the Potters and not Sirius Black. He is also a Death Eater, and once you transform him and feed him with Veritaserum, you will get all the answers you need. Sirius Black is in Azkaban for a crime he has not committed. I presume that you are capable of ensuring that justice will be done to both Black and the bloody rat. Be careful, he can and will transform in a second's time and will escape if he can. Dumbledore finished the short, abrupt and very blunt note amidst a deathly silence and looked around at everyone. If Sirius is indeed innocent, Merlin, Albus, we have condemned him to 10 years in that hell hole with the Dementors. McGonagall was horrified. This letter is a farce. Maybe the wolf wrote it to save his friend. Snape snarled in rage. But why now after all these years, came unbidden to his mind, and he snarled once more. The rest were muttering uneasily among them when Albus Dumbledore clapped his hands asking for silence. Dumbledore stood up. Severus, can you please get the Veritaserum at once? I will wait here for you. Snape stood for a moment as if to argue, but seeing the look on Dumbledore's face left silently. Dumbledore levitated the cage and set it in the middle of the room. The house tables were not put up and the great hall was very empty. Snape came very soon, breathing very hard. He had been running to his office and back, and the moment he came and stood near Dumbledore, Dumbledore flicked his wand and opened the cage and levitated the rat. He banished the cage and set the rat on the ground, stunned it once, and then cast the Animagus to human transformation spell. All of them looked in amazement when before their eyes the rat became a man, Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore's face became pinched with anger, and Snape, if one would have seen him then, was pale with shock. Incarcerus, thick ropes flew out of Dumbledore's wand and bound Peter tightly. Then Dumbledore flicked his wand once again, Animagus Stopero, to ensure he would not transform and run away again, and finally, enervate. Pettigrew blinked and then squeaked when he saw he was bound and in his human form and in the presence of Dumbledore and other Hogwarts staff members. Snape went to him and roughly lifted the sleeves of his left arm and gasped. The dark mark could be very faintly seen. Dumbledore's face flushed in anger and his lips thinned impossibly. Please give him the Veritaserum, Severus, he told Snape tightly. Snape wrenched the mouth of the squeaking rat and placed 3 drops of the truth serum. Dumbledore waited only for his eyes to glaze over. What is your name? Peter Pettigrew. Are you a Death Eater? Yes, came the monotone answer. Who was the secret keeper of the Potters when they were attacked by Voldemort? Snape asked this question in a strangled voice. I was. Did you give the information of the secret of Godric's Hollow to Voldemort? This was Dumbledore. Yes, I did. When did you become the secret keeper? I became their secret keeper 1 week before the attack by the Dark Lord on them. Why did Sirius make you their secret keeper? Because Sirius was sure that everyone would think that he was the secret keeper, and by doing this he thought that even if he were captured and killed James, Lily and Harry would have been safe. Snape's eyes were emitting fire as he looked at the rat, and Dumbledore actually snarled in anger but did not ask any more questions. He stunned Peter and, asking McGonagall and Snape to accompany him, called for Fawkes. A second later the 4 of them had vanished in a flash of fire. They landed in the atrium and Dumbledore swiftly walked right to the minister's office, not even waiting for the checking of the wands there. He flashed an aura of power that made everyone run away from his side. Minerva, will you please go to the offices of Amelia, Alistair and Rufus and ask them to come directly to the questioning center? He said, not breaking in his stride, and stepped into the lift. He got out at the Minister of Magic's office and McGonagall continued to bring the said persons. As the minister in, he asked, stopping for the first time after he had entered the ministry, and waited as the young secretary rushed in to inform Minister Cornelius Fudge that Professor Dumbledore was here. Minute later Fudge himself came running out and looked shocked to see a man who had been thought dead and in fact had been awarded the Order of Merlin First Class, now presumably stunned, being levitated by an angry Albus Dumbledore who was leaking so much magic. It was frightening. What? Fudge spluttered in shock. What is this Albus? How? He looked baffled at the stunned Peter. How is he alive? He asked hesitantly. Dumbledore nodded, and then all of them went into the Auror questioning chamber and were almost at once joined by Mad-Eye Moody, Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour. They were taken aback to see a man whom they had known was dead until now. Amelia Bones wasted no time and pulled out a bottle of Veritaserum that McGonagall had thoughtfully told her to bring. They asked all the questions all over again, and when they learned that he had been a pet rat of Percy Weasley, all of them were taken aback, and Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall's faces tightened in remembrance of seeing Percy's pet rat so many times. Amelia Bones called for Arthur Weasley. The moment he entered the room, rather confused, she asked him, not giving him any time to think. Arthur, do you remember this rat? Dumbledore had changed him into a rat once again. Arthur smiled. How did the little rascal come here? Yes, Amelia, this is Scabbers, Percy, pet rat. Where did Percy find him? By our garden one day when he was very small. Arthur Weasley ran down when he saw the serious faces of the others. Is there any trouble? He asked, looking at all of them. For an answer Dumbledore flicked his wand and Peter stood there sniveling in all his glory. Arthur shouted in shock, jumping a step behind. Someone knew who he was and where he had been hiding. I received him today morning, Dumbledore added when he saw the genuine shock on Arthur's face. But why should he hide Albus? After all, Black is in Azkaban. Arthur was confused. Dumbledore told him in a few sentences about his treachery and Arthur was horrified. What? A Death Eater has been in my home and has been cuddled by my children all these years. He stared at Peter in shock and revulsion and stepped back once more. But when did someone come to our home and take the rat? I saw him yesterday night. Arthur was confused. Did you leave the house? Dumbledore asked Pettigrew. Pettigrew shook his head. Dumbledore frowned. How did the person know that Pettigrew was at the Weasleys and how did he bypass the wards? Arthur. The wards. Dumbledore trailed off when Arthur shook his head. They are fine, Albus. They are tied to me and I know. They are fine even now. Before he could ponder about it, McGonagall spoke briskly. We must get Sirius out of that hellhole right now. McGonagall told Dumbledore, who turned to Fudge. He nodded at once. It was early days as minister and he was very dependent on Dumbledore. Yes, Albus. We should release an innocent man right away. I want Peter Key-Ed at once. Cornelius. Can you call for the Wizengamot right away? In 10 minutes the Wizengamot gathered and all of them were suitably horrified by the mere presence of a dead person. Dementors were called and 2 hours later Peter Pettigrew was Key-Ed by orders of the Wizengamot and his Order of Merlin first class was cancelled. An hour later Sirius Black was a free man. He was released from Azkaban and was understandably bewildered. Albus Dumbledore was standing at the gates of Azkaban along with Snape, McGonagall, Moody, Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour. He walked unsteadily and looked with confusion at everyone. What happened? Are James and Lily alive? He asked in a desperate hope. Dumbledore smiled sadly. I will explain everything, Sirius. First come with me to Hogwarts and then we will talk. Harry. Sirius asked only one word. He is fine and will be starting Hogwarts this year. Come. Dumbledore said, smiling, and he held on to the gaunt and dirty man who had not even noticed Snape and McGonagall and calling for Fawkes vanished from Azkaban. They landed in the infirmary and Dumbledore left Sirius to the mercies of a startled Pomfrey who started treating him after Dumbledore assured her Sirius was innocent. He promised Sirius they would talk when he had enough rest. Suffice to say Peter was captured and found to be a Death Eater. Sirius. He was Key-Ed an hour before you were released. I will tell you the rest later. Sirius had to be content with that and 10 minutes later he was sound asleep in a bed for the first time in 10 years. It was only after 10 days that he woke up fresh enough and sane enough to understand everything, and it was lunchtime on the 12th day that Sirius was cleared by the school nurse to be up and about. He dressed in robes someone had left thoughtfully for him, maybe Dumbledore he thought, and went down to Dumbledore's office. Harry had slept until lunch and then he flashed away to a shady corner of the park and then walked to his home. His aunt waited until he came inside before screeching at him for coming so late and told him he could do without lunch. She did not listen to his explanations of hitching a ride home, and nor did she care enough to ask him if he had managed to get all that he needed to go to Hogwarts. Harry went up and placed a sickle into the pouch, had a scrumptious lunch and relaxed on his hard but turned soft bed. His thoughts scattered in many directions, primarily going to his kids, and then to Ginny whom he had met yesterday, and then centered on Sirius. He wondered what was happening and when he would finally get to know about what Dumbledore had done with Wormtail, and based on that information, with Sirius. The days went by slowly and Harry cancelled all the charms he had cast over everything that evening and was now conspicuously reading all kinds of things. The next day his aunt had come to know through Dudley that the freak was reading many strange books. Boy, who gave you the money to buy all this? And it was from the Wizarding Bank. Harry told her innocently and casting a charm at her that made her wordlessly able to accept his explanation without any fuss. She grumbled and walked back, yelling at him to come down and prepare food, and from there everything had gone just fine. It was the 31st of July. Harry was 11 and 37 years old respectively. He woke up as usual in the morning. He had stopped staying up until midnight long back and started his work at preparing breakfast. His family here was never going to wish him a happy birthday. Harry was feeling very morose. His last few birthdays had begun with his children waking him up with birthday wishes, hugs and kisses. The family had just settled down for breakfast when the doorbell rang. "Boy, see who's at the door," Vernon Dursley said automatically without looking up from the newspaper. Harry scowled at the boy and got up and stormed to the door. He was already feeling very bad, and now he was the Dursley house elf, he thought angrily to himself. He opened the door and stopped right there, his eyes wide with shock. Harry gasped and stared at Sirius Black, who was looking anxiously, happily, worriedly and expectantly at the door. His eyes widened and his grin when he recognized the person standing in front of him split his face into two. "Harry?" he asked softly. "Yes," Harry stammered, so many emotions running through him. Sirius was very thin, almost gaunt, but his eyes were bright and his smile was lighting up the whole universe. "Boy, who is it?" shouted his aunt. Harry blushed and looked at a frowning Sirius, whose wide grin had stopped abruptly at the unfriendly shout of, "Boy, who is it?" "I don't know, Uncle Vernon," Harry called out and turned to Sirius. "Who are you and what do you want?" "My name is Sirius Black, Harry. I am a friend of your dad," Sirius told him, and watched with a painful clench of his heart when Harry's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "You knew my dad?" Harry asked him, inwardly thrilled to see Sirius in the flesh and also slightly worried about his acting abilities. While he was genuinely happy to see Sirius, he had to pretend that he did not know Sirius, and he obviously could not remember meeting him in the first 15 months of his life. Harry only hoped he would be able to carry it off. "Boy, who is it?" Petunia came striding and stopped when she saw Sirius. You are." She stopped, not knowing what to say, and looked inside for a second, and then, "What do you want?" "To meet and talk to Harry and take him away for the rest of his holidays until he has to leave for school." "That is," Sirius looked at Harry and gulped, his face flushing with worry, "if Harry would consent to come with me." He was shocked a minute later when Harry said, delighted, "Of course, I may go, may I not, Aunt Petunia?" He looked at her anxiously, but the charms held and she was pleased to get Harry off her hands sooner than she had thought, and she nodded briskly. "You may leave right now if you want," she told Harry, who wasted no time and, looking at Sirius for a moment, ran off inside. Petunia did not invite Sirius inside and glared slightly at his robes, which looked very nice and upmarket but were not normal clothes after all. "We have told the boy to stay in that school for the whole year and also ask if he can spend summers there as well. If they don't allow, then perhaps you can take him off our hands." She looked enquiringly at him. Sirius was shocked. What kind of people were Lily's sister and her family? He could have been a Death Eater, and all she could ask him was if he could keep Harry for the summers as well. No wonder Harry had run off to get his things and be away from here as soon as possible. He was going to have words with Dumbledore, he decided, and glared at Petunia, who flushed under his scornful look. "I will try to make sure he never has to come here, and if he does, it will be for very brief periods," he told her stiltedly, and scowled when she nodded her head in satisfaction and was not insulted at all. Harry came back in 5 minutes with a shabby bag. "I am ready, Mr. Black, and thank you very much for having me. I promise I won't be a bother." Sirius smiled, though it was very strained, and nodded his head. He could not speak for the life of him. "Goodbye, Aunt." Remember, stay in the school for the holidays," was what his aunt said, not noticing the snarl on Sirius's face. "Come on, Harry, off we go," Sirius said, making an effort to sound happy and shrugging off the nasty taste the Dursleys left in his mouth. He looked at Harry and took in his small frame and shabby dress, and his mouth set itself in a straight line. He looked down at Harry and, seeing the worried look, smiled, and catching Harry's hand went to the edge of the wards just as Dumbledore had told him. Crossing them, Sirius bent down and held Harry's hand tightly. "Harry, I am going to do some magic now. Do not be scared, all right?" he asked Harry, who was amazed that Sirius could be this patient. Of course he was a lot smaller, and Sirius thought he really did not know or understand anything much of the wizarding world, but still Sirius was a lot more patient than he remembered. Harry nodded his head, and a minute later Sirius had enveloped Harry in his arms and had almost silently apparated to the small park near No. 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry cast the warding charm wandlessly and silently on the place between numbers 11 and 13, but could not see the house. That meant only one thing. The house was already under the Fidelis charm. Harry cancelled his spell and looked at Sirius, who was busy scribbling something. "Here, Harry. You were not scared, were you?" Harry shook his head, blushing slightly. "It was awesome, Mr. Black." "What was this?" "Sirius. The name is Sirius, Harry, never Mr. Black, okay?" Harry nodded, his eyes wide. Sirius laughed and held out a piece of paper and asked Harry to read it. "Read that, Harry. I will explain everything once we are inside the house. I have been here only since yesterday myself." Harry looked at the piece of paper. "The Black home may be found at number 12 Grimmauld Place." "Read it," Sirius asked Harry when he looked up. "Now look straight and repeat the words in your mind." Harry already had, and now he could see the familiar home appearing between numbers 11 and 13. He had Grimmauld Place as a second home and also as a place for meeting contacts once he had moved to Godric's Hollow. Harry and his family, along with Ron, Hermione and their kids, had also spent weekends there now and then. But now all Harry could think of was to somehow get hold of the Horcrux before something happened to it. "Wow, Sirius. This is cool. Is it magic?" Sirius nodded happily and, taking Harry's hand, went to the door and opened it. Harry was transported to his summer after 4th year when he had stepped in Grimmauld Place for the first time. "Booed traitors. Bespoiling, the home of my fathers. Filthy half-bloods," was the welcome Harry received when he got inside, and he just remembered in time to stand in shock seeing the portrait that could apparently not only talk but curse as well, instead of saying something very sarcastic as he usually did before he flicked his wand and closed the curtains. Sirius was already running to the portrait to stop her from speaking more. "Stop it," he roared, and at that time another figure came running to help Sirius. Harry almost danced with sheer happiness when he saw Remus Lupin running to pull the curtains to close the portrait. "What was that?" Harry asked, a scared look on his face. Sirius smiled at Harry's fear. "That was my dead mother, Harry. Wizards and witches can prepare portraits that can speak and talk like them after their death if they cast a particular spell on it. But all that later. Now come on. This is my parents' home and I am going to get it all cleaned up this week. So think of good ideas to decorate, and after breakfast you can go around the place and choose your room. Mine is the first door on the left on the 2nd floor, and Remus here has the next." Sirius slowed down a little. "You haven't even told him who I am and you are acting if he knows everything." Remus grinned and looked at Harry's bewildered face and laughed. "Harry, I am Remus Lupin. I was also a friend of your dad." Remus held out his hand at Harry. Harry took it, smiling slightly and thinking that he had changed one more thing. This Remus was not the tired man he had known in his 3rd year, but a very happy man who had one of his friends with him and was not suspected of betraying the other and seeing justice done to the traitor. Harry thought he had never seen Remus so happy. Not when he had been teaching in Harry's 3rd year, and not when he was having an on-off relationship with Tonks in Harry's 6th year, and not even when he had finally eloped. Though, Harry thought with a pang as he remembered his first future, Remus had been thrilled when Teddy had been born. He had simply beamed the whole time he had come to Shell Cottage to give Harry and the others the news. "Hello, did you know my dad too?" Harry asked Remus, now remembering to speak softly, though the happiness that shone through his eyes was very real. Remus's face grew sad. He smiled softly at Harry and nodded. "Both Sirius and I were friends with your dad and mum. Once we get you settled we will tell you all about them." "Okay." Harry nodded, smiling shyly in return. They went into the kitchen and had a huge breakfast much like Harry was used to. Then they went into the drawing room with Sirius throwing an arm over Harry's shoulders. "Can I go and explore the house, please?" Harry asked Sirius when they had sat down, curiosity in his eyes. "Of course, and don't forget to choose your room, and Remus and I will help you decorate it as you would like," Sirius told him, grinning a bit tiredly. Remus, who was looking at his friend anxiously, nodded to Harry before turning back to Sirius. "Sirius, I think you must rest." Remus turned to Harry. "He has not been very well, Harry. We will explain everything to you once all of us settle down." Harry nodded, looking at Sirius with equal anxiety before he was shooed away by Sirius, who told him he was feeling sleepy and nothing else. Harry went into the long parlor silently and watched how Sirius slumped, and Remus, making sure Harry was not there, levitated Sirius to his room. Harry waited until they had gone and then raced up the stairs. He went directly to the third floor and opened one of the rooms and went straight to a cabinet. He cast his magic to keep creature away and then swiftly removed the locket from inside the cabinet. He had remembered from so long ago when he had cleaned along with Ron and Hermione and Sirius and they had found the strange locket that they were unable to open then. The locket was where he had remembered it to be and Harry removed it and banished it to his shrunken trunk to lie with the other Horcrux and then raced up to the attic. He knew Remus would come after him once he had Sirius settled down and they would not leave him alone for a long time. Harry was right and he had only opened the attic door and had gone inside and came out directly and went down into the third floor and into the room he had gone before to retrieve the Horcrux when Remus came searching for him. Harry was standing innocently by the cabinet and looking through it. "Ah, there you are, Harry. Come along, most of these things are not fit to be touched. They have a combination of hexes and jinxes on them that could hit out at those who touch them. You did not touch anything, did you?" Harry shook his head and then followed Remus and soon they were exploring the house and Remus was giving him a crash course in wizarding history and about any item he felt safe Harry could know about. They chose Harry's room. Rather, Harry bagged the next room to the one he had shared with Ron, mainly on account of the now empty portrait of Phineas Nigellus that still hung in his old room. The room Harry had bagged was Hermione's and Ginny's before, and Harry went and sat on the bed. Remus summoned his shabby bag from downstairs and earned a "cool" from Harry, who grinned at Remus. "That was great, and now may I show you some magic, Mr. Lupin?" "Remus, Harry. The name is Remus." Remus grinned at Harry and Harry was struck by how much Remus was smiling. He had never been like this before. "What magic do you have to show me? Aunt sent me to Diagon Alley and told me to buy everything I need there. I went inside and watched a few people going out on the other side of the leaky cauldron and I too went in," Harry said enthusiastically. Remus gaped at the boy who continued talking. "Remus, the place was fantastic. I just walked along and found that there was a wizarding bank, and you know what, Remus, the bank was run by goblins." Harry had only started his explanation when he was cut off sharply by Remus. "Harry, you went to Diagon Alley alone?" Harry nodded, his eyes wide and apparently not noticing Remus's astonishment. "Remus, you won't believe it. I slipped a note saying I was Harry Potter and I wanted to know if my parents had left me anything. You see," Harry looked up in shame at Remus, who frowned at the look, "Aunt Petunia told me to buy everything on my own and I was not sure how to manage that." Here Harry's voice wobbled a little and Remus looked down at the small boy in sympathy, almost snarling in anger at the Dursleys, but remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Harry on his part looked at Remus and, reassured by his look of sympathy, continued trying to stick to the truth as much as he could. Extremely grateful he had told the goblins that under no circumstances should they reveal that Harry had even known about the family vault, let alone gone inside. He wanted the portraits of his parents to remain where they were for the present unless Sirius brought the topic up, then Harry would have no choice but to agree. But until then Harry decided to remain quiet. "The goblin took me aside and asked a drop of my blood on a piece of paper, but it looked different, same as my Hogwarts letter." Harry looked up at Remus, who responded to the unasked question. "That was a parchment, Harry, go on." "Yes, a parchment, and then it nodded and told me that there were two vaults. One was my family vault that I could get when I turned 17, doesn't it have to be 18? Harry asked, wide-eyed. "No, Harry, in the wizarding world you come of age at 17, but go on." "This is extremely fascinating," Remus told him, hurrying him. Harry was very pleased with himself. He had a sudden on-the-spur-of-the-moment brainstorm and had told Remus about his family vault and that the goblin had told him he could access it only after he was of age. That would keep Remus and Sirius away, at least Harry hoped so. "Then I went to the vault and taking the pouch the goblin gave me along with a key it told me to keep safely and put some money into the pouch. Then I was wondering how to take money if this was over because," Harry blushed once again, "Uncle Vernon would not allow me to keep coming to Diagon Alley, and if," here Harry's voice went very quiet and he became red, "if they knew I had money, they would take it away from me and then I would not be able to pay my way to Hogwarts or for my books or clothes." Harry fell silent, now beet red, and Remus patted him on his head, scowling at Lily's sister and her family. "You did the right thing, Harry," and was rewarded with a relieved smile. I asked the goblin how I could get money once the money I had taken was over, and if I must come and poke my hand and drop blood on that paper every time, and if they had branches near Surrey. But Remus, you won't believe what the goblin did. It did something to the money pouch and told me that I could withdraw money by stating the amount in pounds sterling as well as magic money. Harry proudly finished with his explanations. Now it remained for Remus to ask questions. Remus did not disappoint. "What did you buy?" he asked, amazed at all Harry had done. In answer, Harry removed the shabby bag from the desk near his bed and, putting his hand inside and rummaging it, brought out a small matchbox. He placed his hand on the center where there was a small circle and it turned into a multi-compartment trunk. Remus clutched his chest and gaped at Harry. Harry nodded amicably. "Magic," he said excitedly, and then placed his hands on the sensor and opened it and showed Remus his clothes that he now took away and arranged it in his cupboard, and then all the books except those on the dark arts, and then his wand. Remus almost drooled over the number of books until he remembered that Harry had done all this alone. He turned to Harry, who was now arranging his stationery and his perch in the owl cage that also had a mechanism to enlarge. "I bought an owl. I named her Hedwig and I sent her to Hogwarts with my reply. She is so intelligent, Remus. I only told her where to go like the shopkeeper told me to do and she flew away." Harry looked at Remus proudly and Remus smiled weakly at him, patting him on his head. "You did very well, Harry. So you enjoyed Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley?" "Oh yes, I did. Both were great," Harry told Remus, who gasped and stared at Harry, his mouth opening and closing in a very funny manner. Knockturn Alley? Remus was thinking in shock. Harry was truly James's boy and Sirius's godson. "I bought a lot of books from there, almost in every subject, Remus. For this school, I will be prepared and I will do well," Harry told Remus fiercely. Remus frowned for a second, sensing something behind those words, but did not query, seeing Harry's face blush and become slightly guarded. "Show me your books once again," Remus told him, and from then on both Harry and Remus descended into a lengthy discussion of the various books Harry had bought. Harry had been through in his purchases and had included books on every subject and variety. "Can you think of a way to unlock this? I got this book at a shop in Knockturn Alley and that shopkeeper told me that no one had succeeded in reading this book," Harry asked Remus, handing over the self-updating book of spells. Remus was flabbergasted. Harry was a surprise for which Remus was not prepared, and he was shocked and did not know how to deal with the innocent knowledge that Harry exhibited. He took the book in his hands and immediately ran his wand, checking the book for any dark activity. Not finding any, Remus fawned and drooled all over it, asking Harry to try many things and then losing patience trying many things himself. "Well, there is one thing we have not tried, Harry. We will try that, and if that does not work, well, we will have to go and return it." Harry nodded, getting ready to poke his finger and drop the blood from his finger onto the book. That was the only thing they had not tried. "Show me your hand, Harry. I am now going to poke your finger and place a drop of blood on the book to see if that would do the trick. If it doesn't, well, we will have to keep it aside," Remus told him. Harry nodded his head in understanding. "Just like the goblin asked me to place a drop of blood at the bank." "Yes, Harry." Remus smiled and flicked his wand at Harry's thumb. Harry waited with bated breath when the book glowed. Remus shouted in joy and urged Harry to go ahead and open the book. "I am sure we have broken the charm. This book has found your blood compatible," Remus told him. Harry was staring at the book in shock. The lady had told him that so many had tried. Why had they not been able to open it? All of them would have tried the blood first, unlike Remus and Harry, who had tried it last, Harry knew. He was suddenly afraid of what he would find inside the book. Remus saw Harry staring at the book and impatiently grabbed it from him and opened the book. He was very disappointed because the book remained blank for him. Harry was a bit reassured by that. He could bluff his way if the book said something that Remus would think it not fit for an 11-year-old. He opened the book and just managed to stop the loud gasp from his mouth when he read the words aloud to Remus Lupin, knowing that he would not understand the significance. "This book belongs to Ignotus Peverell, and this is the self-updating book of spells." Harry read this to Remus, who looked thoughtful but did not recognize the name or the significance of the name. Harry continued reading. "This book has chosen you as a worthy owner. The moment your blood was accepted, This book has now been bound to you. No one else will be able to read this book except you, so treat it with care. There are 2 ways to operate this book. 1. To go by alphabet and look through all curses, spells, hexes, jinxes, charms and the like found under that particular alphabet, and 2. To write in the blank page what you would need a spell for. The first page is left blank only for this purpose. For example, if you would write a spell for levitation, then in the next page you will start reading about levitation, the spell required to cast the spell, the positive effects and negative effects of casting the spell many times if any, and the various purposes for which you could use this simple spell. Use your finger to write and your palm to wipe after reading. Good luck, young man or woman, whoever you are. Use it wisely and cautiously. Ignotus Peverell. This is great, Harry. You could learn a lot of things with this book. Remus was as thrilled as Harry. They spent some more time with the book by Harry writing some basic spells that Remus told him to, and reading out about the spell. Then closing the book and putting everything away neatly, Harry got up and went down to the kitchen to help Remus prepare lunch. They peeped in on Sirius on the way, but he was still sleeping soundly, so Harry and Remus spent the afternoon with Harry asking Remus all kinds of questions and Remus answering everything to the apparently extremely enthusiastic boy who had a thirst to knowledge and a keen desire to learn. In the evening Remus excused himself for about half an hour and went out. They had spent the whole afternoon and a good part of the evening with Remus pouring all kinds of information about the wizarding world to Harry, who was listening intently and asking all kinds of questions. The only ones Remus wouldn't answer were why Sirius was ill and why Sirius and Remus had not come to visit with him all these years. He had only smiled sadly when Harry had questioned hesitantly and had promised Harry that he would have his explanations once Sirius was well enough to talk important issues. Harry did not ask again, and he took out his 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore and started reading. This time around Harry wanted to be ready for Snape, and if he could he wanted to make sure the man would not only not die, but also not kill Dumbledore and make himself the most hated individual on Earth other than Voldemort, until the war was over and everything came to light. Harry sat there with his potions book and was also wondering if Gringotts had been broken into. He decided he must ask Remus about wizarding newspapers so that from tomorrow he could start reading them. Harry wondered if Hagrid had been there in time to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Harry sighed. He had changed everything so much already that he knew there was very little hope that everything would remain the way it did. Harry was brought out of his melancholy thoughts by the arrival of Remus, who entered holding a small box, and Sirius, who was coming down looking a lot fresher than when he had gone up. Remus went straight into the kitchen smiling at Harry, and a minute later Sirius came into the room looking all refreshed. Harry felt like pouncing on him and hugging him tightly, but restrained himself and instead smiled widely at his godfather. "Hello, Harry. Fine. Settled down here?" "Yeah, Sirius, I have," Harry replied quietly, his green eyes sharply assessing Sirius's gaunt and pale face. Sirius smiled at Harry and ruffled his hair with 2 thin hands and pulled him up to his feet. "Come on, Remus," he called out. "Can we come in now?" "Come on in," was the answering shout, and Sirius took Harry to the doorway and then went behind him and shut Harry's eyes, propelling him slowly forward into the kitchen. A few steps later Sirius removed his hands from Harry's eyes, and both Sirius and Remus shouted at the top of their voices, "Happy birthday, Harry!" Harry was shocked. He had truly forgotten his birthday after his grouse in the morning at the Dursleys, and when Sirius had closed his eyes, Harry had thought he was going to show him another bit of magic. Harry did not know what to say. He stood there feeling a bit overwhelmed that Sirius had taken so much effort after probably waking up the day or two before. "Thanks," he stammered, and both men saw the emotions run through his eyes and they scowled simultaneously. "Surely your aunt made cakes for your birthday, Harry?" Sirius asked gently. Harry went a beet red and he slowly shook his head. "No, but I helped her make cakes for Dudley's and Uncle Vernon's birthdays," he told them, shocking them. "What?" Sirius roared. "She never made a birthday cake for you, the bloody hag." "Just wait until I am better," he would have gone on in this vein, but Remus cut him off. "Calm down, Sirius," he said sharply, but Sirius was too angry to take notice. He had been there for only 5 minutes and he had seen how eager the Dursleys had been to throw Harry out and how eager Harry had been to get out of that house. Petunia's parting shot had been to ask Harry to stay in the school all year and to tell him, not request him to keep Harry for the summer until he could get back to school again. "I will take care of them, Remus." Remus was disturbed by the anger he saw there and wondered what had happened at the Dursleys. Harry had not spoken about them and Sirius had come back very quickly with Harry, in about 15 minutes. "I will hex them." Sirius's eyes took on a different type of glint. "Maybe a nice muggle prank with a spell in it. Yeah, that would be fine." He was now nodding to himself for a minute before he shook his head as if trying to clear it and turned to Harry with a wide smile. "Come on, Harry. No need to talk about those worthless hags. Cut your cake, it looks delicious, and then you can open your gifts," he said gaily to Harry, who noticed along with Remus the angry glint that had not quite vanished from his eyes. Harry cut the cake, blushing furiously. He was too old for this, after all. But a warm feeling enveloped him, taking him by surprise, when Sirius had roared at the Dursleys on his behalf. All of them had a piece of the delicious chocolate cake and then went to the drawing room where many gifts had been placed on the center table. Harry had stood there in shock, his memories going to Dudley's birthday when he had gifts just like this, all heaped on the table. Harry suddenly felt very happy and he turned a beaming face to Sirius and Remus and thanked them both very shyly. "My first presents. Thanks so much. You have got me so many. You needn't have, you know." The cake itself was great and would have been enough. Sirius's face had gone red once again when Harry had admitted that these were his first gifts, and he had looked at Remus, who was also shocked, and both men nodded, a fact Harry noticed, and it totally shocked him to feel so good. He had forgotten the hurt he had had inside because of his so-called family's treatment, Harry thought ruefully, and now he realized it did feel good to have someone angry for him. In his other life, only Hermione had understood the extent to which he had been neglected and hurt, even though Ron had rescued him in his second year from the Dursleys and knew he was not being treated well there. But Ron was always a bit thick when it came to emotions and had cursed the Dursleys and left it at that. He could not understand how much the lack of belonging had affected Harry. Now, in a strange, perverse way, Harry felt thrilled by the anger Sirius and Remus were showing on his behalf. Harry went to the small table and started opening his many gifts. There were books, a magical watch, a photo of his parents, Sirius and Remus together, robes, a wand holster, and many pranks from Zonkos. Harry looked for a long time at the photo and then smiled at Sirius and thanked him and Remus for everything. The three of them had the cake and a light dinner Remus had whipped up, and after a hilarious couple of hours, Remus shooed Sirius to rest again. Sirius, who was beginning to look haggard, left hugging Harry tightly and wishing him a happy birthday once more. Harry cleaned up everything and watched when Remus cleaned the dishes with magic. "Remus, can I also try a cleaning spell with my wand?" Remus thought only for a second before he nodded. Grimmauld Place was very heavily warded and there was no way anyone would detect underage magic, and he knew Sirius wanted Harry to learn all the basic spells before leaving for Hogwarts. "Not today, though, Harry. After I finish here, I will give you a brief description of spells and the way to hold your wand and the importance of correct pronunciation, things that are very important for getting the maximum effect of any spell you cast. Then you may read your Transfiguration and Charms text for introductions tonight. We will begin from tomorrow, all right?" "Great," Harry told him, beaming before running off to get his books. Remus came to the drawing room in about 5 minutes and took Harry through the basic introduction to magic, and half an hour later Harry bid goodnight to Remus and went up to his room and spent the next 3 hours going through the self-updating book of spells and also his Transfiguration and Charms books, just in case Remus would question him about it the next day. Harry slept well for the first time since he came back to the past, his last thought being that maybe he could just do it this time too, and with far less casualties. He woke up early the next morning and ran to the bathroom to wash and was soon bounding down the stairs. Remus and Sirius were not awake and Harry poked into the cupboards and, using a minimum of wandless magic, he did not dare to use his wand in case Remus or Sirius would come in, and soon had a huge breakfast prepared. He sat down and ate until he felt food was coming out of his ears and slowly removed his wand and, opening his self-updating book of spells and keeping it conspicuously open on the table, Harry pointed his wand and cast a warming spell on all the dishes. Then he went to the drawing room and sat there with his potions book once again. Harry had also bought a lot of potions books from Flourish and Blots and also from the bookshop at Knockturn Alley. He was now wading through the 1000 magical herbs and fungi and was planning to read a lot more once he had finished with it. He had also bought the Advanced Potion Making by Libetius Borage, and he fully intended to learn that as well, preferably before he started school. Of course, being 37 helped in understanding concepts and made it a lot more interesting, Harry decided. He was reading for about half an hour when Remus and Sirius came in. They looked at Harry reading a potions book of all things and stared at him open-mouthed, their good mornings withering away. Harry had sensed them when they were descending the stairs and now he looked up and smiled at them. "Good morning, Sirius, Remus. Today morning I performed my first bit of magic," Harry told them excitedly, and they stared even more. Harry dragged them into the kitchen hoping he was not overacting and showed them the dishes. "You made them all with magic?" Sirius gasped. Harry had. With wandless magic, but naturally he could not say so and he shook his head, still grinning widely. "No, I made breakfast as usual, the way I cook at the Dursleys." "What, you cook at the Dursleys?" Sirius asked him, his blue eyes clouding with anger. Well Sirius, I did. That's okay. What I meant to say was I cast this warming charm over everything using the self-updating book of spells. See, everything's warm." Harry finished proudly and looked expectantly at them, feeling a total fraud inside. Remus leaned and at once touched the dishes and grinned at Harry. Brilliant Harry. He smiled, trying to divert Sirius's attention from the Dursleys. Sirius reluctantly touched the dishes and then sat down. "What book is this self-updating book of spells?" Remus and Harry filled him on all that they had spoken yesterday, and Sirius was alternating between admiring Harry for going alone into Gringotts and Knockturn Alley and raging against the Dursleys. He was astounded at all that Harry had managed to accomplish and was proud of him and was sure he was a true marauder. They retired to the drawing room after eating, and Sirius and Remus answered all questions Harry had about the wizarding world. And Harry had a great many of them. Sirius and Remus answered Harry's questions until he asked the same questions he had asked Remus the day before. "Why are you so ill, Sirius? Is this why you never came to the Dursleys to see me, and were my parents drunkards?" Harry had asked, eliciting another horrified roar from Sirius and even Remus this time. Harry had shrugged. "Well, that was what the Dursleys told me. They said my mum and dad were good-for-nothing freaks, and so was I." Harry's tone was normal, but he was red with embarrassment of saying all this aloud. Sirius and Remus looked at each other before both of them told Harry about Voldemort, Peter, Azkaban, everything. "I was released because someone knew about Peter being an animagus, that is, he could turn into an animal at will, Harry. Some witches and wizards have this ability and Peter was one of them. I was released some 2 weeks ago and I spent about 10 days sleeping. Remus came here only 2 days ago. He had been hiding away, since James and I had shamelessly thought him a traitor because he was a werewolf." Sirius stopped there, horrified at what he had just said. Remus looked equally horrified and he was moving away from Harry slightly when Harry caught hold of his arm and dragged him down. "What, Remus, you never told me. Wow, can you transform now and show me?" Harry asked, praying this would go well. Sirius and Remus stared at Harry, their mouths hanging in a very unattractive way that was making Harry want to roll on the ground with laughter, and he thought of all kinds of things to keep his face from splitting into two. What, Harry?" Remus asked him after a few minutes. "Did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I only wanted to see a werewolf, that's all," Harry told them in a small voice and was rewarded with a mighty hug from Remus. "Hey," Harry cried, hugging him back. "Thank you, Harry," Remus told him, his brown eyes very bright. Sirius was also beaming now, and together they filled Harry of why his statement about Remus was so startling. "But Remus, that's so silly. This is only a problem that occurs 1 day in a month. Why should you be shunned for that?" he asked, seemingly bewildered, and was rewarded by their happy laughter. "That's what your father used to say. He used to call it my furry little problem," Remus told Harry, and then they spoke more freely, sitting together the whole day and long into the night, talking about Harry's parents, Hogwarts, the wizarding world, Voldemort, his Death Eaters, and how Harry had defeated the darkest wizard and saved them all. Harry was also properly baffled about the person who could maneuver the Weasley wards and capture the rat and instruct the headmaster to set Sirius free. Whoever it was, I owe them a life debt, Harry, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart. Else, I would not have been able to bring you here. Remus would have never come because he was thought the traitor by all of us and had hidden away, and werewolves are really not treated well by the wizarding world. Sirius finished sadly, and all of them sat there deep in their own thoughts for a long time before going to sleep. From the next day Remus started proper training of Harry's magic, and he was amazed at how quickly Harry picked up everything. Sirius, though, was a bit disgruntled at Harry's interest in potions and his enthusiasm for learning the subject. Sirius and Remus had told Harry all about the professors in Hogwarts, and Harry had sighed when they had come to Snape. Snape is the potions master, Harry, and he is a Greasy. Git. Like that, you will lose interest in potions once you meet him. Sirius had laughed while Remus had smiled. Then how did Mum study under him? You told me she was brilliant in potions and charms, did you not? Harry had challenged, and Sirius had scowled, but Remus had explained. Oh no, Harry, Snape was a student with us. At that time the potions professor was a man by name Slughorn. Remus explained. And the git was horrible and a Death Eater to boot. Sirius had said very viciously, not caring for the frown that Remus gave him. Sirius. Remus's voice was reproachful. Turning to Harry, Remus smiled a bit. Well, it should be obvious that we were not friends with each other, Harry. Sirius and James especially were always at odds with Snape, and all of us, I am afraid, fought a good bit with each other. Harry finally understood the enmity. His father was jealous of Snape and had always been against Lily's friendship, and Sirius, who was closest to James Potter, had taken his friend's side in this. Harry breathed out at the startling understanding. He now knew why his father had always decried Snape's contribution and had always made light of Snape's bravery. He had known about his father's jealousy, but now Harry knew there was an uncertainty along with the jealousy that made Snape, his father, and Sirius fight so. The same way Snape had belittled James and his son Harry. Snape was cruel and sadistic even after James died, because James had got the girl, and what must have made that so bitter was the fact Lily went out with James because of Snape himself. Harry shook his head, trying to clear it of everything. He looked at them. Both were looking uncomfortable and wanted to get out of this conversation, and Harry really could not blame them. Remus, while very close to both Sirius and James, was not as close as Sirius was to James, and over and above that he was a werewolf who was shunned by one and all. While he never joined in James's and Sirius's ridiculing of Snape, he never went against those who had not shunned him and had become animagi to be with him during his most difficult times. Remus and Peter were more onlookers when it came to vicious Snape baiting, because they never competed with Snape for Lily's affection like James did, and while all of them played pranks on Snape, Sirius took it to the next level because he understood the jealousy James was feeling towards Snape. Remus did too, but he never participated in the vicious fights, only the harmless pranks. But James hated the friendship Snape had with Lily, and he was unsure of Lily's feelings towards the Slytherin, and Sirius naturally chose to side with his best friend and his brother in almost every way. Even after Harry had yelled at everyone the day Snape's portrait had appeared in Hogwarts, only James and Sirius had tried swaying Harry's opinion. Not Remus and not his mother. He sighed and looked at the two silent men who were thinking furiously to somehow change topics and at the same time draw Harry away from potions and Snape. Well, they need not worry, because if his other life was any indicator, Snape would chew and spit him out this time too. Harry smiled at Sirius and Remus, and they grinned back, relieved at Harry. The one thing they had not told him openly was the fact Snape had been friends with his mother and in fact had loved her very much. And they had glossed over their enmity with Snape. Harry was sure that while Snape was no bed of roses, two of the marauders were no less than him and went out of their way to harass him. Well, anyhow, I love potions and I am going to do my mother proud. Harry said, smiling at both of them, and they had no comebacks for that. That month passed very quickly for Harry, Remus and Sirius, who was so much better by the time Harry was to leave for Hogwarts. Harry had been to Diagon Alley 3 times and they had all thoroughly enjoyed it. They had let their hair down and gone using various glamour charms and disguises, daring the other to try and spot them. Harry had flowed while Remus and Sirius had apparated. Harry had whined and had wanted to learn apparition, and Sirius had promised to teach Harry in about 2 years' time and had laughed at Harry's scowl. They spent some time every day in cleaning Grimmauld Place, and Harry learned that Kreacher had been sent once and for all to Narcissa Malfoy to work for her. Sirius had expressively forbidden him to take anything from here and had also forbidden him to step inside Grimmauld Place. When I came here, Kreacher was muttering about what a blood traitor I was and how the Malfoys and Lestranges were the great ones. I was so angry that I told him to get off. Only I made sure he would never be able to come here and take anything from here. There are many dark objects here, and the last thing I wanted was to gift all that to Malfoy, who was already evil himself. Sirius had explained, and Harry had felt relieved. That was one obstacle down. Though Kreacher had become okay later, he had killed Sirius first, and Harry was glad the old elf would have nothing to do with Grimmauld Place and had joined happily in the cleaning of the extremely dirty Grimmauld Place. They had worked a partial transformation in the 1 month Harry was there, and Remus had, under Sirius's insistence that Harry needed both of them, made Remus stay at Grimmauld Place permanently. Sirius and Remus slowly started healing the injuries they had inside them of the last 10 years, and Harry was growing more and more confident he could pull it off. Harry's next thing on his agenda was to retrieve the Ravenclaw tiara from the Room of Requirement and then somehow tame or kill the basilisk and use its venom to destroy the Horcruxes. Then Harry would have taken care of 3 Horcruxes, and he would have to wait until his 2nd year to destroy the diary, that is if Lucius Malfoy would repeat his actions of the past. Harry had read and reread both his potions texts and had also read a lot of other books. In his other life his mother had chided him gently for his nonchalant dislike of potions and had taught him the basics all over again and had made him understand the various properties of the different herbs and other potion ingredients. She had made Harry work for a few hours every weekend and had made him understand the importance of brewing good potions. While Harry was not an exceptional at potions, and nor did he love it like his mother and Snape, he was not as bad as he was before. In his other life his priorities had been to be accepted at least in the wizarding world and solve his many problems as and when they cropped up, and crop up they did with an intensity and regularity that was creepy. Also, after his 3rd year Harry had suffered almost constantly with Voldemort in his head, and that did not make for an exceptional student. He was very powerful, Dumbledore had told him that, but he could not apply that power in a proper manner because he was constantly hindered all the time. On top of that he had been fighting blind most of the time with no or very little information. That didn't help either. Now he had the knowledge of his real age, and Harry decided he was going to be brilliant. He would apologize to Hermione for stealing her place unfairly later if he could ever tell her about this coming back in time, he decided. He wanted to be a brilliant student and clever so that no one would even think of manipulating him like they had done before. Everyone had used his innocence, his lack of wizarding knowledge, and the fact Harry had no one speak for him for their own purpose. While Dumbledore had manipulated Harry all for the greater good of course, and Voldemort had tried his best to kill him, Harry himself had been given no choice in anything. From the day Harry's parents had died he had been groomed by Dumbledore to take on the job of the boy who lived. This time Harry would try his best to do things differently. On the 1st of September, Harry got up early and went down to find both Sirius and Remus sitting at the kitchen table looking slightly down. The full moon had been only a few days ago, and Sirius had bought the wolfsbane for him, and Harry had seen the wolf. Remus had tried to dissuade Harry, but Harry had crept into the dungeons that had bars on the doorway and had sat with Remus and Sirius, who had transformed into Padfoot, having a one-way conversation with them. Slowly Remus had allowed Harry to touch him through the bars, and Harry had softly stroked him. Remus's eyes were so bright when he had looked at Harry, and Harry could see the gratefulness to Harry not being scared. A little while later Harry had slept right there, leaning against the wall, and when he awoke, he was in his bed and a very tired Remus was sitting in the chair next to him. "Thank you, Harry, but you need not have," Remus told him, implying that he understood Harry had wanted to show Remus that he had accepted the wolf. Harry had grinned sleepily, "But Remus, I got to see a werewolf," and had turned and snuggled down intending to sleep for some more time. Remus had laughed lightly before going to his own bed. Now Harry was pouring an indecent amount of syrup on his pancakes, and still Sirius and Remus were silent. "What is the matter with you two? You seem very happy to go away from here," Sirius asked him, scowling, and Harry grinned. "Hey, I will miss both of you more than you will miss me, Sirius. To tell you the truth, I really don't want to go." Harry whined and looked at them. They were still looking down. Sirius looked deadly serious. Remus and I will miss you terribly, Harry. It seems such a long time until midwinter. Harry's green eyes softened. I know, Sirius. A few minutes later Harry looked at both of them and grinned widely. Why should I go to Hogwarts anyway? I have got you and Remus to teach me everything, and I am sure I can take the owls and newts on my own. Please, Harry pleaded, hoping this would get Sirius out of the funk he was in. Please, Sirius, say I can stay back here. That brought Sirius and Remus out of their depression. What? Both of them exclaimed simultaneously. Of course you must go, Harry. You will be back in no time for Yule. Hogwarts is fun. After all, your father and all of us found each other only there. Remus told him, looking worried, and Sirius nodded his head in agreement. You will come back before you know it, Harry. It is only 3 months and a bit for midwinter. We will have a lot of fun and we will write every day. Harry agreed reluctantly. Okay. But you will write every day and I will write too, and soon I will be back, won't I? Remus and Sirius agreed, and then all of them took the old paper and portkeyed to an alley near King's Cross. They walked for about 3 minutes to the station and went to the barrier feeling very nervous. He would be seeing Ron and Hermione and the action would start the moment he crossed the barrier. The Harry who had come to the station in the other life had been a thin, anxious, abused boy praying for acceptance in the new world he was going to enter. This Harry was still very thin, but he was not the worried, scared boy he had been. He was confident and knew almost everything about the wizarding world that was there to be known, and was strong enough to take anything that may be thrown at him, head on. The 3 of them walked to the barrier and their Harry's heart stopped. The Weasleys were just before them. Percy and the twins were not there, and so Harry assumed they had gone inside. Ron, you take your sister's hand and walk through it, dear. I will come right after you. Mrs. Weasley was telling Ron, who had a smudge on his nose. He nodded to his mother and took Ginny's hand and walked through the barrier, and then Mrs. Weasley went in. Wow, Sirius, is that the barrier you were telling me? Harry asked him, slowing down a little, giving the time to the Weasleys to go inside. Harry had decided this time he would not be the pure Gryffindor boy who lived. Instead he would try and unite the houses as much as he could. For that he had to be seen alone in the beginning and try and mingle as much as he could with everyone. Last time Harry had not known anyone else apart from Ron and Hermione, and he had the Gryffindor label stuck to him because of Ron, who was never going to see any good in any Slytherin and anyone who would not come inside his preconceived notions and ideas. To counter that, Harry had to meet Ron in a different manner so that Ron would be convinced about Harry's views and ideas instead of blasé ones like all Gryffindors are good and all Slytherins are evil ones. In his other life Ron had seen that point of view, but that had come after years. Even with Snape's portrait he had not the right attitude. Hermione and Harry had to really work on Ron before he was anywhere near mild acceptance of a Slytherin. Harry and Hermione had never told Ron of the many meetings they had had with Malfoy. Harry now wanted to avoid all the politics of that time. With that in mind, Harry walked in between Sirius and Remus into the barrier and slowly went in. It was so crowded that Harry could not spot the Weasleys, and he was grateful for that. Harry had his trunk shrunk and had told Hedwig to fly to Hogwarts and had shrunk her cage as well. He hugged Sirius and Remus, promised to write them every day and received their promise to reply his letters every day, and pulled his hood up and got into the train. A minute later there was a loud horn and Harry leaned from a window and waved wildly to Sirius and Remus. A second later he saw Ginny crying and waving to Ron, Fred and George. Harry looked at her for a second and then turned his attention to Sirius and Remus, who were running towards him. He grinned widely, feeling very warm and safe in their love, and continued to wave until he could see them no more. Harry waved until the train turned around a bend and the platform was visible no longer. Harry had not seen or noticed anyone else in his tension to avoid the Weasleys, especially Ginny and Ron. Now Harry turned away and bumped into another person. "Sorry," Harry said automatically and stepped back, and his heart stopped once again, for the second time since he had come to King's Cross. "It's okay," answered a prim and proper voice, Hermione's voice. I did not hurt you, did I?" Harry stammered, and Hermione shook her head and smiled at the boy in front of her. He had messy black hair and gorgeous green eyes and was very thin and as tall as her. On his forehead was a thin scar shaped like a lightning bolt, and she gasped. Harry grinned. He was so happy he felt his heart would simply burst. He had almost spoken her name aloud and had pulled back just in the nick of time. Thankfully Sirius and Remus were not there. They would have picked up something and would have given him the third degree. He thanked his stars that Hermione was only 11 years old and had not clued in on anything. Had it been a fifth-year Hermione, Harry knew she would have had him spilling everything by now. She had the special knack to do so after all. "You are the boy who lived," she said in a surprised voice. Harry grinned once again. "And I am looking for a place to sit," he answered. She looked at him a long moment and with a, "Come on," walked into a compartment almost opposite to the window she had been standing in front of. Harry stepped inside and couldn't stop grinning. Inside were Neville, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan. All of them looked up when Harry stepped into the compartment, and he went and sat down opposite Neville and only stopped himself from greeting all of them. "Hello, I am Harry Potter," he said, making everyone gasp out aloud. After a minute's gawking, the others introduced themselves. "Did you know you are in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century?" asked Hermione the insatiable. Harry grinned. "I know. It's all a load of rubbish, isn't it?" he asked, smiling at her startled look. "What, you think it is a load of rubbish?" Neville asked him, his eyes wide in his round, chubby and tense face. Neville did not even notice his frog Trevor jump off his lap and hop away. "Yeah, it is. I mean Voldemort." Harry rolled his eyes when Neville and Seamus gasped and Hermione and Dean looked at them questioningly. "We never speak of his name," Seamus explained. "He is called you-know-who, or he who must not be named. We never speak of his name." Harry smiled. "Yeah, my godfather, you know, Sirius Black." Again Harry was forced to stop by the gasps from Neville and Seamus. He rolled his eyes and spoke again. "Sirius and Remus, who's another friend of my dad, and I live with both of them now after Sirius has been found innocent, always use Voldemort's name. They told me never to fear the name. Anyway, it was not me who defeated bad old Voldemort, it was my mother who sacrificed her life for my sake. And these stupid people are saying I did it. How could I? I was only 15 months old then." There was a silence in the compartment as all of them went through all that Harry was saying, in their minds. Then Hermione started with the first question, and soon Harry was bombarded by all kinds of questions. Even Neville asked a good many of them, and Harry answered all the questions as well as he could, starting from Voldemort's fall 10 years ago. From there the talk proceeded to Hogwarts, and Harry told them about the ghosts, the teachers, and the sorting. That naturally led to a discussion about which house everyone would go to. "I really don't mind any house," Harry said, dropping a bombshell. As he expected, everyone stared at him. "But Harry, you can't mean Slytherin. That was the house you-know-who was in," Neville told him hesitantly. "Yeah, it was. But you know what, Neville? Sirius Black comes from the House of Blacks, one of the darkest families ever. His cousins are Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange." Neville's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, staring at Harry, his face red, and a second later he looked down, clenching his hands together. Harry saw that but ignored it and continued. The others had not noticed. They were listening to Harry in rapt attention. His own brother was a Death Eater. Harry told them careful to say only those facts Sirius and Remus had discussed with him and not his own knowledge about everything. "His own brother," repeated Harry. "Regulus Black became a Death Eater and then tried to run away from Voldemort because he could not stomach the unnecessary killing." "What happened to him?" Hermione asked him, leaning forward and listening keenly. "He was murdered by Voldemort, of course, Hermione. No one leaves his service alive. But I was getting somewhere else. Even though he was born and brought up in such a dark family, Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor and he ran away from his home, leaving everyone behind because he did not want to join with Voldemort." "Yeah, but he was in Gryffindor, wasn't he?" asked Seamus triumphantly. "And I bet all his family were in Slytherin." Harry nodded his head, smiling. "Yes, but you know the person who betrayed my parents. He was their secret keeper, and he was a Death Eater who went and told the secret to Voldemort, and it was because of that Voldemort came and attacked all of us and killed my parents. That person was Peter Pettigrew." "Yeah, I know. I read about it in the Daily Prophet," Seamus told him, and Neville nodded, still in shock about Bellatrix Lestrange. Peter was their best friend all the 7 years they were in school, and he was in Gryffindor along with them. Harry finished and all of them gasped, understanding what Harry was trying to say. "Oh Harry, you are trying to say that even in Gryffindor there are bad people?" Hermione said, summing up all the others' thoughts. Harry nodded. "Yeah, and not only that Hermione. With Voldemort you know he is evil and you can be prepared by warding your home against him, fighting him and his Death Eaters, and also if need be run away and hide from him. But Pettigrew was a friend. A friend for whom my dad would have died, and he trusted Pettigrew so much that he entrusted not only his, but his wife's and his baby's life to his care. And he betrayed that trust and was responsible for killing my parents and for Sirius being put in Azkaban for so many years. But just because of him can you say all Gryffindor is bad? So Slytherin is not bad?" Seamus asked Harry thoughtfully. "I don't know. But I am not going to make friends because someone is in a particular house or someone's parents belong to a light family. I am going to make friends because I get along with someone and trust them. That's it," Harry said with finality and left it there. The others needed some time to think about all that and also for his not-so-subtle message to sink in. For some time there was only silence as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Then, "Oh no, I have lost Trevor, my toad," Neville said worriedly. "Come on," Hermione told him kindly, "I will help you search." And she stood up along with Neville. "Accio Trevor," Harry called quietly, lifting his wand. Sirius and Remus had not asked from where he had got his wand. They had assumed Harry had bought it at Ollivander's, and Harry did not correct them. He decided he would say he was scared to say it first because of their reaction to his venture into Knockturn Alley, and later he had completely forgotten about it. The toad came zooming into Harry's hands and he gave the small toad to a relieved Neville and turned to Hermione, who was bursting with questions. "How could you do that?" was the first one. "I practiced all last month. I read a lot too. I bought so many books and I am going to equip myself with a lot of knowledge, as much as I can." "Knowledge is power," Harry said pompously, striking a pose, and everyone laughed, but it did not deter Hermione. "But don't you have underage restrictions?" Hermione asked him, puzzled. "Yes, Hermione. But most wizarding homes are completely warded. It is difficult for the Ministry to find out if underage magic has taken place there. I too have tried practicing spells, only I have not got a single one right until now," Neville told her. Hermione welled up with righteous indignation about the fact that those who lived in wizarding homes could use magic and those like her couldn't. But thankfully for the others there was an announcement informing everyone that they had reached Hogsmeade and would the students be ready. Harry, Hermione and Neville were already in their robes, and Dean and Seamus put on their robes over their muggle clothes, and soon they reached Hogsmeade. Harry, Hermione and the others got down and waited for someone to take them to Hogwarts. Harry might have wondered a bit about the fact that Draco Malfoy had not made his appearance, if he hadn't cast a Notice Me Not charm wandlessly at the open door. He grinned to himself and waited next to Hermione. Hagrid was there beaming at everyone, and Harry grinned as he called out to the Furs, Years, and told them to take the boats. "For to a boat," he bellowed, and all the new first years went towards the boats. The 5 of them went near the water and looked awkwardly, and Harry stepped back and pushed the 4 to a boat. "Go on," he said when Hermione and Neville protested. Harry took the next boat with Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott and Terry Boot. All of them sat silently and looked odd as they saw the great castle by night. Harry felt so much love swelling up at the sight of his beloved school, the fortress Voldemort had been unable to break. He just sat there silently, his heart singing at the sight of the castle with her many towers and dungeons. They went through the curtain of ivy and landed in the rocky harbor and clambered onto the rocks. Harry felt very warm when he saw that Hermione, Neville and Seamus had waited for him, and soon all of them were standing behind Hagrid, who had lifted an enormous hand to knock on the doors. Harry looked happily at McGonagall, who opened the door and took them inside to wait for their sorting. He was home and it felt so good. He stayed carefully with Hermione and Neville, Dean and Seamus, and saw Malfoy looking at him and turned his face away. Ron was standing in front of Harry and Harry could not see his face. Only his red hair. Harry felt guilty for a second, but then McGonagall was speaking to them and all of them got ready for the sorting. Harry would have been petrified by the sorting, but for the fact he knew the hat could not tell what he had seen inside of his head to anyone, even the headmaster. He could hint saying that Harry should be watched and stuff like that, but he was charmed so that he could never speak about the student's mind to anyone in order to protect their privacy. Harry was also going to categorically tell the hat to avoid all mention of him. Abbott, Hannah. The sorting had begun and Harry watched as she was sorted into Hufflepuff. One by one everyone was sorted and Hermione, to his relief, was sorted into Gryffindor and Malfoy into Slytherin. No surprises there. Neville, after a very long time, was sorted into Gryffindor, and then, Potter, Harry, called McGonagall. Harry walked confidently to the stool and he avoided looking at the head table, where Dumbledore and Snape were sitting. Harry put on the hat and the hat gasped. "I hope no one heard that," Harry said warningly, now all of 37 years old. "Of course they did not, Potter," the hat replied irritably, not amused that one student had already been here once before and was here once again after so many years. "I am sorry. It is just I do not wish Dumbledore, or worse Snape, or anyone for that matter, to have any idea of my time travel. I did not wish for it, but now that I am here I would like to have many incidents end differently," Harry told the hat and allowed the hat to see everything. "You do realize that by changing everything, you might change your life as well?" the hat asked quietly. It had seen everything and had been mighty impressed. "What do I do? I can hardly let Sirius stay in Azkaban for 2 more years, can I? I am aware, of course. But I really don't have a choice. I have to live with myself, have I not?" Harry asked the hat heavily. "Gryffindor," the hat asked him. "Yes please and thank you," Harry replied, and just when McGonagall was about to lift the hat to see why the sorting was taking so late, the hat cried, "Gryffindor," and Harry took of the hat and placed it carefully on the stool and patting it once went to the Gryffindor table and sat next to Hermione and Neville amidst great applause and shouts from the twins of, "We got Potter." He still had to look at the head table. "I am Fred and this is my twin George Weasley. This so high up person is our brother Percy, the perfect prefect. Welcome to Hogwarts and Gryffindor, and may all of us see your scar." Fred Weasley grinned at Harry while Percy scowled at his introduction to the boy who lived, but Harry beamed at the boy who had died in the war and who he had not seen for almost 20 years. Harry lifted his fringe and showed all the second years with whom they were sitting the scar, grinning all the time. Slowly the others were sorted too, and Dean came to sit with them, and then it was Ron's turn. The hat cried, "Gryffindor," and Ron came looking very relieved to sit near his brothers. "This is Ickle Ronikins, our Ickle little Ickle bro," Fred told Harry, Hermione and Neville, who were trying not to laugh at the many Ickles that Ron seemed to be. Ron on his part was scowling at his brother and glared at them before turning to all of them to mumble, "Hi." Then he looked in awe at Harry, and Harry obligingly lifted his hair and showed Ron his scar. Ron gaped at the scar and then blushed and looked down. "Hi Ron," Harry said softly, looking at his first best friend of the past, or was it the future? Harry didn't know. Ron grinned back, and at that time Dumbledore told all of them to nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, and start eating. Soon all of them were eating and chattering hard. Nearly Headless Nick came smiling and huffed away irritably after Ron called him Nearly Headless Nick, and Seamus wanted to know how he could be nearly headless. After they finished there was a sound from the head table calling for attention, and Harry turned his head from where he had been speaking to a surprisingly chatty Neville. Maybe all that he needed was some of the right attention, Harry thought before he looked at the head table. McGonagall had been tapping her goblet with her wand, requesting for silence and getting it almost at once. Dumbledore got to his feet and his eyes swept around the great hall. Harry looked at the man he had been going to make his peace with, to hear his apology and become friends with him once again, and to ultimately help him make his peace with Snape. Harry stared at Dumbledore when he smiled at everyone. His eyes swept the great hall and settled for a moment extra on Harry, and his smile widened, and then he straightened and started speaking. Harry waited with bated breath for the announcement he had been waiting to hear, and Dumbledore did not disappoint. He started with the usual notices, and then finally, and last but not the least, the third-floor corridor to the right-hand side is completely out of bounds to all Hogwarts students. Those who will break this rule may expect to die a most painful death. Harry did not hear more. He did not hear about Dumbledore asking everyone to sing the school song, nor did he hear so many off-key renderings of the said song. It had started. The madness had begun, and for the first time Harry let his eyes rove all over the head table. He saw the stuttering Dada Professor Quirrell, and sitting next to him was Snape. Harry looked at the man whose contribution was the single most important one to win the war. All for love. Maybe what Dumbledore said, love being the unknown power, was not so false. Snape, who had been sitting stiffly scowling at the horrible noise that was the school song, suddenly turned his head and stared at Harry. Harry stared back, wondering whether Snape would use legilimency. He didn't, and Harry slowly smiled at him. An innocent, wide, hesitant smile, and grinned to himself when Snape scowled and turned away. Point to me, Harry thought, vastly amused. Snape was going to be fun. Harry saw Quirrell, who was shaking next to Snape, and then moved his eyes to McGonagall and lastly to Dumbledore. Dumbledore was watching him with bright blue eyes, and Harry smiled once again, and Dumbledore simply beamed back. Afterwards all of the first years were taken to the Gryffindor common room by Pompous Percy, as he had been dubbed by the twins, and Harry finally reached his dorm after he and Neville exchanged good-night greetings with Hermione. Already Hermione was different from their past. She had been with Harry and Neville the whole day, and her happiness simply shone on her face. Harry saw his bed, the very same one that he had been using for the 6 years he had been here, and this time he was determined to study all the 7 years and not write his newts a year later after private study like last time. He removed his trunk from his pocket and placed it on the ground, enlarged it and opened it. He removed his night things, went to the bathrooms to have a wash, and came back and sat down to write to Sirius and Remus about his day. "Good night, Harry," Neville, Dean, Seamus and Ron called out to him and to each other, and Harry wished all of them as well, and closing the curtains began to write. The next morning saw Harry up nice and early. He was used to getting up early and saw no need to change that. He woke up and went leisurely to the bathrooms and had a long hot shower. Then, neatly dressed in black school robes with his Gryffindor badge gleaming above his left beast, Harry went into the dorm to take his bags to leave for the Great Hall. Today classes would begin. "Morning, Harry." A voice greeted him sleepily, and Harry turned to find Neville stretching and smiling at him. Harry grinned back. "Morning, Neville. I am going down to the Great Hall. Coming in 5 minutes, Neville said, turning immediately to search for his robes. "I will be down in the common room, okay?" "Okay, Harry," Neville called as he ran towards the bathrooms. Harry laughed softly, and taking his bottomless bag he had purchased on one of his trips to Diagon Alley with Sirius and Remus, that was filled with all kinds of books including his favorite self-updating book of spells, went to the common room and sat down in his usual place of old. Harry breathed deeply and took out his self-updating book of spells and started reading about warding spells. There was so much information and knowledge in these books, it was amazing. 10 minutes later a visibly panting Neville came crashing down the stairs looking anxiously for Harry and visibly relieved when he saw Harry waiting for him. "Thanks for waiting, Harry," Neville told him in gasps, and Harry laughed and lifting his bag on his shoulders stood up. "Come on, Nev, to the Great Hall for breakfast," Harry told him gaily, feeling guilty he had not done this last time. But then he too had been only 11 and had been looking for acceptance and friendship just like Neville was now. Harry glanced at Neville, whose face had bloomed when Harry had abbreviated his name, and he had simply bounced all the way to the Great Hall. They were very early, as it was just 7:30 in the morning. In fact, they were the only two in their year, and apart from other 5 or 6 5th and 6th years, the Gryffindor table was empty. Harry was sure to ask a few portraits the way to the Great Hall so that it would not look as if he knew everything. The head table was full though, and all the professors were there early, having a cup of tea and breakfast, mentally preparing for the start of yet another new year. Harry and Neville sat down, Harry taking care to see he did not look up at the professors, and waited for breakfast that came to them in a few seconds. Both the boys were quiet as they busily helped themselves to everything they wanted and then ate in a companionable silence. They were almost finished when Neville looked down and very hesitantly spoke to Harry. "Harry, your godfather is not friendly with the Lestranges, is he?" "No, Nev, of course not. He hates them, despises them." And then Harry's green eyes softened and he added very softly, "He told me about your parents, Nev." Harry watched as Neville's face became red with embarrassment and a fear of ridicule. But before he could say something defensively, Harry continued, He said they were great people and Bellatrix Lestrange deserved to die a most horrible death for torturing them. He knew them, you know. And Harry saw Neville's eyes lift to Harry's face and a ray of hope slowly blooming in them. He did. Neville breathed. Harry nodded, smiling. Yes, and I believe my parents and yours used to meet at special meetings to fight against Voldemort. That is what Sirius said, to discuss the war and the attacks, and they only stopped meeting when my parents had to go into hiding. My gran says my dad was very powerful and very brave. I am neither, you know. They thought I was a squib for a long time. Then one day I fell out of the window and rolled all the way down, and my Uncle Algy was so happy I had magic inside me, he got me Trevor. I always forget everything, you know. I wish I could somehow do my gran proud. Neville sighed and then realized what he had said, went red with shame. Why don't you? Harry asked reasonably. Neville raised incredulous eyes to Harry. Neither boy was aware of the interest they had caused by their serious conversation. Dumbledore, sipping his tea at the head table, knew they had not met. He was very curious about the conversation, but he was not to know. Snape in the meantime was glaring at the boy who dared to smile the day before. He had been totally shocked by the innocent smile Lily's boy had sent him. Lily's boy. Snape had a very bitter few minutes after those words flashed in his mind. Even after 1 month with the dog and the wolf, the boy had smiled innocently at him. He had scowled and turned away. But the boy had not been perturbed at all. Today he seemed to be embroiled in a very serious conversation with the Longbottom boy. He wondered what it could be, but did not want to employ legilimency just yet. So he contented himself to keep staring hard like the headmaster at the two boys. Dumbledore had decided to invite Sirius and Remus and ask them about Harry. He was very intrigued by the thin boy who oozed unheard of confidence for a first year. For a child whose Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, he was amazingly cheerful and confident. He was very curious indeed. Harry and Neville, oblivious of all this, were still talking to each other. How can I, Harry? I told you I am almost a squib. Neville sounded desperate. What if I say you are not? Neville, Harry told him seriously, half the battle is your own confidence. If you were almost a squib, you would have never been invited to study here, and nor would you have been sorted into Gryffindor. Will you be my study partner? We can do it together. Neville beamed and grinned, really grinned at Harry, thanking him fervently, and Harry grinned back, brushing it off, and the observers at the head table watched intently as the serious conversation that almost seemed to leave Neville in tears, and then suddenly Neville was grinning so widely and was talking very fast to Harry, who was nodding his head and saying something that seemed to make Neville happier. Harry and Neville started talking about their lessons, and the great hall slowly filled up with sleepy students, and in a very few cases, like Percy and Hermione, very eager ones. Hermione came in looking almost as anxious as Neville, and her face and stride relaxed when she saw them. Good morning, Harry. Neville. When did you get up? She asked anxiously, as if she had missed a good portion of her lessons. Oh, I usually get up very early, Hermione. Nev and I got up at around the same time and came down to have breakfast. We were just planning to study together. How about you? Will you join us? Hermione's eyes simply blazed, and it was all that Harry could do to stop laughing out aloud, because he knew she would feel insulted and all her insecurities would come all at once and kill her. Of course I will help you too, and a study plan will work wonders, and I will draw up a schedule. Harry started laughing. He could not help it. Hermione's zeal and Neville's terror seeing her go was simply too funny for words. Hey, cool down. You are simply great, you know, Hermione. Harry told her soothingly, seeing her very hurt, but this is only the first day. I am sorry I laughed, but you were terrorizing young Nev here. And Harry threw an arm around her and grinned. Slowly the hurt left her and she smiled. I did get carried away, didn't I? But we will study together, won't we? I mean, she blushed at how anxious she sounded, but before she could valiantly continue, Harry butted in, of course, Hermione. We will together, and take the whole of Hogwarts by storm. All of them laughed, and the head table was once again wondering what the three of them were now discussing. Harry and Neville decided to wait for Hermione to finish, and at that time a very sleepy Ron, Dean and Seamus came in. Seeing the disgustingly fresh three, they blinked and sat down opposite them to start eating their breakfast. All of you got up very early? Dean asked them. Yes. Harry woke up first and waited for me to get ready, and we have been talking and chatting here. Hermione came just a little while ago, Neville told Dean. Hermione, though, was not listening to the conversation. Instead, she had her head and mind immersed in her Transfiguration textbook, and Ron, seeing that, nudged Seamus and they snickered. Harry noticed it but did not say a word. This was why he had not sat with Ron on the train and had been neutral with him. If he did get close, Ron would demand certain rights as a friend, rights Harry could not afford to give him. He would want to consider all Slytherins as evil, would want to fight Malfoy every time, curse Snape with a hatred Harry simply did not possess, and on top of all this, Ron would simply kill himself with jealousy seeing an assured and self-confident Harry, not to mention a very rich one as well. To remain casual friends right now was the best thing, and Ron's attitude towards Hermione already made Harry believe he had done the right thing. Hermione was not aware of the snickering, or if she was not showing it. She ate at a steady pace, and as soon as she finished she closed her book and looked smartly at Harry. At that time McGonagall was walking down the tables handing out schedules to everyone. Harry, Hermione and Neville received theirs, and immediately Harry looked at his. He had Transfiguration followed by potions for 2 periods and then lunch. They had all their classes with the Slytherins, and in the afternoon they had charms. Well, let us get on to Transfiguration class. Coming? Hermione asked Harry, and Harry and Neville got up, and telling the others to come fast they left. Harry asked a few portraits about the way to class, and soon they were standing in front of the classroom. Sharp at 9 the classroom opened and McGonagall bid all of them enter. They were treated to a lecture that Harry found especially boring, and then were asked to turn matchsticks into needles. Harry got his needle at the first try. He sat back and whispered to Neville, who was partnering him, teaching him about how to do it. At that time McGonagall was coming around and was about to scold Harry when she saw the needle. She stopped in shock. "Mr. Potter," and placed more matchsticks on his table. "Could you?" She gestured to him, and he removed his wand and, softly saying the spell, waved his wand. All the matchsticks turned into needles, their ends sharp and pointy. McGonagall gaped at him, but did not say a word and moved on. She watched Harry teaching Neville, and after Hermione, Malfoy and Zabini, Neville was the only one to get his needle right at the end of the class. They left the classroom, and Hermione spent the entire time during the walk to the potions classroom by asking Harry how he could transfigure all the matchsticks at the same time. Harry smiled and acted innocent. "Well, I wanted to change every matchstick, Hermione, and so I succeeded. When I cast the spell, I cast it for all the matchsticks, not one by one. That would take so much time." They had reached the potions classroom, and the Slytherins and the Gryffindors were standing on either side of the door. Harry had his 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and was reading through the various herbs and their properties. Seeing his example, a few other students were also doing the same. "Potter?" asked a soft and incredibly superior-sounding voice. Harry looked up slowly and nodded, his eyes very cautious and his smile very pleasant. He wanted to pull this off properly. "Draco Malfoy," the boy said, holding out his hand and looking at Harry expectantly. "You are Narcissa Black Malfoy's son?" Harry asked him, completely throwing him. Neither boy knew that a very interested Snape was listening behind doors. He had wanted to observe the boy who lived before banging the doors open, and now Potter was talking to Malfoy instead of hexing him. This was beyond interesting and into the shocking, and he wanted to hear more. What?" asked Malfoy, completely taken aback. He had never expected Harry to reply like this. "Yes," he managed before steadying himself, and then smiled and held out his hand once again. Harry did not hesitate and grabbed Malfoy's hand and shook it warmly. "Pleased to meet you, Malfoy. My godfather Sirius Black has told me she was his cousin and that they grew up together." Harry grinned to himself while an extremely bewildered Malfoy processed all this information before he continued, "Are you prepared for Professor Snape's class?" "What? Black? Why?" Malfoy was bewildered enough to get confused and stop sprouting off against lesser and betters. Harry held his breath. This was going far better than he had even hoped for. "Because he is very strict, we've heard," Harry said seriously. "For you Gryffindors. With us Slytherins he is different," Malfoy told him, nose in the air. "You mean partial and showing favoritism. That's how he is different, isn't he?" snarled Ron. Harry sighed inside and nodded his head to Malfoy, hoping he looked jealous. I know. Wish McGonagall would take a leaf out of Snape's book. She could favor us Gryffindors, you know, but I believe she is as strict with us as she is with you, Sirius told me. It's not fair. You Slytherins are so lucky. Harry pouted, and Malfoy, who had been about to say something horribly rude to Ron, was diverted by this piece of analysis from Harry. Draco Malfoy stared for some time, trying to get everything straight in his mind and also look as if Slytherins were the luckiest ones, instead of having everyone curse them for being evil, and Snape for favoring them. He nodded once again, not knowing what to say, and to his relief at that time the doors banged open and Harry saw Snape billowing away to the front, sharply saying, "Come in and don't dither." Harry had been very careful about his occlumency rites since morning. In fact, he had been slowly preparing his mind by having Parseltongue spells on all of his other life memories, making sure no one would access them. Unless you knew the passwords and spoke them in a certain order, you would not be able to access the memories. It was a mild variation of a memory charm, and Harry was confident it would work. He had arranged the memories of his time with the Dursleys and then kept them suppressed like some sort of natural occlumency, then his last month with Sirius and Remus, which was also suppressed. Harry had wanted to give an impression of wanting no one to see his rather sad past, and that he had become somehow adept at suppressing all his memories. By projecting a totally different attitude and character on the outside, Harry hoped to confuse everyone. Harry knew Dumbledore and Snape would peep into his mind. It was only a question of when, and Harry wanted his mind to be blissfully empty and hoped they would conclude that Harry had natural occlumency shields. So far he had been very careful and had not said anything that he should not have known, and Harry wanted to keep it that way. All of them trooped in silently into the dark classroom and quietly sat down. Harry paired with Neville and Hermione with Parvati Patil. The Slytherins too were very quiet, and they settled down with a minimum of fuss. Harry said his things and slowly looked at the man he wanted the most to make his peace with. Snape was standing at the front of the classroom and sneering at everyone, and his sneer became more pronounced when he saw the Gryffindors. He started by taking register, and he stopped when he came to Harry's name. He looked up and glared at Harry. "Harry Potter," he said softly, his black eyes glittering, "our new celebrity." Harry simply looked at him with wide eyes, and he willed himself to blush. He was rewarded by the famous Snape sneer before Snape continued with the register. After register, Snape gave his now very famous speech, and after ending it with a, "If you aren't a big bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach," he turned to Harry, his eyes gleaming with dislike. "Potter," he barked, "what will I get if I add the powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry stood up before he started answering. "Please, sir. They will together make a sleeping draught so powerful it is called the Draught of Living Death. The potion can put one to sleep for as long as you would want. They will have no heartbeat, and nor will they be able to breathe. It will be as if they are truly dead, but they are not. To wake them you have to give them the antidote. That is all I know about this potion, sir." Snape simply stared at the deferential boy who lived. How many sirs had Potter used in that small explanation? Snape blinked once and continued. "A bezoar, Potter? It is a small round stone removed from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons, sir." Harry replied promptly, and if Snape could have, he would have gaped at the boy who lived. As Snape did not do gaping, he simply stared at the potion's savvy and very reverent and unbelievably respectful Harry Potter. He was so shocked he did not ask the third question, and turned away to the blackboard and flicked his wand at it, saying harshly to the rest of the class, "Well, why aren't you all writing it down?" At once, everyone sprung into action, and the sound of parchment and quills being removed and a lot of quills scratching on parchment could be heard. Snape had, in the meantime, flicked his wand at the board, and the method of preparing a simple potion to cure boils same as Harry's last time appeared. Read this very simple instruction carefully on the board and prepare a potion to cure boils. Get down to it, Snape said sharply, and all of them hurried to set their cauldrons. Point to me, Harry thought, laughing to himself, setting his cauldron and also simultaneously helping Neville set up his, explaining about the potion all the time, conspicuously looking at the instructions on the board all the time. Both of them had managed to complete their potions properly, and carefully and awkwardly poured his potion into a vial and poured some of Neville's potion into a vial for him and tightly closed it when he felt the tendrils of legilimency. So Snape had been unable to resist. Well, Harry was prepared and went about his work, writing his name on the vial. Snape had not been able to resist. Harry Potter was extremely confident. Not even his father or Black had been like this, and he was almost groveling to Snape. That alone was wrong on so many counts that Snape was actually alarmed and worried. Potter had spent a whole month with the bloody dog and werewolf, and he was still so respectful without a sneer, a smirk or a sarcastic comment, the moment he saw Snape. That was just not possible. On top of that was his almost perfect knowledge of potions. He wondered how Potter had fared in Transfiguration, the class they had before this. Even Lily had no clue of potions and had developed a love for the subject only because of him. Snape's lips twisted bitterly and his eyes turned inward as he thought of her. He remembered teaching Lily potions from the moment he had told her she was a witch and had made her love the subject like himself. She became as proficient as he in the exact art of potion making. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Harry, who was pouring a perfect potion into his vial, brewed effortlessly, and what was more had made sure the foolish Longbottom boy got his correct as well. Snape knew about Neville and about how late he had shown magic and was expecting him to be a walking disaster, and it was almost as if Potter would know about it because he had gone out of his way to help Longbottom. He wondered what they had been discussing in the Great Hall in the morning, and then his thoughts went to the scene outside the potions class with Malfoy. That was very mature, and Potter had nipped what would have turned into a major fight, and on top of that had bewildered the Slytherin. That was not so easily done, especially with Malfoy, and Snape was intrigued. Black and Lupin would have done their best to vilify Slytherin House, and also Snape, Malfoy, and anyone they knew would be in first year this year with Potter. Then why had Potter acted so friendly with Malfoy? It was as if he wanted to avoid confrontations and become friends. So he peeped. And he was shocked. There was nothing on the surface except his intention to write neatly on the vial. Either Potter was a fantastic natural occlumens, or he really was that empty, and Snape would not believe Potter to be empty. He could not go further in without alerting and hurting Potter and letting him know that something was happening inside his head. Well, he decided to wait and watch. Snape knew he was, after all, was very good at that. Harry knew he would be watched after Snape saw his very empty mind and grinned to himself. He acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary and walked up to Snape and handed over his vial and waited for Neville to hand over his. Harry was alert to catch the vial if Neville let it slip from his visibly shaking hand. However, Neville managed to hand over the vial and both of them left the classroom, Neville visibly relieved. "Merlin, Harry. You saved my life." Neville gasped the moment they were out of that class. Hermione had joined them and Harry casually brushed it away. "I know if our positions had been reversed you would have done the same for me, Nev, so no big deal there." Ron, Dean and Seamus came out visibly wiping their faces and shaking their heads. "What a class," Seamus said, feeling fully drained. "At least we did not lose any points. Fred was saying yesterday that Snape always takes points off us, and it really would have been awful to lose points on our very first day. I was so scared that he would yell at us and take away points from us." Harry told them, and all of them shuddered and agreed. They too had heard Fred yesterday. It would have made a bad impression to have points taken away on their very first day and during their very first potions class. They walked up to the Great Hall making small talk. That set the tone for the first-year Gryffindors, and they attended all classes and held themselves admirably. Quirrell was a joke as he was last time, and they learned nothing from him in his class. Harry became firm friends with Hermione and Neville, and both of them were fast losing their shyness. Ron, Seamus and Dean, Parvati and Lavender were friendly but nothing more. Ron had got into enough fights with Malfoy and the other Slytherins and had everything from points being taken away from him to being placed in detention at least 2 days a week. It did not seem to deter him, and Harry, watching from a distance, was gladder than ever that he had chosen as he did. Snape was watching him silently, and Harry acted as if he was not aware and worked very hard. While the practical came to him without effort, even without thought, the correct way of expressing the theory still had to be learnt, and sometimes Harry found it excruciatingly boring. But he endured and always made sure he would be prepared for class. For Hermione it was a novel situation where someone else was better than her and could effortlessly get everything at one go. She could not even say he was from a wizarding family because Harry had lived like a muggle, and until he received his Hogwarts letter he did not know he was magical just like her. He had just 1 month of practicing magic that she did not have, and he topped every time in every class. She studied hard, and so did Neville. They had their first flying lessons 2 weeks after start of term, and Ron got into a fight with Malfoy as usual and throwing curses at each other. Both of them took shakily to the air when Madam Hooch had gone with Neville to the hospital wing. Neville had replayed his injury of bucking on his broom and falling down. Harry did not hesitate and also soared up into the air to separate Malfoy and Ron, who were throwing what hexes they knew at each other, and Malfoy knew far more than Ron. He got Ron with a spell that made painful boils sprout all over Ron's face. Ron removed his hands to cover his face with a howl of pain and was about to lose balance and fall down, when Harry caught on to Ron. Harry held Ron, who was now whimpering in pain, and dived. Harry had one hand on his broom and with one hand somehow held on to Ron until they were only a few feet from the ground. Harry pulled up his broom sharply, slowing it down and removing his hand from his broom, held on to Ron tightly with both hands and jerked him off his broom and held on to him. Harry could not stop his broom before he hit the ground because he was now holding on to Ron as well. About a foot or two from the ground, Harry let go off Ron and rolled on to the ground, letting his broom crash. Ron's broom had already crashed to the ground when Harry pulled Ron off it. Harry stood up shakily and dusted himself off, and Hermione, who had run to them along with Neville and the other Gryffindors, pointed her wand at Ron, who had fallen to the ground and was now whimpering in pain, clutching his face, shouted a counter spell and vanished the boils in a minute. That was when McGonagall had come and dragged Harry away and made him Gryffindor's new Seeker. Harry was very thoughtful for the next few days. Some events had changed, but some events still happened, only differently. He must be careful from his 4th year because that was when the deaths started happening, starting with Cedric. Harry still felt a sense of amazement when he saw Cedric. Every time he saw the Hufflepuff, a small prayer would escape his lips, and Harry hoped this time around he would live a long life, just like he hoped for many others, them being Sirius, Remus, Snape, Dumbledore, Tonks, Mad Eye, Fred and Hedwig, and so many others who had died needlessly the last time. Harry was very normal to Malfoy. McGonagall had seen the fight between Malfoy and Ron and had punished both of them. Malfoy had acted edgy the next time he had seen Harry, but Harry had only scowled at him and shook his fist very seriously at a mildly alarmed Malfoy and then had grinned. Malfoy had rolled his eyes, and then they went to playing word games with each other. The first time Malfoy had insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood while they were arguing about something. Harry and Hermione had stared at him, with Hermione not knowing what the word meant and Harry pretending he did not know, though he felt like punching Malfoy on his snooty nose. Neville had done that, with his fists, because he was nowhere near Malfoy's range in wand fighting. Harry had acted shocked, and in the silence Snape had borne down on them, asking them harshly what had happened. Neville had kept quiet, and Malfoy, after a slightly scared look at Harry, had looked down. Snape had punished the 3 Gryffindors by taking 10 points each for fighting with a Slytherin and had billowed away. "What does that word mean?" Harry had asked softly, a hint of warning in his voice, a tone that all the 3 of them learned never to provoke. Malfoy looked defiant when he had explained just what the word had meant. "So you are also calling my mother, who was a Muggleborn, the same name?" Harry had asked, glaring at him, his voice very soft. Malfoy knew that in a minute Harry would start yelling, and then he was frightening, his power leaking out of him. They had argued a few times, and rarely did Harry become angry, but when he did he was rather frightening, and most of them who saw that anger the first time were invariably careful the next time. Now Malfoy did not answer, and after about 2 minutes of simply staring him down, "May I request you to never utter that word?" he had asked, holding out his hand for Malfoy to shake. The implication was very obvious. Harry meant that if Malfoy would utter mudblood, Harry would fight him, because his mother was a Muggleborn. Malfoy was enjoying his not friendship, but something like that relationship with Harry, and he did not want to stop being whatever he was with Harry. So he swallowed his pride and nodded once and shook Harry's hand. "Thank you," Harry had told him, making Malfoy feel that he had granted Harry a favor, which is what Harry had wanted, and Malfoy had walked away feeling he had not lost anything much. Hermione healed Neville's bruise and all of them went to their common room. But from then on Malfoy and his friends never called Hermione or anyone mudblood, at least when Harry was anywhere around. It was now just a week before Halloween, and Harry was sure Quirrell would bring in the troll somehow into Hogwarts. He would have to make sure this time Hermione would not be anywhere near the girls' bathroom or indeed anybody else. Now that Hermione was not so bossy and she had someone studying far better than her, she was just a slightly studious girl, helping Neville in most of his subjects. Before Quirrell brought the troll into the school, Harry wanted to accomplish one more thing. He wanted to remove the Ravenclaw Horcrux from the Room of Requirement and keep it safely with him. He decided to remove the Horcrux that night a week before Halloween. That would take his collection of Horcruxes to 3, Harry thought with satisfaction. That night Harry waited for everyone to sleep, and at midnight, he spelled his curtains with a repelling charm, made himself invisible first and took his trunk, shrunk it and placed it into his pocket. Harry then changed into his phoenix form, still invisible, and flashed to the 7th floor. He changed back still invisible and walked 3 times, thinking hard of a place to hide his book. On his 3rd walk a door appeared and Harry went inside and heaved a sigh of relief. It was the same room. Harry walked swiftly until he came to Diadem. It was still there and Harry silently levitated it from afar and placed it into his trunk. He shrunk it, wishing that he could destroy the 3 damned Horcruxes safely right now, and then shrieked when the room turned into a dungeon with the 3 shallow basins placed at a distance from each other and filled with what looked like snake venom. Harry just sat there for some time before he realized what had happened. The Room of Requirement had granted his earnest wish and desire to destroy the Horcruxes. This was beyond perfect, Harry thought, truly elated, and he suspected that the stuff in the basin was basilisk venom. Harry withdrew his wand and cast many warding spells at the door and mentally asked the room to tell him the method, and also requested the destruction of the Horcrux not be heard outside. The writing started forming on the wall opposite the door. Take the Horcrux and levitate it into the shallow basin that has basilisk venom in it. Stand behind the blue line drawn on the floor and you will not be hurt. No one else will hear of the destruction of the Horcrux. Harry looked down and saw the blue line running through the length of the Room of Requirement, dividing the whole room into 2 unequal lengths. He crossed it and stepped into the smaller divide and enlarged his trunk and removed the diadem first. He levitated it carefully and placed it into the shallow basin that was on his left. For a second nothing happened, and then there was an awful, agonizing scream as the Horcrux burned and died. From the blue line on the floor a strong transparent shield had sprung up until the ceiling, and nothing came near Harry. The whole exercise had taken 5 minutes. Harry, sweating with a combination of thrill and fear and immense satisfaction that one part of the psychopath had been destroyed, did not waste time and repeated his actions with the other 2. 15 minutes of holding his breath, Harry had destroyed 3 of the Horcruxes. He wondered as he shrunk his trunk about whether he could touch the ring, locket and the diadem, when there appeared a big bowl of some solution and words that told him to levitate the 3 objects and place them in the bowl. Harry did so, and the pale pink solution turned a dark blue, removing all residue of dark magic, and then vanished, leaving only the 3 objects inside. The room told Harry that the objects were safe now, and Harry went cautiously near the bowl. Harry used his one wand to levitate the diadem, and asking the Room of Requirement for another empty bowl, placed the diadem not into the bowl but holding it over, used his other wand to cleanse the diadem in all ways he knew. Harry put that aside and repeated the same process with the ring and the locket, and then held all of them in his hands. He looked at them and then, smiling tiredly to himself, and placed them in his trunk, shrunk it and bowed to the room, thanking it fervently, and changing into a phoenix and flashed to his bed. Harry changed and enlarged his trunk and crashed onto his bed and slept the sleep of the tired and hard-working. The week before Halloween went by slowly and Harry was on a new high. Destroying 3 Horcruxes safely and securely made him exceptionally cheerful and happy, and everyone wondered what had made Harry so carefree and visibly happy. The first staff meeting after school took place the day before Halloween, 2 months after start of the school year. All the professors had gathered together and gave their opinions about various issues and tackled various problems that had needed attention in the school. After discussing regular matters, all of them expressed their surprise about the performance of one Harry James Potter. "He is amazing, Albus. That is the word. He will surely be better than Lily in charms," squeaked the little Professor Flitwick. Pomona Sprout nodded. "While he is not the best in my class, he is one of the brighter students, Albus." Sinistra agreed with Pomona, and McGonagall stared at Albus when he turned to her. On the first day he turned his matchstick into a needle in about 1 second. Then he was helping Longbottom. I had not noticed his needle until I went close to his seat, intending to scold him. Then I saw the needle and surprised, gave him a bunch of matchsticks and asked him to transfigure them. I thought he would start one by one, but he did not, Albus. He did not separate them one by one, but waved his wand and transfigured the whole lot of them. Dumbledore was surprised. That was truly unheard of. His incantation was not loud, almost silent, and now copying him, Longbottom, Granger, Thomas, Finnegan, Weasley, Malfoy and Zabini are also saying their spells very softly, almost non-verbally, though they are not successful always. In fact, I would say except for a few times, they have been forced to shout their spells. But I have never seen Potter say his spells in anything more than a whisper. She finished. There was a silence after this. This kind of wand work was seen very rarely, but I suppose it is to be expected after all. The boy has defeated the evil lord, Flitwick said. All of them were a little baffled, Dumbledore and Snape the most. A little while later all the professors started to leave and only Snape, McGonagall and Dumbledore were left. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled madly. "Come now, Severus. Tell me about Harry," Dumbledore said, thinking Snape would sprout off about the blasted son of James Potter. Snape did not respond at once. He looked vacantly at the wall right in front of him, shocking McGonagall, who had been readily waiting with a sarcastic remark to hit Snape with, and Dumbledore, who was expecting to be amused. "I don't know. Potter seems to be an enigma, a puzzle I am unable to solve," he said. He looked at McGonagall. His potions are perfect and he is well-mannered, shockingly so. He had struck up a friendship of sorts with Malfoy and he has made Draco respect and like him. When Draco speaks to me, he curses Weasley but never talks about Potter unless I ask him directly, and then he is very guarded in his comments. And until now he has not written a word to his parents about being friendly with Potter. "How do you know that, Severus?" McGonagall asked while Dumbledore was watching, very interested in Snape's observations. "Lucius asked me about Draco and he told me to tell Draco to act neutral towards Potter. I told him Draco was already doing so. On the first day I peeped into his mind." Both McGonagall and Dumbledore exclaimed angrily. "Severus, how could you?" asked Dumbledore. "How dare you abuse a student's privacy like this?" shouted McGonagall. "Minerva, I applied Legilimency only on the surface and I am allowed to do so in any suspicious circumstance. It is only the deep invasion of any mind that is illegal. What I am trying to say here is that there was no surface thoughts except what he was doing at the time, that was writing his name on an effortlessly brewed potion." Snape replied patiently and a little angrily. "You must realize it is suspicious, more so in fact, in the light of what you have been saying about his transfiguration work. A boy who has been raised as a muggle and one who did not know he was a wizard until a month before starting Hogwarts has shown the work of a master. I think I am justified." Dumbledore was silent and McGonagall was shocked. What Snape was saying was very true. Harry was showing the work of a master. "Harry really had no other thoughts, Severus?" Dumbledore asked him. Snape nodded impatiently. "Yes, Albus, you may peep and see. Potter, at the time I peeped, was writing his name on the potion vial. And that is all there was in his mind. I could have delved deeper, but at 11 years of age, your mind is only surface thoughts and they should reflect so much more and be a lot more jumbled." There was silence after this and Dumbledore and McGonagall thought about what Snape was saying. He has spent 1 month with Black and Lupin. And coming here, Potter has taken Malfoy's hand in friendship and he was and is so respectful to me, it is alarming, Albus. He still is very friendly with Draco even after he hexed Weasley. Now Draco has even started talking to Granger and Longbottom in a civil manner. Slytherin House has no altercation of any sort with Potter and I find it difficult to believe that Black and Lupin would have taught Potter to treat all the houses as equal. Snape finished very softly, his black eyes very disturbed. There was once again only silence after this and Dumbledore spoke a little while later. "Is Harry showing spells that belong to, say, 3rd year or even 2nd year?" he asked contemplatively. Both professors shook their head and Dumbledore was relieved. "So Harry is showing his mastery only in what he has been taught so far. That, Severus, Minerva is not so bad, but I really have no answers to what Severus has said and he has raised very valid points. I will invite Sirius and Remus for lunch at Yule to the castle. Harry too will accompany them, I hope." We may be able to get an idea of what makes one Harry Potter tick then. Until then, please watch him closely. Dumbledore stood up and the other two stood up and all of them went to their rooms, none of them very happy about the state of affairs concerning one Harry Potter. The next day was Halloween and Harry woke up with his mind and senses on high alert. Events had a way of happening even though Harry had changed so much. That had been proved by Harry becoming Gryffindor Seeker. Today, if things were to go according to schedule, was the day the troll would appear. Harry was distracted all day and he kept as close a watch as he could on Quirrell and McGonagall. Snape and Dumbledore kept an equally close watch on Harry. Harry would not have known this, but unfortunately for Dumbledore, his curiosity got in the way of ethics and he decided to peep as well. Harry had his occlumency on every time he entered the Great Hall or any classroom. He was more alert in his potions class. That afternoon Harry was in the Great Hall having lunch with his friends when Dumbledore peeped into his mind. Harry knew right away that someone was peeping. He concentrated on his food, his mind only full of lessons of the previous day, and as the presence lingered Harry could discern the presence to be that of the headmasters, so Dumbledore could not resist either. Harry continued eating and a few minutes later he felt the legilimency stop. Harry knew then that Dumbledore as well as Snape, and if these two were involved then most likely McGonagall too, were keeping an eye on him. Harry continued to watch Quirrell the whole day, and in fact he had set a mild trigger on the door of the Dada classroom and Quirrell's office so that he would know the moment the stuttering professor would leave the rooms. Harry was sitting in the common room when he felt the trigger for the office go off. A few minutes later Harry stretched yawning conspicuously and Hermione laughed. Feeling very tired, Harry. Maybe I should sleep off the afternoon. I had a slightly restless night last night, Harry said, stretching and yawning once again. You did look a bit off today. Kind of a bit high-strung, compared to your attitude all of last week. Hermione told him, tilting her head to one side and looking at him. I know. I was feeling so happy all of last week and I really did not know why. Maybe I am kinda falling flat now after being so hyper all last week, Harry said, laughing, and everyone laughed with him. Almost all the first years were there in the common room lazing around and spending their afternoon after a magnificent lunch. The second years had told them that dinner would be even better, and they were playing wizarding chess, exploding Snap, and in Hermione's case reading Hogwarts. A history one more time. Go and sleep, Harry, Ron advised him. He was smiling and very happy because he was winning against a frustrated Seamus who was cursing Ron and his chess set making everyone laugh. This was his third straight loss and he was determined to win at least one game today. Harry nodded, yawing once again, and stood up. I think I'll take your advice, Ron. I'll sleep off the afternoon and come down all ready for the Halloween feast tonight, Harry told them, and laughing with the others and yawning Harry went to the dorm to sleep. The moment he had the curtains around the bed, Harry spelled them to repel anyone to peep in. Harry placed another trigger charm on the curtains in the bed that he had left crumpled, so that if anyone did break the spells on the curtains for any reason whatever, Harry would be alerted and he could flash into the bathrooms and come from there so that no one would be suspicious. That completed, Harry removed his second wand from his trunk and cast the invisibility charm upon himself and transformed into his phoenix form. He flashed to corridor near the Dada classroom. Transforming back, Harry wasted no time except to stop for a minute and check if his invisibility spells had held, and then placing his wand on his palm he whispered, "Point me, Quirrell." The wand pointed towards the Forbidden Forest and Harry removed the remaining trigger and, transforming into a phoenix once again, flashed to the edge of the Forbidden Forest just inside the school wards and waited. Some time later an invisible Harry saw a very steady and confident Quirrell holding his wand high and leading a huge troll in the darkness straight into Hogwarts. Harry took out the second wand and held it in front of him and concentrated until he felt the magic flowing into his hands and wand, and then, Spellumen Breakastos. He hissed in Parseltongue, breaking whatever the spell had been on the troll. The troll had apparently been under the Imperius. It blinked when the curse suddenly broke and swung his huge club at Quirrell. Harry reacted immediately and banished Quirrell, who went and crashed into a tree and then, casting a silencing charm on his shoes, ran forward. The troll looked around but not able to see anyone, lumbered swinging its huge arms, threatening all around all the time, walking towards the school. It would have passed Harry in 2 steps, when Harry lifted both his wands and, pointing one of them towards the troll's face and another towards its chest, hissed once again, "Reducto." The troll's face and chest were blown away and it fell flat on its half-blown-away face. Harry quickly made the troll invisible and enervated Quirrell. He woke up groaning and looking around cautiously. He could see no one. Harry waited to see what Quirrell would do when he heard Voldemort's voice. "The troll has gone inside, you incompetent. Now go in and announce the troll during dinner." The incredibly cold voice hissed and Quirrell without a word started running towards the school to go to his office. Harry cancelled the invisibility spell on the troll with a wave of his hand and using his wand, placed it under a non-tracking spell that was password triggered, and removing all traces of his magical signature, changed into his phoenix form, flashed to his bed, banished his second wand to his trunk, changed into his pajamas and removing the repelling spells with a wave of his hand and slept. He was woken up by Neville half an hour later. Harry wiped his eyes sleepily. "Time for dinner?" "You have been asleep for hours. Come on," Neville laughed. Harry was ready in 5 minutes and all of them went down talking and laughing for the Halloween feast. They were chatting and laughing, eating the magnificent feast that the school had provided, when Quirrell came running into the Great Hall clutching his chest and stammered out, "Troll in the dungeons," before he promptly fainted. Dumbledore flicked his wand at once and the doors magically shut up and placing his wand to his neck he spoke in a calming tone. "All of you take your seats please and continue with your dinner. After dinner you will be escorted to your common rooms where you will stay until you are informed otherwise." Harry and the others sat down and continued with their dinner discussing very hard about the troll and the possible ways it could have entered Hogwarts. "You know, I thought Hogwarts was protected enough against such things. How did the troll get inside anyway?" "No one knows," Fred answered from a few seats away, "but they are really dangerous things, trolls. They have no brain, only a desire to do violence all the time and a pat from them will probably kill you." Neville shuddered along with Ron and Hermione. Seamus was white. "I have seen one in my village, you know. They are such awful things. They have a huge club almost our size and they keep swinging it and bringing down anything that stands in their way." This time all of them shuddered and slowly they finished dinner and were escorted to their common rooms by their professors. No one went to sleep and the Gryffindor common room was packed, all of them waiting anxiously for an announcement that the troll had been dealt with. Harry sitting there with Hermione and Neville softly said the password to release the trigger and make the troll visible. The call never came. Instead there was McGonagall, her face white and strained worrying Harry at once. He pushed down his feeling and let only the information about the troll and his mild anxiety play in his mind. She had a big book with her and calling everyone to settle down she started taking register. Everyone in Gryffindor had been accounted for and with a huge relief on her face she turned to leave when the door opened and Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick and Sprout came in. "Everyone is here, Professor," McGonagall told him and Dumbledore swept his eyes around the common room taking in the anxious faces. Harry's face was just like his friend's, curious and mildly scared. But Snape was watching only him. "The troll was found killed." Dumbledore could go no further because everyone started clapping. He smiled though his eyes were very serious and he looked straight at Harry. "No one knows how it was killed and if any of you have any information." Snape had entered Harry's mind at that point and Dumbledore was still talking. "Please get up and inform us." Snape saw Harry's imagination of a troll with a club swinging and after Dumbledore's words the troll lying in a heap on the potions classroom. Snape scowled and stopped his legilimency. The boy thought the troll was in his potions classroom. Then he frowned. The images had come perfectly along with Dumbledore's speech. But once again there was nothing else in the mind except his conversation about the troll at dinner. Not even the events of the morning. "How was he killed, Professor?" asked one of the 7th-year boys. "Someone had cast a reducto to its face and chest." All the boys shuddered as one. The students remained silent and the professors went out. "Well, Severus, Flissius, Pomona, Minerva, did you notice anything from any of the students?" All of them shook their heads and Snape very thoughtfully. Dumbledore looked sharply at him, but his thoughts were far away thinking of what he had seen inside the mind of Harry Potter. "Severus," pressed Dumbledore slowing down and gesturing the other professors to go on. "I peeped again today, Dumbledore. All I found was the memories of dinner and his imagination of the events as we spoke. That is very unnatural. At the very least I have yet to find someone who is capable of this type of a mind that has natural occlumency tendencies." Snape paused for effect. Not at this age, in fact not ever. Dumbledore agreed silently. He did not comment though. Instead he asked Snape, "Why, Severus, do you think Harry had anything to do with the troll?" Snape did not answer at once. "I don't know. But there is something about Potter I really cannot seem to put my hands upon. He is." Snape paused and searched for an appropriate word that would express his opinion, but coming up with nothing he sighed, "Too confident for a first year, do you not think so?" "Why would you feel like that?" Dumbledore asked him curiously. They had reached the gargoyle that stood at the entrance to his office, and Dumbledore muttered, "Licorice wands," and stepped on to the stairs with Snape following him. Not even Potter's father and Black Who, Merlin knows came from families that would make them truly overbearing, and scowled when Dumbledore twinkled his eyes and huffed a bit angrily, thinking for a second about storming off. But Snape was highly intrigued about Potter, and he wanted to also understand Dumbledore's reactions to the findings of Boy Who Lived's mind. Not even they were this confident. Not even Lucius was. Dumbledore sobered at that. At a deeper level he knew what Snape was saying. He too had peeped once before and found Harry's mind blissfully and calmly empty. That was not the norm unless Harry was doing all this unconsciously to suppress his feelings and his childhood, which made Dumbledore cringe as he remembered the cupboard beneath the stairs on his Hogwarts letter. Dumbledore had expected Snape to be frothing at the mouth seeing Harry. Snape had been doing just that before Harry came to Hogwarts. But since then he had treated Harry as sulkily as he did the other students and nothing more. He had not removed a single point of Harry until now just because he was Harry Potter. Snape was that much confused. Almost non-verbal spells, multiple transfiguration on the very first day, so far only expertly brewed potions turned in. Not even once has Potter handed a potion less than perfect. So much confidence. What would you think, Dumbledore? Or is that not my position to ask? Snape finished sarcastically. Dumbledore stared at Snape for a long moment and then sighed. "I don't know, Severus, and of course I would never tell you to stop deciphering our young Mr. Potter. I peeped once today into his mind and I found it as you said. Nothing. He is an Occlumen, Severus." Dumbledore observed very quietly, shocking Snape out of his mind. He looked up, his eyes wide and unguarded, at the headmaster, who was staring equally somberly at him. Already the equations had begun to change. Dumbledore was baffled, and Snape was not yelling about the boy who lived, and everything was different. In the past Snape had only bad things to say about Harry and was forever snubbed by Dumbledore. Here Snape was as thoughtful as Dumbledore, if not even more so, and they were working together. The Dumbledore of the past would have chewed Snape for reading his mind, and Snape certainly never told the headmaster he had been reading thoughts straight off Harry's mind. Dumbledore would have been very scathing to him. This time Snape and Dumbledore were taking turns to peep into the mind of the boy who lived, and both did not like what they saw, or rather what they did not see. "What do you mean, Dumbledore?" asked Snape in a strangled voice. "He is an Occlumen, Severus. No one can do what he does. Either he is a natural Occlumen, and if that is the case then he is the first Occlumen that I have seen who can hide his feelings so well, otherwise he may be possessed." "What?" Snape shouted. "Well, how can someone control their mind like this? Tell me," Dumbledore demanded, highly agitated, something Snape had never seen him being. It was a novel experience and Snape was not sure he liked it. "Since I peeped into his mind I have been very disturbed, and now with the stone here I am very worried." "You are afraid Potter may go for the stone?" Snape asked him carefully. In answer, Dumbledore got up from his chair and started pacing the office. "You have peeped twice, Severus, and I have seen the inside of his mind once. All the 3 times without warning, and all the times we peeped Harry did not expect it. Maybe we can excuse tonight because Minerva was already there and Harry would have been on his guard, but not earlier today, and not at first when you cast Legilimency on him. Unless he has a permanent shield protecting his mind, like the way you or I do. That automatically means Harry is not a natural Occlumen, and that means he knew of magic before he came here." They were silent for a while, Dumbledore pacing the floor and Snape staring thoughtfully at the wall opposite him, thinking of the enigma that was Harry James Potter. "Keep an eye on Quirrell, will you?" Dumbledore asked him, not stopping his pacing, and Snape slowly stood up and, murmuring his excuses, left for the dungeons. The next few weeks were full of Quidditch, and Harry learnt the game all over again from Oliver Wood and took to the skies with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He was the youngest Seeker in a century, and he thoroughly enjoyed his practices and his flying time in the air. The first match of the season was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and Harry was much exited. Sirius and Remus had got him an excellent broom, a Nimbus 2000, and they had wished him all the best and told him to push the Slytherin players' faces in dung. Harry did not know how he could achieve that, but was willing to try and defeat Slytherin once again by catching the snitch. Harry woke up that morning with a sense of anticipation and totally forgot that Quirrell would try and pull him off the broom, and last time it had been Hermione who had pushed against him to reach Snape and set his robes on fire, thereby distracting him and stopping the bucking of the broomstick. This time there would be none of that, since the first years had still to meet Hagrid, and the break-in at Gringotts, though discussed avidly, was left right there and not pursued further. They had not the midnight duel with Malfoy, and so they had not met Fluffy the three-headed dog. He wore his robes and, taking his new broom proudly with him, went down to breakfast. There Harry ate very little breakfast and was surrounded by all the first years that were encouraging him along. "Look, Harry, search carefully for the snitch and get it, and we can wipe it in the Slytherin's and Malfoy's face completely." Ron was already giddy with imagining that scene in his mind. Harry muttered something noncommittally. "Potter." A drawl sounded nearby, and Harry looked up to see Malfoy hovering nearby, a sardonic look on his pointy little face. "Malfoy, hi." Harry smiled and gestured him to sit down. He raised his eyebrows in distaste and shook his head, though to give him credit he did not utter a word. "I only came to wish you all the best, and don't cry when Slytherin wipe you off the earth." Harry only grinned and nodded his head. "I will try not to cry," he replied mockingly, and laughed when Malfoy grinned. Truly grinned and not smirked. "Shut it, Malfoy. No one asked you," Ron snarled. Malfoy looked straight through Ron, who was beginning to froth at the mouth, and nodded to Harry, and rolling his eyes sauntered back to the Slytherin table. "Why do you even talk to him, Harry? He is evil, as all Slytherins are," Ron told him angrily. Harry shrugged and looked a bit helpless. "He is funny, Ron," he said inadequately, and concentrated on his eating, wishing Malfoy had not come over to wish him and Ron was not such a git. "What? He is insulting you and you are calling him funny," Ron spluttered. "Oh, shut up, Ron," Hermione said, vexed with Ron's extreme anti-Slytherin tendencies. "He said Slytherin would win." "So what? He will say that, won't he? He is a Slytherin after all." "You shut up, you know it all," Ron snarled at her, extremely aggravated. Ron piped down. Harry said softly, "Don't talk like that to her. She voiced only her opinion. And she is right. As far as Draco is concerned, he would naturally want Slytherin to win. He is not like us Gryffindors who want our team to win." Ron went red. "So you are supporting a slimy Slytherin?" Harry, now thoroughly exasperated. "Do I look like I am supporting a slimy Slytherin? I am merely asking you not to be rude to Hermione, who is a Gryffindor." Ron was in two minds. He could get up and walk away, or even stay there and fight the losing battle with Harry. But he knew after that Harry would never speak to him. He liked Harry. So that decision was a bit difficult for him, and no one else would support him in this. Not even his brothers. So he looked very constipated for a few minutes, and there was a tense silence while Ron pondered on the best way to bring back things to normal. "Ronnikins, if you don't apologize right now," Fred, or was it George, said, "we will truss your pretty little mouth, and make sure that you don't open it." "Forever," both shouted in unison, glaring at their younger brother before Fred or George continued harshly. "Harry's got to play a game, and if he loses the snitch today," and left the statement hanging there. Ron gulped and looked miserable. Harry sighed. "Ron, you don't have to apologize to me." Ron looked up in disbelief at that statement and small amount of hope. "But you must to Hermione. I am more of a know-it-all than her, and if you must really call anyone a know-it-all, it should be me." Harry finished, seriously glaring a little at Ron. "I'm sorry, Hermione," Ron mumbled, and got up from there and ran outside. Harry looked at the twins and shrugged in a kind of apology and helplessness. They understood perfectly and grinned. "Ickle Harrikins, now put all the turbulent present behind you and concentrate on the great game of Quidditch," Fred told him. Harry grinned back reluctantly and looked at Hermione. "Are you okay?" he asked softly, getting up. She nodded and smiled. "Go and beat the tar out of them, Harry." "And here I thought you did not care much for Quidditch," Harry teased her, walking away from the Great Hall with all of them, looking and feeling terribly relaxed. "Oh, I don't," she retorted. "But," she continued, her eyes slightly clouding with unhappiness, Everyone heard what Ron shouted and everyone saw the blasted Malfoy coming over to our table to talk to you. If you don't catch the snitch and win us the game, everyone will talk. Very true. Harry told her, and all of them walked in a companionable and a slightly nervous silence. They reached the pitch and Harry and the twins went to join their team and Hermione and Neville went to the stands. Harry and the twins went to the changing rooms and changed into their robes and went to stand near a highly tense Oliver Wood. He was gulping every minute and then was glaring at his team and then gulping again. We have the best team here today. He started abruptly. We have to win this time. We had better. We have the best seeker, the best pair of beaters, excellent chasers and a decent keeper. No need to be modest, Oliver, and we know the rest of your speech by heart, called out Fred understandingly, making Oliver scowl. Harry grinned to himself. All this was just like last time, and he still did not think to remember what the game itself would bring. They went out behind a nervous and hopeful Oliver and lined up on the pitch to encouraging screams from the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and half of Ravenclaw stands. The Slytherins booed and shouted at the Gryffindors. Harry took to the air and felt the wind whipping his hair and was swaying on the broom with happiness. He heard Lee Johnson comment with McGonagall restraining him now and then and flew lazily as both Gryffindor and Slytherin posted goals. At that time a bludger came narrowly just missing Harry as Harry swerved and flew a bit higher. The bludger came at him once again and at that time Harry's broom started to buckle and threw him off. Harry went up into the air and came down and managed to catch the broom with one hand. The bludger that came at Harry once again hit Harry straight on his stomach and Harry lost the control and went spiraling down from more than 100 feet in the air. Normally Harry would have used his or even his wand to slow himself down, but being hit by the bludger very hard made Harry lose consciousness and Harry fell like a rock, not hearing the panicked screams from the crowds or knowing that Hermione and Neville had tears running from their faces and had started running down from the stands to try and catch a fast-falling Harry. Nor was Harry aware that his teammates were screaming with fear and were now trying to catch him, but Harry was a dead weight and Fred and George and Oliver who came whistling through the air to try and catch Harry all failed and Fred was dangerously hanging by his hand and had to be rescued by his twin for leaning too far. 20 feet from the ground Harry started slowing and he hit the ground at a far slower rate than he would have had he crashed at the original speed he had been falling. Snape had been asked to keep an eye on Quirrell by Dumbledore and Snape, seeing Quirrell looking frequently at Harry and focus on him all the time after the Gryffindors had taken to the air had made Snape suspicious and he had kept one eye on him. A while into the game he had suddenly seen Quirrell start muttering something inaudibly as if he was singing to himself. But his eyes had been strangely fixed at something high in the air. Snape had turned around to see Potter's broom buckle and he had at once flicked his wand and had started chanting the counter to the buckling broom. But barely a second later a bludger had hit Potter at a tremendous speed and Harry had let go of the hand catching the broom and had started the fast and free fall to the ground. Snape glanced at Quirrell, who was wearing a self-satisfied expression on his face and had immediately turned around and held his wand pointing it at Harry and at the same time making sure that Quirrell would not be able to see his actions by casting a disillusionment charm on his hand and had cast the slowing charm usually used to stop falling objects. By the time Snape had cast the slow down spell at Harry, Harry was only about 20 feet from the ground. So he still hit the ground with some force and crumpled onto the ground. Snape lifted the spell, just in time to see Hagrid run to Harry and pick him up with that Granger girl and Longbottom openly crying and Weasley looking very white running along with Hagrid, who was almost running to the infirmary. Snape cast a Notice Me Not charm on himself and turned to Quirrell. He was standing and stretching himself to look at the fallen boy. He had a look of satisfaction on his face that was very disturbing for someone witnessing a rather serious accident that may have been deliberately caused. Snape looked at him and removing the Notice Me Not charm upon himself, when he saw Quirrell looking around and briskly started walking away towards the direction of his dungeons as if he was not bothered about the boy who lived, his robes billowing behind him. He went to his office and using the flow reached the headmaster's office and waited in the empty room. It was more than an hour that a very worried Dumbledore came inside and seeing Snape smiled tiredly and went around and sat down in his chair. "How is the boy?" Snape asked him. "Harry is not fine, Severus," Dumbledore replied somberly. "He has crushed his ribs and a portion of his lungs is also damaged. He has cracked his skull and also has multiple fractures on his arms and legs." "Did you see what happened?" Snape told him, and Dumbledore closed his eyes and leaned back. There is so much darkness in Quirrell, Severus. He told Snape with his eyes still closed. I am afraid his mind has been somehow manipulated by Voldemort. What? Snape shouted. What are you saying, Dumbledore? He asked the headmaster, who had still not opened his eyes. I told you, Severus, did I not, that Voldemort would return? I am afraid with Harry's entrance into the wizarding world and into Hogwarts had tempted Voldemort to continue from where he had been forced to leave 10 years ago. I am afraid Quirrell is acting somehow under Voldemort's orders, and that was why I had told you to keep an eye on him. Dumbledore opened his eyes now and stared deeply at a very frightened and uncomfortable Snape. It paid off today. Because of your prompt action, Harry was saved from a sure death, thank you. Snape flushed uncomfortably. There is no need to thank me, Dumbledore. I would have done this for any student. He sneered and got up. If that is all? Dumbledore looked at the thin, ungainly man and slowly nodded his head. Snape turned on his feet and walked to the flow, and throwing a pinch of flow powder into the fire, flowed into his office and went to his chair and slumped into it. The Dark Lord was back. Merlin. He would have to go back and spy for the Order. It was so scary and frightening. The killings would start all over again, and he, Severus, would be burning from both ends to the middle, where you would just burst, he knew. But he could not keep away, would not. That would be his redemption, his personal salvation for the atrocities he had committed as an enthusiastic Death Eater and for causing the death of Lily. Her child would be hounded even more than he, Snape, would be, and what a burden he had handed on a platter to her child. It was all because of him, Snape thought bitterly, summoning a bottle of strong fire whiskey in a glass, absent-mindedly pouring himself a shot and sipping the fiery liquid. It was all because of him and his prejudices against people like his father that hurt Lily and made an orphan of her boy, who made him clench with guilt inside every time he looked at her eyes. Every time he looked at Potter. Snape stayed there drinking and brooding for a long time and did not appear for lunch or dinner. At around 10 in the night, he took a hangover potion that he had sensibly summoned to him when he had started drinking in earnest, and feeling steadier and better, his awful headache reduced to a dull throbbing at the back of his mind, Snape stood up, deciding to go over to the infirmary to see the state of the boy who lived. He swayed on his feet and, cursing softly, he snapped his fingers. Yes, Master Snape. What may Tippy do for yous? The elf bowed and asked him. Bring me some dinner, he replied curtly, sitting down again. In a minute there was hot steaming dinner, and Snape ate quickly and stood up feeling much better and able to think clearer. He paced his room for a long time before he turned and walked out. It was almost 2 in the morning, and Snape had been brooding over everything the whole of yesterday. He cast a disillusion charm on himself and walked out, casting a cleaning charm on his robes that reeked of fire whiskey. He walked up to the infirmary, thinking about the buckling broom, the way the bludger had hit Potter and the way he had fallen. He would survive, but it had been a very close thing. Had he not acted so quickly, Snape knew this time they would have been in mourning for the boy who lived. He shuddered a little and slowed down when he reached the floor where the infirmary was. He walked into the infirmary and saw that the boy was sleeping. He flicked his wand and found that his bed was completely warded. So Dumbledore had not taken any chances. Snape walked up to the edge of the wards and peeked. Potter was sleeping and his breathing sounded very shallow. Snape stayed there for a few minutes staring at the boy who lived and was about to leave when he saw Harry's wand on the small table. He sneered. How foolish. Dumbledore had not placed the boy's wand inside of the wards. Really, he was losing his touch. Snape, though, with a sneer. He went close to the wand and slowly picked it up. He almost dropped it. It was so powerful and it was vibrating warningly in his hands. On an impulse, he cast the Priori Incantatem on the wand, wanting to know the type of spells the boy wonder had been casting. The wand, still vibrating, started off with the spells they had been learning, and slowly the spells kept coming, going backwards in order of the casting. Snape watched with a desultory interest when the many first-year spells came out and was about to cancel the spell and keep the wand back, when suddenly, the wand showed Reducto, an invisibility charm and an Enervate and a non-tracking spell. Then the Priori Incantatem continued with all the harmless spells they had been taught in school and some harmless charms, including Accio, the banishing charm, the cleaning charms and the like, before it finally stopped. Harry had used his second wand for all of his undercover activities, but one reducto in the invisibility charm and the enervate he had cast from his first wand because he had used his first wand in his wand hand and the other wand in his left before casting the reducto at the troll. Then forgetting, in his anxiety to be away safely, Harry had cast the invisibility charm on the troll and the enervate on Quirrell and followed it by the non-tracking spell before tucking his wands into his robes and flashing away. Snape stared at the wand and recast the Priori Incantatem once again. The spells came in the same order once again and Snape's eyes narrowed impossibly. He cast the Priori Incantatem for a third time and seeing the spells disbelievingly, and then he looked long and hard at Harry before swirling on his feet and leaving the room. It took Harry almost a week to open his eyes and then another 15 days to sit up in bed. Another week rolled by before he was discharged from the infirmary. They were very close to the midwinter holidays and Harry had hardly 3 days before school closed for Yule. Sirius and Remus had been daily visitors to the castle, visiting Harry who had been in a healing sleep and then only able to open his eyes and speak a few words to a very worried Sirius and Remus and then go off to sleep once again. Sirius and Remus came early in the morning and did not leave until late at night. They simply sat there by Harry's bedside willing him to wake up and get better. Sirius especially was terrified he might lose Harry, his last link to James, the brother he was not born with, and also his last link with sanity. Remus was worried about both Harry and Sirius, who was taking Harry's accident as catastrophic. Remus was very much afraid Sirius might collapse with the strain and the stress he was taking, but after a week when Sirius had almost not eaten or washed and close to collapsing that Harry opened his eyes. "Harry?" Sirius's voice sounded raspy with emotion. "Hurts, Sirius?" Harry had muttered groggily, sipped some water and had gone back to sleep. His potions were given intravenously and Harry had slept for another 2 days before waking up once more. This time he was more coherent and was almost awake for half an hour and also took some 3 potions before slipping back to sleep. Sirius heaved a sigh of relief before he accepted a sleeping potion from Pomfrey and crashed on the bed next to Harry's. Remus took the one next to Sirius. That pattern followed until Harry was awake for longer periods and then after 3 weeks after his fall, sat up in bed. That day there was a celebration of sorts in the infirmary. Sirius smuggled in Hermione and Neville and Ron. Dean and Seamus also insisted on coming along to see Harry. Ron especially wanted to apologize to Harry. He had been feeling terrible inside, thinking that Harry had lost concentration because of the fight with him and it was slowly killing him. He had lost a lot of weight and had been too scared to say anything to anybody else. He had become pale when he saw how thin and pale Harry was and how much he had suffered. The hot-headed Gryffindor had blurted his apologies to Harry, just raining in his tears. "Merlin, Harry. I am so sorry. It was all my fault." Ron had spoken through gritted teeth, trying to rein in his emotions. Harry had blinked. "What, you hexed my broomstick?" he asked, unable to believe what Ron was sprouting off. Everyone else was also staring at Ron in some kind of a horrified fascination, while Ron grew more miserable and pale, making his hair stand out even more vividly. "No," he had managed to gasp out loud, "of course I didn't. But it was because of my stupid argument that you must have lost your concentration and fallen down. I am so sorry, Harry. You have been so ill." Ron's voice slowed down to a whisper and when he finished, his words could hardly be heard. Harry had stared at Ron and shook his head in amazement and shock. How much had Ron beat himself up for him? Harry falling down? Harry shook his head and grinned at his first friend of his other life. "Hey Ron, come here," Harry said softly. When Ron came a bit closer, Harry caught hold of his hand and gave him a one-armed awkward hug. "I was flying for almost half an hour high in the skies before I was thrown off it, Ron. Sirius here told me that someone had used a dark spell to do it. And I am sure it was not you or any of us here." The relief on Ron's face at that was comical. Dumbledore had announced that Harry had been thrown off his broom, suggesting a bad broom more than anything else, and until that time Ron had thought that it was because of him that Harry had lost concentration. He had been afraid to say anything to his brothers for fear they would strangle him to death, and he had been waiting for Harry to have visitors so that he could come and apologize. After that all of them sat around and chatted for a while. Dumbledore had not called Sirius and Remus to talk about Harry because they had been very worried about the accident. Dumbledore decided to wait until Harry was fine and then talk to them. He did not think he would get anything coherent from them at this time. After Harry was discharged from the infirmary, he spent the few days he was up and about catching up with all that he missed. Harry noticed that Snape was completely avoiding him. He had stopped staring every now and then at Harry like he used to, and in fact he was acting as if there was no Harry Potter. Harry wondered about it, but he was too caught up with being with Hermione and Neville and telling Ron for the 100th time about how he had been struck by the bludger and had lost consciousness and so did not know who cast the spell on his broom. Draco had not visited Harry in the infirmary, and while he had looked long and hard at Harry when Harry joined the land of the living, he did not come up to the Gryffindor table or try and meet Harry to speak to him. Harry wondered about that too, but shrugged it off because he had too much catching up to do. There was a huge Gryffindor party the day Harry came back to his dorm, and Harry learned that the game had been declared abandoned and would be rescheduled for later. Oliver sought him out and was relieved when he found Harry would be fit to play Seeker for their next game against Ravenclaw. Dumbledore had had to pacify a livid Sirius and Remus, who were threatening to remove Harry from Hogwarts and homeschool him, if Hogwarts could not keep her students safe. While being struck by a bludger was acceptable in a game of Quidditch, especially when with the slimy Slytherins, having a dark spell on your broom to deliberately throw you off with intention to kill was not, and Sirius was justifiably angry, making Harry feel very warm inside once again that here was someone to be angry on his behalf. The last time he had had no one. Harry went to Grimmauld Place for the holidays, inviting Hermione, Neville and Ron and the twins for midwinter. He spent 1 week of his holidays recuperating. He still became tired very easily. Hermione, Neville, Ron and the twins had accepted Harry's invitation, and Sirius had apparated to Hermione's home and activated her flow system. He gave the secret of Grimmauld Place to Hermione, Ron, Neville and the twins, and also told them he would activate the flow in Grimmauld Place by afternoon on Midwinter Day. Harry had got a Chudley Cannon's robe for Ron, a box of Muggle pranks for the twins, a book on herbology for Neville and a book on magical culture for Hermione. He had one of that himself, and he read that conspicuously all that week. In fact, Harry used his time recuperating by reading widely inviting, anxious and humorously sarcastic comments from Sirius, who wondered how Harry could be James's son and his godson. Then he would slap a hand to head and exclaim that Harry had taken after Lily, and all of them would laugh. Every time Harry laughed or even widely grinned and rolled his eyes at Sirius's antics, Sirius's eyes would light up and his whole frame would brighten up and he would say something sillier. He delighted in amusing and caring for Harry, and Harry reveled in the attention from an exuberant Sirius and a calmer Remus. Sirius had almost become normal in the months Harry had been away at Hogwarts, and he was looking very smart and young, more so than last time. This time he had been declared innocent before he had been released, and he was no longer a fugitive from justice, and it showed. Remus was looking very young too, and Sirius had made him his own personal secretary to help him handle the businesses of the Black family and had him living in Grimmauld Place all the time. Sirius and Remus were also exploring avenues of making the Wolfsbane cheaper so that it would be available to more werewolves, especially small children who had been bitten, to ensure a better standard of living for them. Ron, Hermione, Neville and the twins came in the afternoon, looking slightly odd at the huge house that could not be seen. Grimmauld Place itself had undergone a massive transformation. All the dark objects had been removed and destroyed, and all those that refused to be destroyed were taken away from their original places and stored in the attic, which itself had been cleaned and heavily warded. The walls were now bright and windows clean. The elf heads had gone along with the dark artifacts. Only the portraits remained. They could not be removed at all. Harry received them, and they had a fun time after the initial shock of being yelled by Mrs. Black, whose curtains opened after Neville tripped and fell with a loud shout. All of them opened their presents and had a huge high tea, and Harry was sure that no one would be able to eat that day apart from Ron, who was always ready for a meal this time too. For Sirius and Remus, Harry had created the 4 marauders on a largish square of wood and a full moon hanging high. He had approached McGonagall in the 3 days he had been out of the infirmary to ask her help to create it. She had agreed very happily to help him in his ambitious project, and Harry had a tough time trying to make the transfiguration slightly imperfect and taking many tries to get it instead of simply flicking his wand and creating it. The stag, Grim and the werewolf ran happily through the woods, and they were at intervals chewing the rat and then letting it go, only to be attacked all over again. When Harry had handed it to them, Sirius had become very still and blinked his eyes furiously to clear it, and Remus had looked in joy when the werewolf chewed and spit the rat only for it to be stamped upon by the stag's hoofs. "McGonagall helped me with it," Harry had told them shyly, and Sirius and Remus, who were holding it, went carefully to the corner of the room where Remus conjured up a huge table, and they placed it there, adding lights around it to attract attention of everyone who would come into that room. After placing the board carefully, Sirius and Remus crushed Harry. "This is the best gift we have ever received, haven't we, Moony?" Remus nodded, beaming at Harry and ruffling his hair. "Of course, Padfoot. This is the very best. I love the way the Wormtail gets his dues from Messrs. Prongs, Padfoot and Moony. Brilliant, Harry. You are the best." The twins had been attracted by Harry's gift, and their eyes opened wide when they saw the words on the side. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. They whispered hastily to each other and then came quickly to Harry. "Harry, who are they?" Fred had asked urgently, gesturing towards the joyous animals running around. "Prongs is my dad, Sirius is Padfoot, and Remus is Moony, and Pettigrew was Wormtail." "Why?" Harry had asked, seemingly bewildered, and the twins, much to his amusement, had gone and fallen at the feet of very bemused Sirius and Remus. "Hail to the great marauders! It is indeed a day of joy to behold one of your idols in front of you. Hail to Moony! Hail to Padfoot! Stop! What are you two doing?" Sirius bellowed, totally confused, when the twins went on. "Oh Lord and Master of Pranks, we found the Marauders' map last year when in detention with Filch, and today, to realize we are actually in the hallowed presence." "Stop! Stop!" Sirius was laughing helplessly along with Remus. And then the explanations of how they had found the Marauders' map came out, and Sirius and Remus promised to make one for Harry. "Wait," Hermione said, her eyes wide, "does that mean Mr. Lupin is a werewolf?" There was only silence after that hushed question, and nobody said anything apart from a terrified squeak from Neville and a backing away from Ron that made Harry very irritated. "Yeah," he said into the deafening silence. "In fact, I saw him during full moon, and with the help of the Wolfsbane, a potion he takes, Remus is perfectly all right. If any of you cannot accept it, then I think we will part as good friends right here." Sirius and Remus gaped at Harry. Instead of pacifying them and explaining to them that a werewolf was not dangerous except during the full moon, Harry was issuing ultimatums. Remus felt very warm inside as he brushed his glistening eyes carelessly. The twins shrugged. "We knew the moment we saw that thing. When you told me that Moony is Remus." "Well," Fred shrugged and fell silent. "Makes no difference, mate," George said. Fred nodded, his thoughts already on how he could milk these two for all kinds of pranks and not really caring for Remus's werewolf status. Harry beamed at them, and they went to Remus and dragged him off to a corner to discuss pranks with him. "I really don't mind, Harry," Hermione said softly, and Neville and Ron nodded their heads, their eyes full of fear. "So we are fine?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrows in silent enquiry, looking at all of them, and when they nodded, he smiled and clapped his hands, calling for attention. "Okay folks, may I now suggest a game?" when everyone had gathered around him. "What is it, oh son of Prongs?" Fred asked him, bowing deeply to him. Sirius laughed, delighted by this show of respect for their pranks, and simply reveled in it. "I propose a prank war now. Let us divide into 4 groups and attack each other. Gred and Forge, you are one unit. We 4 are one, and Sirius and Remus operate on their own," Harry said, giggling loudly when he saw the eager faces, and it was not Hermione, Ron, Neville or he. "Fantastic, Harry. That is what we will do, and none of us will reverse the pranks, and at the end of 1 hour we will see how many of us got each other. Now we will take 15 minutes to plan, and then I will sound a whistle. Then the game is on." Sirius told all of them, and everyone scrambled to think for good ideas to prank. Harry led his group to his room and they planned. 15 minutes later the whistle sounded and the war started. An hour later a previously timed whistle sounded, and all of them gathered in drawing room to see who had been pranked the most. Harry was completely bald and had a beard that was plaited with bright ribbons at the end, and added to that he had 2 arms sprouting from his stomach and back hanging down very unattractively. Fred had become an elf, complete with tennis ball eyes and big floppy ears. He was holding his robes and tripping over them at every step. George had some kind of scales all over his body that were hissing and spitting on their own from the many mouths they seemed to have, and his head was in green dreadlocks. He was grinning and howled with laughter when he saw Harry's hands. "The hands are good, aren't they?" he said, laying claim to his artistry, and Harry laughed along with him. "How do you like green? You look good in this though. Green hair with dreadlocks," Harry told him proudly, and Sirius and Remus, who had come in, agreed completely. Sirius had his face turned into a monkey, and his arms had been lengthened and were almost touching his toes. Harry and the twins screamed in laughter at both Sirius and Remus. Remus, who had done this partial transfiguration of Sirius, pumped his triumphant fist into the air. Remus was the least affected. His robes were flashing all colors of the rainbow and had spaghetti straps for his robes that showed off his shoulders and a lot of chest. The neckline of the spaghetti top was very, very low, and everyone had catcalled and when he had walked into the room. Hermione, Ron and Neville, who had hidden in various rooms after the first prank played on them, came in sheepishly and stopped at the entrance and stared at the five inside. Then Ron, who had B***owned wavy hair and purple skin that made him look very ugly, rolled on the ground with laughter. Hermione giggled, slightly horrified at the various additions all of them were having. She had the Dumbledore hair and beard, only her hair was white, long and bushy as was her beard, refusing to settle down. Neville had the hopping jinx on him, and his whole body was a nice frog green, and he was hopping from one place to another. He had looked at the others with wide eyes and then had started giggling and violently hopping all around the room, making everyone laugh. All of them decided they had a great time, and the twins were sorry to see themselves back to normal. "We couldn't even get one thing on you guys," Fred said enviously, looking at Sirius and Remus. "But let the next war come. I shall avenge this, rectify this defeat, and restore the name and glory to the Weasley family." He finished striking a pose and looking snootily at everyone. All of them laughed a lot that afternoon, and after a round of hot chocolate and cookies, everyone left for their homes, feeling they had had a great time. Harry was almost asleep as he waved them goodbye, and Sirius, noticing that, lifted Harry into his arms, making him squeal, and took him upstairs to his bedroom. There Sirius flicked his wand and changed Harry's robes into his night clothes and gave another wave of his wand to clean Harry's teeth. Harry slept the moment his head touched his pillow. The next day all of them woke up very late, and in Harry's case a little tired and dull. Sirius, seeing Harry's demeanor, stopped all talk of yesterday. He had been chortling with Remus and silently placed his breakfast before him. Once Harry had cleaned his plate, Sirius made him lie down on the comfortable sofa in the drawing room and read. He and Remus joined Harry too, and they sat there, Sirius reading the Daily Prophet, Remus one of Harry's books on defense he had wanted to read for a long time, and Harry who was looking through his self-updating book of spells. In the afternoon, just as Harry was beginning to doze off, a brown school owl came to Grimmauld Place and dropped a letter on Sirius before flying to the window sill. The barn owl did not leave, indicating that it was waiting for a response. "Who is it from?" Harry asked, perking up a little. "Looks like it's from someone at Hogwarts," Sirius mumbled, opening the letter, and Harry frowned. Why would anyone send a letter to Sirius from Hogwarts? He looked at Sirius, who had read the letter and was looking very astonished. He cleared his throat and read it aloud. "Dear Sirius, I hope you have recovered from your unfortunate stay in Azkaban. I realize I have not seen you since the day you left here to go to your home. I would like to invite you, Remus and young Harry, for dinner with myself and the other professors at Hogwarts tonight. If you are in agreement, kindly send your acceptance with the school owl. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Sirius finished the short letter and looked up, confusion in his face. "Why?" he asked. Harry and Remus had no answers, though Harry frowned a little more inside while maintaining a perplexed expression on the outside. Why was Dumbledore inviting Sirius, Remus and him to Hogwarts for dinner with the staff? Was he suspicious because of Harry's proficiency, or surprised that Harry was a topper in his class? He had made sure that he was a normal brilliant. The only thing Dumbledore could be suspicious was about his occlumency skills, but even that could be explained as natural because Harry had subconsciously wanted to bury all those feelings inside of him. Harry looked at Sirius, who was looking at him, and seeing the small frown on Harry's face, smiled. "You need not come if you don't want to," he said, and Harry contemplated that statement. He need not go, but if they did discuss anything, Harry would not know about it. But then, Dumbledore was capable of sending Harry away to discuss whatever he wanted with Sirius. He shook his head and smiled a little at Sirius. You decide. I don't mind either way so long as we get a fab dinner there. Sirius laughed at the childish answer and scribbled a note to Dumbledore and sent it off with the owl. Are you sure you are up to going? Remus asked him a little while later. You still look a bit tired, Harry. Harry nodded. I do feel a bit tired, but it will only be dinner and back. So no problem, Remus. Yesterday was so much fun, wasn't it? But it was a bit tiring. I should be all right tomorrow. So much fun. Sirius grinned at the memory, and that started off long discussions about the pranks they played when they were young. Harry listened, having heard most of it from their portraits, a long time ago, but still enjoying their nostalgia and laughing along with them. Harry, Sirius and Remus had ridden each other almost every day, and once again Harry was struck by how patient Sirius was. Mrs. Weasley was wrong the last time, Harry thought. Sirius never looked upon him as James, only as James's son, and he cared for Harry in a way that touched Harry to the bottom of his heart. Harry had told him all about the professors in his letters, and also about his classmates and about how he had tackled Malfoy. That account brought a lot of appreciation from Sirius, who had laughed himself silly, according to Remus. Harry had grumbled that the Slytherins were lucky because Snape was partial to them and McGonagall treated them like Slytherins. Sirius had been very sympathetic and promised Harry that he could have his revenge on McGonagall by pranking her, and had sent a whole lot of ideas. Harry had laughed over them, but had not acted upon it, mainly because he was still establishing himself in the school the way he wanted to. Sirius had been very indignant about Snape questioning about Owl and Newt level potions to Harry, and he was very proud Harry had managed to answer, and shocked that Snape had not abused Harry at all. Sirius had thought Snape was scared of him and Remus, but sounded doubtful and warned darkly that the Great Git was up to no good and it would be better for Harry to always be on his guard. Harry agreed with that one. It was always better to be on his guard with Snape. Always. Now Sirius, Remus and Harry left for Hogwarts through the flow, and Sirius and Remus landed gracefully, while Harry landed on his bottom, scowling at their laughter. They had landed in the headmaster's office, and Harry looked around curiously. Hello, Sirius. You are looking well. And you too, Remus and Harry, you are looking a lot better than when you left. Dumbledore told them, smiling at Harry. Sirius frowned. Have you any news about who it was that sabotaged Harry's broom? Dumbledore shook his head at Sirius. No, we do not know, Sirius, but I have tightened the wards. And smiled at Harry, who was watching him very intently too. Harry's face showed a mild disappointment and a slight fear. Dumbledore had invited Harry as a test. If Harry had not come, he would have taken it as yet another thing against him, but Harry had come. So maybe this occlumency was a natural thing. Now he looked at Harry, who was seemingly contemplating, and Dumbledore peeped again. He saw Harry's thoughts and saw his happy thoughts of Grimmauld Place and the prank ward they had played yesterday, and his current thoughts of who could have sabotaged his broom. The suspects seemed to range from Snape, who seemed prime candidate, to Dumbledore himself, whom Harry thoughts at the time seemed to say was hiding his violence underneath his benign nature. Harry was wondering whether Dumbledore and Voldemort were actually one, with McGonagall and Snape being his assistants, when Dumbledore drew back, astounded at the imagination of this boy, and biting his cheeks to stop howling with laughing. Harry was frowning slightly, and Dumbledore actually grinned at the boy. Harry, do you read a lot of storybooks? He asked. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. I read a lot of them, and I have watched a few crime serials on the TV sometimes. Ah, said Dumbledore, smiling. Come on. The others are waiting for us at the Great Hall. All of them stood up to leave when Fawkes suddenly trilled, and with a magnificent flap of his wings flew over to Harry and sat on his shoulder, shocking the other three, especially Dumbledore, who blinked and then beamed. This was confirmation Harry was a fine boy and he was not dark. Dumbledore never felt so relieved. Suddenly Fawkes trilled again and flew up and let 2 red and golden feathers fall on Harry, who caught them totally gobsmacked. Then Fawkes flew once more to Harry's shoulder and stayed there. Wow, Harry. Fawkes has just gifted you with a feather for your wand. Sirius told him odd. Harry was completely shocked. Once again fate was intervening and giving Harry the feathers for his wands. Did that mean Fawkes knew he had 2 wands? Harry was very confused and slightly alarmed, schooling his expression and thankful that Dumbledore did not peep. Then, when his thoughts were so chaotic, Harry turned to Sirius. How do I do this, Sirius? Should I go to the wand shop again? Wait, I have a better idea. I will ask the self-updating book of spells and then do as it says. Harry nodded to himself and Sirius, who nodded back again. I never asked you, Harry. What is your wand core? Remus asked him. Here it comes, Harry thought and grinned to himself while maintaining a perplexed front. There were so many things, Remus. There was some blood, some phoenix feather and tears, some snake venom and some blood of everything and some stag tail hair. Now I have 2 of Fox, you said, Sirius? Harry asked him, and when Sirius nodded dumbly, Harry continued. Fox's feathers. He finished, sounding extremely satisfied, while the 3 adults were gaping at him. Well, Sirius and Remus were gaping and Dumbledore was staring inscrutably at Harry, but with Fox on his shoulders he could not see Harry's face fully. They walked quietly down to the Great Hall, Sirius and Remus determined to question Harry once they got home and Dumbledore determined to do that right now, here at Hogwarts. All the professors were there and Harry sighed inside when he saw Snape and Sirius scowling at each other, right from the door where they had obviously spotted each other. Then Snape looked at Remus and his lips curled and then his eyes met Harry's. Snape's face closed off and he turned away. Harry frowned at that, but before he could decipher the look they were at the table and Harry was seated between Dumbledore and Snape. McGonagall, next to Snape and next to her were Sirius and Remus. There was another table set for all the other professors. That meant Dumbledore wanted McGonagall and Snape to watch him and they had suspicions of their own about him. Hello, Potter. How are you now? McGonagall asked him. Sirius was still scowling at Snape and Snape was bending down at his plate. Fox was now at the back of Harry's chair and was trilling very softly. Fine, Professor, thank you. Harry replied politely, still thinking about Snape. Fox usually does not come down to the Great Hall Albus, does he? McGonagall asked him curiously, a question in her voice. Albus smiled. He has taken an exceptional liking to Harry here, Minerva. Lowering his voice he added, he has given Harry 2 feathers for his wand. Snape looked up at that, scowling heavily at Harry and then at Fox. What is your wand core? He asked Harry abruptly. Sirius scowled and was about to tell Snape what he could do with his question when Harry replied. Blood, phoenix feather, tears, tail hair, snake venom and now Fox's feathers. I am going to ask the self-updating book of spells and fix it to my wand, sir. Harry replied proudly. That is the second time I have heard that name, Harry. What book is it? Dumbledore asked him with a small frown. That is what the name says, sir. I found it in a shop in Knockturn Alley and Remus and I tried everything to work the book and finally a drop of my blood did the trick. That book was owned by Ignatus Peverell and it really is the self-updating book of spells, sir. Dumbledore stared completely shaken and so did Snape. Harry looked normal. What does that book do, Harry? Dumbledore asked him and at the same time Snape and McGonagall, to whom the name did not mean anything much, asked, Knockturn Alley? Harry blushed. Yes, professors. I did not know I should not have gone into Knockturn Alley, since I went shopping alone. It was dark but the bookstore and wand shop was great. You got your wand at Knockturn Alley. This time there were many voices, Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore and McGonagall. Snape was oddly quiet. Remus explained how Harry had gone shopping, glazing over the Dursleys, but Dumbledore understood in between the sentences anyway and so did McGonagall, and by the way she was glaring at Dumbledore, he was going to get an earful of it later on. Snape only sneered but still was very quiet. May I see that book, Harry? Dumbledore asked quietly. I don't have it with me now, sir. May I show you when I come back to school? Dumbledore nodded, but Harry could see that he had thrown Dumbledore for a 6. Harry wanted all of this type of information out in the open so that no one would think of delving into other things that would be far more dangerous for them to know and for him to reveal. Yes, Harry. Dumbledore said and turned the topic away from Harry and Harry's purchases, and they spent a good hour chatting, and then seeing Harry yawing not so discreetly, Sirius and Remus took leave and flowed back to Grimmauld Place. Sirius turned to Harry and asked in him great detail about his trip to Knockturn Alley and Harry answered as best as he could. Before Harry and the other 2 left Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore handed him a brown parcel tied up in string. This was left in my care by your father, Harry. Use it well. Harry's eyes shone and he opened the parcel and took out the invisibility cloak. James's invisibility cloak. Yes. Sirius shouted and punched the air. and taught there on the spot how to use the cloak to Harry. After Harry tried being invisible completely and then showing only his head and hiding his body, and Sirius trying a few tricks too, all of them left for Grimmauld Place. The moment they stepped in, Sirius turned to Harry and asked in him great detail about his trip to Knockturn Alley, and Harry answered as best as he could. "I chose the wand and everything by closing my eye, and the wood and stuff felt so right in my hands, Sirius. I got a lot of red, gold and green sparks from it when I waved it first. It was thrilling. But with the self-updating book of spells that Remus and I were checking out, I completely forgot about this. I am sorry, Sirius." Sirius was finally satisfied and only then allowed Harry to go to bed. Before Harry went to bed, he begged Sirius to allow him to try to place Fox's feather into his wand. "Please say we can try with the help of the self-updating book of spells here. Please, please." Sirius laughed and nodded. Harry immediately ran to get his book and he wrote as Sirius dictated the question, and soon Sirius followed the instructions of the book, and soon they had Phoenix Feather fixed into Harry's wand. "Give it a twirl, Harry," Sirius told him. Harry lifted his wand that felt so complete in his hand and swirled it high above his head. A riot of colors burst out of the wand, and all three of them watched, awed by the various colors that mingled with each other and lit up the whole room. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.